After finishing his skewers, Qingyuan handed over the barbecue business entirely to Xia Hulong. After all, Charmander's skill in grilling far surpasses that of his trainer. Watching the little dragon intently grilling meat, Qingyuan felt that the little dragon was already showing signs of becoming a master chef. If you put a chef's hat on it, then you can respectfully call the little dragon chef. After looking at the roasted meat, Qingyuan walked over to the snake soup and took a look. After making sure there were no problems with the snake soup, he then went to Scorpion's side. Scorpio, I'm going to release Cat Boss later. If it attacks me, use guard to block it. Qingyuan leaned close to Scorpio's ear and whispered something to him. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion nodded solemnly, then looked at the pokeball in Qingyuan's hand with his muscles tense. Qingyuan pointed the pokeball in his hand at the front of him and then pressed the button on the pokeball hard. Come out, Cat Boss. A flash of red light appeared, and a weak-looking Cat Boss appeared in front of Qingyuan. Meow. Looking at Qingyuan in front of him, Cat Boss let out a weak meow. It knew that Qingyuan had saved it, so it was in response to the fact that it had been subdued by Qingyuan, its savior. The Cat Boss takes it all in stride. Qingyuan saved its life as a reward for his savior. It wouldn't be a bad idea for it to help Qingyuan in a few matches. Seeing that the Cat Boss in front of him was not hostile, Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy wasn't an extreme liberal, otherwise, if the Cat Boss had resisted, he might not have been able to beat him. Even with over 100 poison needles stuck in his body, Cat Boss can still take down more than a dozen high-level Beedrills. Not to mention that after Qingyuan's treatment, Cat Boss's condition is much better than when he dealt with the Beedrill. From now on, Cat Boss, I'll be your trainer. This is Scorpio, and also our partner. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Boss Cat's face remained expressionless. Meow, hello. Only after Qingyuan introduced the scorpion did it raise its paw and greet it. Gora, hello. Seeing this, Scorpio raised one of its pincers and waved it at the Cat Boss in response. Don't worry, Boss Cat, you'll live a life of luxury from now on if you follow me. Seeing this, Qingyuan patted Cat Boss on the shoulder and said with a hearty expression. Meow. To this, the Cat Boss nodded expressionlessly. It's not that it doesn't want to make expressions, it's mainly because of the toxins that its whole body is now paralyzed. This makes it a cat with facial paralysis now, and it takes a lot of effort to do even the simple act of nodding. Come on, drink this antidote. Seeing the Cat Boss struggling to move, Qingyuan took out another bottle of antidote and poured it into the Cat Boss's mouth. Meow. After drinking the antidote, the Cat Boss meowed at Qingyuan, then closed its eyes and lay down on the ground. Go back to your Pokeball and rest for a bit. I'll release you when it's time to eat. Looking at the Cat Boss lying on the ground with its eyes closed, Qingyuan stroked the fur on its back and spoke. Meow. The eldest cat responded with a faint meow. Then, Qingyuan took out the Persian's Pokeball again and put it back. Looking at the Pokeball in his hand, Qingyuan's mood improved. The process of subduing the Cat Boss was too smooth, which made him feel like it was not real. However, Qingyuan was easygoing, so he quickly accepted the situation. Let me see just how high your level really is. Qingyuan took out the Pokédex and opened it. As he spoke, he placed the Meowth's Pokeball into the slot in the Pokédex. Persian is a four-legged Pokemon that resembles a cat. After evolving, it has a red gem on its head. Its fur loses all its brown color, becoming entirely milky white. Its ears become rounder, its pupils turn red, and it gains 3 whiskers on each side of its face. After evolving, Persian looks even more like a lion. Because I haven't collected any information about Cat Boss, I won't be able to see Cat Boss's detailed information until then. The Pokemon Encyclopedia first played an electronic music track, introducing the Cat Boss. Elf, Cat Boss. Rating, 37. Developmental comparison, average. Attributes, general. Ability, Master Technician, increases the power of low-power moves when attacking. This Pokemon appears only once. Skills, Frenzy, Hypnosis, Frenzied Scratching, Growl, High Five, Feint, Treasure Gathering, Bite, Taunt, Frenzied Scratching, Piercing Scream, Slash, Metal Claw, Iron Tail. Here the author has added a second interpretation. Pokemon with tails can learn Iron Tail. Looking at Cat Boss's information, I was somewhat surprised. Cat Boss had actually inherited 2 skills. With this talent, it was already comparable to Scyther. However, the level of 37 was not unexpected for Qingyuan. After all, he subdued Cat Boss because he valued Cat Boss's high level, which could help him escape this forest. However, Qingyuan was surprised to find that Cat Boss had quite a bit of talent, which changed his initial thought. If we train the cat leader properly, it's not impossible for him to become a top cat in the future. After reading Cat Boss's message, Qingyuan focused on preparing dinner for Scorpion and the others. After nearly 2 hours of preparation, Qingyuan finally finished preparing dinner. Watching the elves take their seats at their respective tables, Qingyuan clapped his hands and said, "Come on, everyone, look at me." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the scorpions and the others looked at him like students looking at their teacher. Before we start eating, I have 2 things to say. First of all, the barbecue in your bowls today was grilled by Little Dragon. Let's give Little Dragon a round of applause to thank him. Clatter. Sha. Yadong. Upon hearing this, the scorpions immediately clapped and cheered. The Little Dragon sat in its seat and scratched its head, gazing at the grand scene. The usually carefree little fire dragon became somewhat hesitant at this moment. Upon seeing Charmander and Scyther in this form for the first time, they clapped even louder. Slowpoke, standing to the side, saw through Scorpion and the others' prank. However, in order not to misunderstand, it also increased the intensity of its clapping. After spending the whole day guarding the house together, Slowpoke thinks Charmander is a pretty good guy. It didn't want the little dragon to misunderstand that it didn't like it, which was why it wasn't clapping. Hearing the increasingly loud applause around him, the little dragon began to feel restless. Seeing that the little fire dragon was about to reach its limit, Qingyuan waved his hand to stop Scorpion and the others from moving. All right. Charmander is easily embarrassed. You old foxes, stop playing tricks on him. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon raised its head and looked at the Scorpion and the others with some shock. When Scorpion and Scyther heard Qingyuan expose them and saw Charmander's shocked expression, they immediately started to laugh sheepishly. Slowpoke, on the other hand, remained unchanged, with its blank expression and wise eyes causing Charmander to instinctively ignore it. Gui, you guys have gone too far. Seeing that things were indeed as Qingyuan had said, the little fire dragon angrily shouted at Scorpion and the other two. It even went out of its way to grill meat for them, completely ignoring the fact that Scorpion and the others were acting as riddle tellers. These two guys, however, turned on me and tried to embarrass me. Seeing the little dragon's appearance, Scorpion and the others realized that they had gone a bit too far. For a moment, I sat there, unsure of what to do. Seeing the somewhat quiet atmosphere, Qingyuan coughed twice and said, Scorpio, what you and Scythe did was indeed wrong. I'm punishing you by making you do evasion training after dinner. Charmander, use Ember to attack them and make them dodge. Upon hearing this, the little fire dragon, who had been looking unhappy, immediately burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Scorpion and Scyther immediately wilted. They're going to have a tough time during the dodge drill later. The little dragon's sparks are like a machine gun. Not only is it fast, but it is also quite powerful. It looks like I won't be able to fall asleep with my original skin tone tonight. Thinking of this, Scorpio and Mantis, these two unfortunate brothers, exchanged a glance. After letting out a long sigh, they all collapsed to the ground, looking utterly exhausted. Qingyuan ignored the two clowns. They then announced a second thing. Thanks to your trainer and my heroic rescue, I have finally managed to bring you a new partner. Next, let's welcome our newest partner with a round of applause, Boss Cat. As soon as Qingyuan finished speaking, a burst of enthusiastic applause rang out. The applause was especially loud for Charmander, who had been looking forward to his new companion all afternoon. How could I not be excited at this moment? Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Qingyuan threw out the Meowth's Pokeball. With a flash of red light, the cat boss appeared in front of the food bowl that Qingyuan had prepared for it amidst enthusiastic applause. Meow. After drinking another bottle of antidote, the cat boss was in significantly better condition than before. Seeing the scorpions welcoming it, the cat boss responded loudly. After all, these will be my colleagues in the future, so I should still give them face. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Qingyuan waited until the applause gradually subsided before speaking. All right, I hereby declare dinner to begin. After saying that, Qingyuan couldn't wait to pick up a skewer of grilled meat and take a bite. The crispy on the outside and tender on the inside grilled meat, paired with sweet and spicy fruit sauce, made Qingyuan feel for a moment as if he had returned to his past life when he was enjoying skewers at a barbecue restaurant. During those lonely days, only a delicious barbecue could soothe my restless heart. Of course, at that time he was still all alone, although the lively crowd around him made him seem especially lonely. However, he was a carefree person, and with delicious food in front of him, he didn't have time to think about so much. But now he can finally enjoy a perfect barbecue. The best friends are right beside you, and the most delicious barbecue is right in front of you. After finishing the barbecue, Qingyuan used the firelight from the little dragon's tail to wash the dishes and then went to the cat boss's side to observe the cat boss's condition. The cat boss is still in a state of poisoning, and he's wondering if he should bleed the cat boss some more. That way, cat boss can recover faster. However, seeing how weak cat boss looked, Qingyuan thought it over again and finally gave up the idea. Given the way the cat is, if he were to bleed it again, they might not have been poisoned to death, but instead bled to death by him. On the other side, just as Qingyuan was preparing to bleed the cat boss, Charmander, with a mischievous grin, approached Scorpion and Scyther. Scorpion and Scyther's expressions froze when they saw Charmander's mischievous grin. They hadn't forgotten that Qingyuan had previously asked the little fire dragon to give them extra training. Hey bro, want to discuss this? Scorpio gave the little fire dragon a fawning smile, wanting to discuss something with it. Don't even think about it. Charmander rejected Scorpio's suggestion without hesitation. When you were making things difficult for it, why didn't you think of discussing it with us? Now you want to negotiate? No way. Seeing this, Scorpion sighed and walked with Scyther towards a clearing in the camp. After the Scyther drew a circle around them, Charmander began dodging drills in place of the ball machine. Charmander's barrage of sparks, like a machine gun, truly made life miserable for Scorpion and Mantis. Although the little dragon had already held back its strength, it could no longer hurt them. But sparks are hot, and if you get burned, that area of skin will turn black. This made the two image-conscious brothers even more uncomfortable. There's no way around.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel. And thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Found it, they made a mistake, and admitting their mistakes and accepting punishment is a principle that Qingyuan has been teaching them for a long time. Hearing the commotion outside, Qingyuan peeked out of the tent and saw that it was Scorpion and the others training. Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to return to his tent, he saw Slowpoke still lying there in a daze. Knowing that Slowpoke wasn't as silly as it appeared, Qingyuan frowned upon seeing this. He had high hopes for Slowpoke, so how could he let it be so lazy? Slowpoke, don't just stand there, go and use your water gun on the tree. You should stop training whenever Scorpion and the others stop. As Qingyuan finished speaking, Slowpoke rolled over on the spot, turned its butt towards Qingyuan, scratched its butt, and prepared to go to sleep. As for Qingyuan's words, it planned to pretend it hadn't heard them. Since it looks so silly, once it exhausts Qingyuan's patience, Qingyuan will stop caring about it. Seeing Slowpoke ignoring his commands, Qingyuan's already furrowed brows tightened even more. For the first time, he felt that it wasn't good for Pokemon to be too smart, and he even started trying to challenge the authority of their trainers. It's worth noting that Gliscor, which was captured using the same method as Slowpoke, didn't disregard Qingyuan's orders in this way. However, Qingyuan still has a way to deal with it. If it doesn't like to exercise, then he will force it to exercise. Scorpion, you supervise Slowpoke's training. If it stops, give it a mud shot to perk it up. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpio immediately became excited. It looked at Slowpoke with a malicious expression. Yadong. After hearing Qingyuan's words, Slowpoke let out a slightly pitiful groan and got up from the ground. You should know that Scorpio is quite a hothead. If it doesn't train, this guy really will give it a mud shot. Seeing Slowpoke obediently running off to exercise, Qingyuan smiled smugly. You little brat, I've got you figured out. For a trainer, there are many ways to get a disobedient Pokemon to obey. Using spirits to fight spirits is the simplest and most practical method. Of course, it's not that Slowpoke doesn't listen to Qingyuan, it's just lazy, so it resists training. Because Slowpoke resisted training more than it trusted Qingyuan, it ended up not listening to Qingyuan. In this situation, all you need to do is use something that Slowpoke dislikes even more than resisting training to force it to train. Seeing that the elves' training was on track, Qingyuan returned to his tent with satisfaction. Of course, he wasn't idle in the tent either. Cat Boss's injury won't heal in less than 2 or 3 days. Moreover, if you want to rely on the Cat Boss's strength to leave this forest, it is essential to work together with the Cat Boss. So Qingyuan planned to go and check out the road to the west again in 5 days. If there weren't a large, aggressive, and extremely powerful group like Beedrill on that path. With Cat Boss's strength, Qingyuan should be able to successfully reach Koishidi via the western route. Of course, if such an irreversible situation really occurs, then he will definitely have to return the way he came. He would never risk his and his companions' lives just to get to their destination. After thinking it over, Qingyuan began to plan what he would do in the next 5 days. These 5 days are definitely not going to be wasted. Scorpion and his group are too weak. He plans to use these 5 days to conduct a special training session for Scorpios. As their journey progresses, Scorpios and their companions will need to increase their strength. Divider. Thank you King Feng Minjiui for the generous donation X1. Thank you Dun Hong for sending 2 units of Powered by Love. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. By the 2nd day, the Cat Boss had almost fully recovered. On the 3rd day, Qingyuan began to try to train and get along with the Cat Boss. After 3 days of practice, Qingyuan and Cat Boss's teamwork went from being awkward at the beginning to being very tacit now. With the help of Cat Boss, Qingyuan is now confident that he can defeat even a level 40 Pokemon. With the addition of the powerful Cat Boss, Qingyuan's behavior has become much more unrestrained. For example, he now dares to start a fire at night. After several days of special training, Scorpio and his companions have also seen a significant increase in their strength. Scorpion has reached level 26, Scyther has reached level 28, and Slowpoke, being rather lazy, hasn't leveled up much, only gaining 1 level to reach level 24. Charmander has successfully broken through level 10 and reached level 14, while Persian remains at level 37. To summarize the levels of Qingyuan's Pokemon, it's been so long since I mentioned this that I almost forgot about the level system. Today marks the 7th day since Qingyuan subdued the Cat Boss, and he got up very early today. After preparing food for the elves, he didn't dawdle and immediately woke up Scorpion and the others. Hurry up and eat, we'll set off today after we finish. Looking at the sleepy-eyed scorpions in front of him, Qingyuan said while brushing his teeth. Upon hearing this, the scorpions immediately perked up. Of course, besides Slowpoke, this lazybones was still sleeping in the tent. After calling it several times without waking it up, Qingyuan simply put it back into its pokeball. Since we're on our way today and there's nothing for Slowpoke to do, it's fine for it not to eat breakfast. While Scorpion and the others were having breakfast, Qingyuan packed up the tent again. If he could get out of the forest by heading west today, he would go directly to Konoha City. Unable to make it through, Qingyuan returned directly to Nibi City and retraced his steps. I won't be back tonight, so this campsite is no longer needed, and the tents should be packed up. After tidying up the tent, Scorpion and the others had finished their breakfast. After Qingyuan finished washing the dishes, he put away Scorpion and Cat Boss. Now that he has more Pokémon, he can switch out his Pokémon more strategically. In the morning, Scyther and Charmander followed him, clearing the way and protecting his safety. In the afternoon, he switched Scorpio and Cat Boss to take over the defense. This rotation of guards will not affect Qingyuan's travel speed, and at the same time, it can ensure that Scorpion and the others are always in perfect condition. The roads to the west were initially similar to those to the east. The monster blocking the way had an unusually strong desire to attack, and its strength was also quite formidable. Charmander was almost defeated several times, but Qingyuan commanded Scyther to come forward and help, which finally defeated the opponent. But after he walked about 4 or 5 miles forward, the style of the elves on the western road changed instantly. Perhaps because it's closer to Pewter City, many trainers have ventured into this forest to explore on weekdays. When these elves faced Qingyuan, they no longer displayed the hostility that the other elves had shown when Qingyuan intruded. Even when Qingyuan passed through their territory, these elves merely lay in the bushes, watching him warily. Unlike the elves, they did not launch an attack on Qingyuan. This made Qingyuan's journey on this road exceptionally smooth. In just one morning, he covered nearly 30 li, approximately 15 kilometers. Compared to the last time he took the road to the east, this speed is more than twice as fast. At lunchtime, Qingyuan released all the scorpions. Slowpoke had been hungry all morning inside its Pokeball, so as soon as it came out of the Pokeball, it grabbed its bowl and began to wolf down its food. Qingyuan knew the creature was hungry, so he specially prepared 2 bowls of rice for it. After the meal, Qingyuan let the scorpions and the others stay outside to stretch their muscles and joints. After all, the environment inside a regular red and white ball is not exactly ideal. After arriving in Qingyuan City, Qingyuan plans to buy high-level balls to replace the red and white balls of Gliscor and the others. Now that he has some money, Scorpio and the others should move to a better living environment. While Scorpion and the others rested, Qingyuan leaned against a tree and looked at a map. If he continues at the same pace as this morning, he will be able to leave the forest and reach the City of Fallen Leaves in 6 days. Of course, 6 days is the ideal speed. The reason we're traveling so fast now is because we're near Vermilion City, and most of the Pokémon in the area are familiar with humans. Therefore, it is not very aggressive towards him, and because trainers often come to visit. The elves here are much weaker than those on the road to the east. But if we continue forward, away from Nibi City, this situation will no longer exist. The elves' strength and hostility have both increased. Then Qingyuan's speed will inevitably slow down. 9 days to reach Qingyuan City. This was the final time Qingyuan calculated for arriving in Qingyuan City after considering various factors. Of course, it may be faster or slower, but it will be roughly the same, around 9 days. After resting for a while, Qingyuan put away the Scyther and the others. They continued their journey with Scorpio and Cat Boss. The reason is that the combination of Scorpion and Nekomamushi is stronger than the combination of Scyther and Charmander. The road clearing speed this afternoon will be faster than this morning, from around 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. in the evening. With the help of Scorpion and Cat Boss, Qingyuan traveled about 45 miles. Finally, as dusk approached, they arrived at the foot of an unnamed, desolate mountain. Looking at the barren mountain in front of them, Qingyuan directed Scorpion and Cat Boss to clear a clearing nearby for setting up camp. He plans to stay at the foot of the mountain tonight. The next morning, he led Scorpion and the others over the barren mountain and continued their journey to Qingyuan City. Pila Si. Just as Scorpion and the others were clearing away the weeds around them, a somewhat frightened voice came from the bushes. Upon hearing this voice, Qingyuan immediately ran to Scorpio's side. He was genuinely terrified by the old man's antics last time. Now, at the slightest sign of trouble, he feels that there are treacherous subjects trying to harm him. This must be the legendary once bitten by a snake, twice shy. After holding Scorpio in his arms, Qingyuan finally felt a little safe. Boss Cat, go check it out. Qingyuan, holding Scorpion, gave instructions to Cat Boss. Of course, he himself continued walking slowly toward the direction from which the sound came. Part of the reason was Qingyuan's curiosity. He had never heard such a sound before, so he was a little curious about what kind of spirit was making that sound. On the other hand, this is also to better help the Cat Boss. If Cat Boss is ambushed, he can quickly command Scorpio to come to Cat Boss's rescue. Even with Cat Boss's strength, it's impossible for him to be ambushed. Meow. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the Cat Boss let out a slightly lazy meow and then walked quietly toward the direction from which the sound came. It took only a few steps to reach the edge of the grass, and then a flash of silver light appeared on its right paw. The nearly meter-high weeds in front of them were cut down by the Cat Boss at the root. Pilashi. With an even more terrified scream, the owner of the voice appeared before Qingyuan. Divider. Thank you Dun Hong for sending 2 units of Powered by Love. Thank you to Yingem for the Bobo Milk Tea X1. Thank you Fusu for the gift of Powered by Love X1. Thank you to Michael, who loves pickled bamboo shoots, for sending 2 flowers and 3 love-fueled gifts. Thanks to the salty fish in Azroth for sending me this love-fueled gift X1. Paras. Looking at the few Pokemon in the grass, Qingyuan said with some confusion. Damn it, if I had known it was Paras, I wouldn't have hugged Scorpio. Now I'm so embarrassed. As Qingyuan put the scorpion down from his arms, he thought to himself. Pikachu. Looking at Qingyuan and the cat boss in front of them, the Paras huddled together, howling in fear. Qingyuan didn't care about Paras's fear, and instead took out the Pokédex to scan Paras's information. Anyway, he won't hurt them later, so what's wrong with scaring them a little? Paras is similar to a cicada larva. It is mostly orange, with 3 pairs of legs, the first pair being larger and having sharp tips. It has 5 granular protrusions on its forehead and 6 teeth on either side of its mouth parts. Paras has very large eyes and black pupils. 2 pale yellow spotted red mushrooms are parasitized on its back. A smile appeared on Qingyuan's face as he listened to the electronic music playing in the Pokédex. Great, we've collected information on another type of sprite. At this rate, he won't be long before he collects all the Pokémon in the Kanto region. Qingyuan was feeling quite pleased with himself as he looked through Paras's detailed information. The information was largely the same as what he knew in his previous life. The mushrooms on Paras were the main body. The insects are merely puppets controlled by the mushrooms. Once it evolves into Parasect, the insects will be completely killed. What a pathetic fellow. Qingyuan sighed as he looked at Paras's information. Suddenly, Qingyuan looked at the information on the Pokédex and gripped it tightly with his right hand. This is a precious mushroom that can be used as a medicine for longevity. Qingyuan read out the information from the Pokédex, word by word. Boss Cat, use Split to pick the mushrooms off the backs of these elves. Qingyuan stared fervently at the mushroom on Paras's back and gave orders to the cat boss. Meow. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Cat Boss did not hesitate at all. His right paw flashed with white light, and he chopped off the mushroom on Paras's back. Pikachu. Paras screamed as he was slashed, his eyes turning into circles as he instantly lost his ability to fight. Pikachu. Upon seeing this, Paras, who was standing nearby, immediately hugged each other and screamed in terror. The cat boss doesn't care if you're scared or not, it just grabs a kid and grabs them. They quickly cut off all the mushrooms from Paras's body. Qingyuan picked up the mushrooms from the ground one by one. A total of 8 Paras contributed 13 mushrooms to Qingyuan. Yes, not all Paras have mushrooms behind them. Qingyuan carefully examined them and found that some of the Paras had their mushrooms bitten off on their backs by something. Where the mushrooms used to grow, only a neat tooth mark remains. Although Qingyuan felt a little sorry for the mushrooms that were eaten. However, Qingyuan was still very happy to have harvested 13 mushrooms that could be used as longevity medicine. Although he didn't really believe that the mushrooms behind Paras could actually be used as a longevity elixir. But this at least proves that the mushrooms behind Paras are edible. This gave Qingyuan, who was still wondering what to eat for dinner after leaving the campsite, a new idea. He decided to make mushroom soup tonight, since he only had 13 mushrooms. If they were to roast them, he and the other 5 would each only get 2. If it were made into mushroom soup, everyone could get a big bowl and enjoy it to their heart's content. After thinking it over, Qingyuan released the little fire dragon and chased the scorpion away to gather firewood. He then instructed the little fire dragon to start a campfire. Watching the little fire dragon struggling to start a fire, Qingyuan took out the cutting board from his backpack. He planned to prepare the ingredients for the mushroom soup first. Just then, an angry voice reached Qingyuan's ears. Qingyuan looked in the direction from which the sound came and saw an armored rhinoceros, its front hooves constantly rubbing against the ground. At the same time, it pointed its single horn at Qingyuan and the others, making a charging stance. Gru-wa. The little dragon couldn't stand seeing the arrogant armored rhinoceros. It charged up to Qingyuan, spitting out a burst of sparks at the armored rhinoceros in a provocative manner, and then adopted a fighting stance, letting out a loud roar at the armored rhinoceros. Seeing Charmander's behavior, the already furious rhinoceros could no longer contain itself. Its single horn flashed white light as it charged fiercely towards the little fire dragon. Little Charmander, get out of the way. Boss Cat, use Iron Tail. Seeing the armored rhinoceros charging towards him, Qingyuan shouted his command. Just by looking at the size and imposing presence of the armored rhinoceros, you can tell that this armored rhinoceros is of a high level. Charmander is no match for us, so rather than letting Charmander get beaten up, it's better to let Persian take over the battlefield. Meow. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Cat Boss did not hesitate at all. It charged rapidly toward the armored rhinoceros, its tail turning silver white. Then, with a backflip, it smashed its iron tail toward the rhinoceros's head. Looking at the cat boss, who exuded a dangerous aura and was attacking him, the armored rhinoceros quickly made the right choice, charging headlong into the cat boss with its glowing horn. Gru-wa. Seeing this, Charmander shouted in frustration. It also wanted to fight the big iron-clad rhinoceros and show Qingyuan how much stronger it had become after its special training. Little Charmander, come here and protect me closely. Seeing the cat boss fiercely battling the armored rhinoceros, Qingyuan, worried about being ambushed, casually called out to the little fire dragon. The little dragon was immediately delighted upon hearing this. Qingyuan asked it to protect him, which shows he believed in the little fire dragon's strength. This made Charmander, who was feeling a bit annoyed because he couldn't fight the iron-clad rhino to prove himself, suddenly happy. Qingyuan ignored the little fire dragon's changing emotions. He was focused on watching the battle between Cat Boss and the armored rhinoceros. After the clash between the horn and the iron tail, Cat Boss is now using its metal claws to launch a close-range attack on the armored rhino. Iron-clad rhino held its own against Cat Boss's attacks. The single horn on its head was like a giant sword, blocking all of the cat boss's attacks. This armored rhinoceros is probably no lower than level 30. Qingyuan looked at the armored rhinoceros fighting the cat boss to a standstill and guessed in his mind. Boss cat, use a piercing sound. Seeing the two equally matched Pokemon, in order to find a way out, Qingyuan commanded the cat boss to change its moves. After saying that, Qingyuan covered his ears first. The little fire dragon next to him covered its ears almost at the same time as Qingyuan after he gave the order. There was no other way, during these few days that Qingyuan and cat boss were getting used to each other. It and the scorpions had been tormented by this piercing sound countless times. This has led to the fact that now, whenever Qingyuan shouts a harsh sound, it will reflexively cover its ears. Meow. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, cat boss retreated and stopped attacking the armored rhinoceros. The armored rhinoceros was taken aback upon seeing this. Before it could react, the eldest cat opened its mouth wide and let out a sharp cry. Huh. The armored rhinoceros knelt on the ground, enduring the cat boss's ear-piercing attacks, and kept letting out miserable cries. It has no hands and cannot cover its ears, so it can only passively endure the cat boss's piercing vocal attacks. The little dragon stood beside Qingyuan, watching the armored rhinoceros withstand the cat boss's ear-piercing attacks, and couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration in its eyes. Even with your ears covered, you'll feel a sharp pain when you're directly hit by the cat boss's piercing voice. Now, the armored rhinoceros isn't even covering its ears, it's just enduring the cat boss's ear-piercing noise attack. Charmander had to admit he was a tough guy. At the same time, it was also very curious whether the armored rhinoceros could still hear sounds after the cat boss's ear-piercing attack. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the cat boss stopped its ear-piercing attack. The armored rhinoceros finally breathed a sigh of relief and knelt down on the ground in a state of utter despair. Those 7 or 8 seconds felt like 7 or 8 years to it. It swears it never wants to experience such a thing again in its life. Boss cat, use Iron Tail. After the cat boss's shrill cries stopped, Qingyuan continued to command the cat boss to launch an attack. Meow. The cat boss let out a loud meow, its tail flashing with silvery white light, and slammed it down on the armored rhinoceros's head. Seeing the cat boss attacking him, the armored rhinoceros quickly snapped out of his daze. Then it stumped its right paw hard on the ground, and then spun around, using its single horn as the tip to charge at the cat boss. Seeing the armored rhinoceros charging towards him like a low-altitude drill, cat boss ignored the size difference between them and charged headlong at the tip of the armored rhinoceros's horn. Boom! The cat boss and the armored rhinoceros's horn collided with a loud bang. After a brief stalemate in the air, the cat boss was knocked away. Although cat boss's level is higher than ironclad rhino's weight is more than 3 times that of cat boss. Faced with this clash of their full strength, the cat boss was clearly at a disadvantage. However, cat boss's rich combat experience can make up for this. With a backflip and a few jumps, the cat boss dissipated the force. In contrast, the armored rhinoceros was in much worse shape at this point. Just now, it used its head to ram the cat boss's iron tail. Although its size advantage allowed it to knock the cat boss flying. However, the cat boss's iron tail struck its head with full force, leaving the entire cow momentarily dazed. GL. Just then, Scorpio returned with firewood. Seeing the cat boss and the armored rhinoceros facing off, Scorpio couldn't help but let out a puzzled cry. However, seeing Qingyuan's solemn expression, Scorpio wisely refrained from disturbing him. He then nudged the little fire dragon next to Qingyuan, intending to ask it about the situation. At first, Charmander looked quite impatient when he was poked. However, upon seeing that it was its older brother, Scorpio, that poke it, Charmander's expression immediately changed. Scorpion really beat it up, it had given it special attention during the last dodgeball training session. Scorpio endured 2 days of silence just to vent their anger. Then, taking advantage of Qingyuan's momentary lapse in attention, they delivered a vicious blow. Of course, Scorpion was later punished by Qingyuan, but Little Fire Dragon remembered the feeling of being badly beaten by Scorpion that time. Although Charmander has decided to get his revenge once he becomes stronger. However, at this stage, Charmander is still very respectful to Scorpio because it has learned patience from Scorpio. Huh. Shaking its head, unable to stay awake, the armored rhinoceros simply gave up and lay down on the ground, roaring angrily at Qingyuan. What do you mean? Is this an attempt to reconcile? Looking at the armored rhinoceros lying around in front of him, Qingyuan was somewhat puzzled. Boss cat, ask it why it attacked us. Meow. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, cat boss nodded and meowed at Qingyuan before walking towards the armored rhinoceros. Huh. Before the cat boss could even get close, thinking the cat boss was about to attack its armored rhinoceros, it suddenly roared to the sky. Then it stood upright, gathered ground-based energy in its front hooves, and landed heavily on the ground. The ground-based energy spread rapidly in all directions after the armored rhinoceros's hooves touched the ground. Qingyuan felt the ground suddenly shake, then his feet lost their footing and he fell downwards without weight. Holy shit! Qingyuan only had time to utter a curse before his mouth was filled with dirt falling from above. Upon seeing this, Scorpion immediately took flight and used its tail to hook onto Qingyuan's clothes. He wanted to use his own strength to pull Qingyuan up. But Qingyuan was too heavy, and its strength was too small. So instead of pulling Qingyuan up, it was Qingyuan who pulled it down itself. However, Scorpio's actions were not entirely useless. Despite its desperate pulling, Qingyuan escaped physical pain and landed safely more than 3 meters underground. Bah! Qingyuan spat out the mud and sand from his mouth twice. Qingyuan looked up and squinted at the large hole above him, which he estimated to be 8 or 9 meters in diameter, and looked completely bewildered. Can anyone tell him why there is such a large cave at the foot of this mountain? Who is so immoral as to dig such a big hole here? Achoo! At that moment, a group of ground squirrels in the forest of Vermilion City suddenly all sneezed. Dig-digoo! A group of gophers who sneezed at the same time started a heated discussion about this strange event. Qingyuan looked around the cave walls and found them to be smooth as mirrors with no place to climb. Only then did he arrive beside the armored rhinoceros. Meow. The cat boss, who had been guarding the armored rhinoceros for fear that it might suddenly attack and hurt Qingyuan, greeted Qingyuan when he saw him coming. Well done, cat boss. Qingyuan patted the cat's head and handed it a few energy cubes. Cat boss ate all the energy cubes in Qingyuan's hand in one gulp. Then it made way, but it didn't go too far. Instead, it came to Qingyuan's side. It needs to ensure that it can stop the armored rhinoceros from attacking immediately and prevent the armored rhinoceros from injuring Qingyuan. Seeing Qingyuan approaching, the armored rhinoceros quickly moved its hind legs to back away. In its eyes, Qingyuan, who could command such a powerful cat boss, was a person even more terrifying than the cat boss. If it hadn't broken its front leg, it would definitely have used all 4 legs to back away. Boss cat, knock it out. Upon hearing this, cat boss leaped onto the back of the armored rhinoceros. The metal claws of the 2 claws slammed into the armored rhinoceros's head with a bang. Meow, behave yourself, meow. Huh. The armored rhinoceros, its 2 front legs broken, was already exhausted. Faced with the attack from the cat boss, it could only let out a miserable scream before losing its ability to fight. Looking at the armored rhinoceros in front of me, whose eyes had turned into circles. In a fit of anger, Qingyuan kicked the armored rhinoceros twice. What were you looking for? Now you've fallen into a hole. You'll be working for me for the rest of your life. After saying that, Qingyuan threw out a pokeball and captured the Rahorn in front of him. Divider line. X3 X1 X1 X2 X1 X1 X1. After putting away the rhinoceros's Pokémon, Qingyuan brought Charmander to his side. The hole behind him was blocked by mud, and he couldn't climb up, so he decided to try moving forward. Because the flames on Charmander's tail can be blown by the wind coming from the cave in front of it. Therefore, Qingyuan was certain that there was an exit ahead. He wasn't quite sure how far the exit was from here, but fearing he wouldn't be able to climb up again and his escape route would be blocked, Qingyuan had no other options. So for now, we can only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, he had Scorpion and the others with him, and Charmander helped light his way. So for the time being, he didn't need to worry about developing claustrophobia. Even so, after walking for 2 hours without seeing an exit, Qingyuan was somewhat discouraged. Looking at the endless darkness before him, Qingyuan felt a growing sense of despair rising within him. This kind of endless, completely dark environment really tests a person's mental fortitude. Seeing the worried expressions on the faces of the scorpions in front of him, Qingyuan sat down on the ground. This won't do, he has to find a local elf to ask for directions. Even if we don't let it lead us out directly, we should at least let it know that if we keep moving forward, we can leave this cave. Otherwise, if he continued to wander aimlessly in this dark environment, Qingyuan worried that he would break down. After thinking it over, Qingyuan spoke directly to Scorpio. Scorpio, your sensory range is wide. Go and find a local elf nearby to ask for directions. Remember, once you can no longer see the flame on Charmander's tail, turn back. Make sure you can see the flame on Charmander's tail when you turn around, okay? Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpio nodded firmly in response. All right, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Scorpio immediately flew out like an arrow. Qingyuan stood up and continued walking forward. The main reason for sending Scorpio out to ask the elves for directions was to comfort himself. To get out of the cave, he still had to rely on his own 2 feet. Qingyuan carried the little fire dragon and walked through the dark cave for half an hour. Scorpio suddenly brought back a small geode. Looking at Qingyuan in front of him, Scorpio threw the small punch stone in his hand aside and began to dance wildly at Qingyuan. Giggle giggle, this guy says, just keep walking forward, and you can leave after a day. Watching the scorpion walk on the ground with its feet while constantly making a 1 shape with its pincers. However, since its pincers can only be used to make 2, after realizing this, Scorpion grabbed Charmander and pulled him over, then held Charmander's hand and made a 1 shape with his fingers for Qingyuan. You mean we can leave after walking for another hour? Seeing Scorpio's actions, Qingyuan tentatively asked. Upon hearing this, Scorpio shook his head, then held the little dragon's hand and made a strong 1 gesture. It will take us a whole day to leave here. Seeing Scorpio's actions, Qingyuan spoke up again to speculate. Giggle? Yes, yes. As Qingyuan finished speaking, Scorpio nodded frantically. Seeing this, Qingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just getting out of here is enough. Sometimes, all you need is a single goal to sweep away all your worries. For example, Qingyuan is feeling refreshed right now. All the fear and despair he felt just now vanished after he learned that he could leave. Alright, now that we can get out, let's make the most of our time and try to leave this dark cave by tomorrow morning. Qingyuan picked up the little fire dragon and said proudly, Gru-wa. Clatter. Meow. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion and the others responded enthusiastically. Looking at the long-awaited sunlight before him, Qingyuan, who had traveled all night with the elves, couldn't help but shed tears. Although I know there's a way out of this cave. But the cave was too long, a full 8 hours, and the surroundings were all the same darkness. If he hadn't known he could get out of the cave, Qingyuan felt he would have gone crazy inside. God knows how excited he was when he saw the light at the cave entrance from afar. Who knows how joyful he felt after leaving the cave. I'm finally out. Looking at the forest in front of him, Qingyuan couldn't help but shout excitedly. All right, I know you're excited to be out, but there's no need to be this excited. Just then, a bearded man in casual clothes approached Qingyuan while picking at his ear with his fingers. You are. Seeing the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Qingyuan felt a little embarrassed. I finally got to shout so freely in my life, and then someone saw me doing it. Qingyuan stood there, so embarrassed he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of his toes. I am the forest ranger of this forest. You can call me Shiran. Of course, if you're polite, you can also call me Uncle Shiran. Shiran looked at the embarrassed Qingyuan and took the initiative to introduce himself, intending to give Qingyuan a way out. My name is Qingyuan, you can just call me Xiaoyuan. Qingyuan was also someone who knew how to gracefully back down, so he quickly followed Shiran's lead and changed the subject. Hello Xiaoyuan, tell me, where are you from? I'm quite curious where these gophers have dug their burrows to. As Shiran spoke, he handed Qingyuan a bottle of water. Qingyuan reached out and took it, but instead of opening it and drinking it, he asked with a puzzled look. Has anyone else fallen into this cave? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Shiran laughed as if he had heard a joke. Although not many unlucky people fall into the underground cave, there are always a few every year. At first, only some people around the forest fell in. Later, some people fell into the forests surrounding the city of Kui. The people who fell in are getting farther and farther away, so I'm curious where you fell in from. After saying that, Shiran stared intently at Qingyuan with his curious eyes. Upon hearing Shiran's words, Qingyuan's eyes immediately lit up. You're saying this is Konoha City? Seeing Qingyuan suddenly raise his voice, Shiran was momentarily at a loss. But he still nodded. Yes, although this is not in the city of Kurha, it is a forest surrounding Kurha and not far from Kurha. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan was overjoyed. This is truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Unexpectedly, falling into the cave actually led him to his destination. After thinking for a moment, Qingyuan coughed twice and said to Shiran, I fell into the forest near Nibi City and it took me 8 or 9 hours to get out. By the way, Uncle Shiran, do you know how to get to Vermilion City? My Pokémon is seriously injured and needs treatment quickly. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Shiran felt as if his CPU was about to burn out. Have these gophers gone mad? They've dug all the way from Vermilion City to Pewter City. Just walk straight in this direction, and you'll reach the main road in about 15 minutes. I'm still working, so I can't be with you. Although he was shocked, Shiran still pointed out the direction to Kurha City to Qingyuan. Okay, I'll be going now. Thank you, Uncle Shiran. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Shiran, Qingyuan led the 3 of them, including Tianxia, and ran in the direction Shiran pointed out. Rapier's leg has been broken for 8 or 9 hours. Although the healing spray in the Pokeball can heal some of Rapier's injuries. However, it was still a serious injury, and this treatment spray could only help prevent the injury from worsening. He has to hurry and get it to the Pokemon Center for treatment. He was planning to have Ironhide Rhino work for him for life, but what if he suffers hidden injuries? Divider. Thank you Beiwago for the like X1. Thank you to the male friend from ancient Chinese city and the temple who loves tea-flavored braised chicken wings for sending 3 units of love-fueled energy. Thank you to Zhou-fan, who loves crispy dates, Mad Hatter from Tianyuan Cave, Salty Fish from Azeroth, Su Yuan, who loves cherry soup, Qingfeng Minjiuya, Wei Kexia from Zillion Mountains, and Di Yuan Hong for their generous donations. Following the road pointed out by Shiran, Qingyuan soon arrived at Kui City. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, Qingyuan first explained the situation to Nurse Joy, to avoid Miss Joy seeing the armored rhinoceros's injuries during treatment and thinking he was abusing the elves. However, one thing he didn't expect was that Joey from Vermilion City was actually Joey's older sister from Tokiwa City. Oh my, are you that surprised? Xiaoyuan looked at Qingyuan, who was in a daze, and said in surprise. It's nothing, I'm just a little surprised. Qingyuan had just recovered from the surprise that the world was too small. Hearing Xiaoyuan's words, he casually replied, only then realizing that it was someone else's problem. Looks like you're really surprised. Seeing Qingyuan's somewhat embarrassed expression, Xiaoyuan said with a smile. It just feels like the world is a bit small. I've only met 2 Miss Joeys before, but I never expected to run into one of their older sisters here. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuan laughed even more heartily. It's okay, you'll get used to it. After all, everyone in the world is related to Joey. Qingyuan nodded, quite agreeing with that statement. There's a saying in this world, if you get along well with one Miss Joey, it means you get along well with all the Miss Joeys, because they're all relatives. Then I'll leave my companions in your care, Sister Liaoran. Qingyuan placed the Pokeballs of Scorpion and the others on the tray and handed them to Xiaoyuan. Don't worry, I'll make sure all your companions are fully recovered. Xiao Yuren took the tray from Qingyuan and said with a smile. Qingyuan nodded, and after seeing Miss Joey leave the counter, he also came to the teleportation device. After handing in the several quests he had received in the forest, Qingyuan sat down in the waiting area and began to wait. Besides the quests listed in the Pokédex, he also has a bunch of powerful Pokémon to trade. So he decided to go to the black market, but he couldn't go without a Pokémon. There was nothing else Qingyuan could do but wait here. After all, he couldn't very well use these elves that were about to be sold to protect his personal safety. With nothing to do, Qingyuan sat down in a chair and began looking through the quests in the Pokémon Encyclopedia. Qingyuan only remembered it after flipping to the task of clearing the side road again. I wonder if the tunnel he discovered that connects Nibi City and Vermilion City can be exchanged for contribution points with the Alliance. After thinking it over, Qingyuan decided to wait and try going to the police station later. He has made a contribution, and as a trainer affiliated with the League, he should be rewarded for his contribution. After about half an hour, the scorpions had all recovered. However, the armored rhinoceros's injuries were quite serious, with its bones broken. Although the elves recover quickly, the ironclad rhino will need at least a week to fully recover. Damn, you're really destined to never suffer. Looking at the Radon Pokeball in his hand, Qingyuan laughed and cursed, somewhat speechless. He was planning to challenge the Vermilion City Gym with Radon tomorrow, but the kid got injured and can't fight. They really don't want to suffer at all. This filled Qingyuan, who had fallen into the cave and traveled all night without eating the mushrooms on Paraza's back, with resentment towards it. But it's alright, Qingyuan has already made up his mind, the armored rhinoceros will be his mode of transportation from now on. As for when it will retire, that depends on whether Charmander evolves into Charizard first, or Charizard evolves into Tyrannosaurus Rex first. Looking at the Radon Pokeball in his hand, Qingyuan took out his Pokédex and placed it on it. The armored rhinoceros is entirely gray, with a small horn on its head, the female's horn being even smaller. Its skin is incredibly tough, its limbs are short, and it has a piece of armor on its back with an arched notch. It also has a very small tail. Its bones are extremely strong, 1,000 times harder than human bones. Elf, Armored Rhino. Rating, 33. Developmental comparison, good. Attributes, ground, rock. Ability, Lightning Rod, attracts electric-type moves to itself, preventing damage and raising its special attack. This ability appears only once per Pokémon. Skills, Rock Polishing, Dragon Dive, Tackle, Tail Swing, Horn Slam, Stomp, Knockdown, Terrifying Face, Stomp, Rock Blast, Drill Rush, Earthquake, Sandstorm, Stone Edge. Upon seeing the information about the armored rhino, Qingyuan was momentarily shocked. He really didn't expect to encounter such a high-quality Pokémon in the wild. Moreover, judging from the armored rhinoceros's development, it's clear that this armored rhinoceros was well fed in the wild. It's developed so well, has so many skills, and it even inherited the Dragon Dive. Qingyuan had a suspicion, could this guy be the offspring of some quasi-god? He ran away because he was playing around, and ended up catching himself. He recalled that after falling into the underground cave, the armored rhinoceros was actually so frightened by him that it kept backing away. With this kind of mental fortitude, the more Qingyuan thought about it, the more he felt that Ironclad Rhino was a young master who had never suffered. But it doesn't matter. Now that it's in his hands, even if it's a young master, he'll train it into a brave warrior. After thinking it over, Qingyuan put away the Rapier's Pokeball and turned to walk out of the Pokémon Center. He planned to go to the police station first to report to Miss Officer Jenny about discovering the new route. After all, this can be considered as opening up a new map. What if the League, considering he's a direct descendant of the League and even saved the Pokémon Center, might reward him with some contribution points? As for the black market, he planned to go back to the Pokémon Center to sleep first, and then go there at night, since the black market would be busiest at night anyway. Because the Pokémon Center is a central building in the city, it needs to be protected. Basically, all police stations and gyms are located near Pokémon Centers. It's not exactly close to the Pokémon Center, but it's still a 5-minute drive away. As for why the Viridian City Pokémon Center was still taken over by Team Rocket, that's because the Viridian Gym is located right next to the Viridian City Pokémon Center. Therefore, the Viridian City Police Department was built a bit far from the Viridian City Pokémon Center. Meanwhile, Giovanni, the gym leader of the Viridian Dojo, is also the head of the largest Yakuza gang in the Kanto region. Therefore, while Tokiwa City may not have the best public safety record, it is among the best in the entire Kanto region. After all, no one would cause trouble on their own boss's turf, and the Rockets trio were just 3 hotheads. Upon arriving at the police station, Qingyuan first handed the Pokédex to the staff to prove his identity. After learning that Qingyuan had once saved the Pokémon Center in Viridian City, Officer Jenny from Vermilion City immediately became much more enthusiastic towards him. The Joy and Jenny families are inseparable, being one of only 2 families in the world where all members look almost identical. Furthermore, one is in charge of the police force and the other is in charge of healthcare. Joey has a very good relationship with the Officer Jenny family. Therefore, if you gain the friendship of either of these 2 families, you will often gain the favor of both families. Not to mention that Qingyuan did something as important as saving a Pokémon Center. With Officer Jenny's favor, Qingyuan's plan suddenly went exceptionally smoothly. In less than 10 minutes, Qingyuan completed the entire process. Qingyuan, please go back and wait patiently for 3 business days. After we verify this channel, the reward will be added to your Pokédex. After completing the procedures, Jun Shaky handed Qingyuan the Pokédex to him while saying this. Okay, thank you, Sister Qi. By the way, Sister Qi, I heard that to accept those side path clearing missions from the Pokédex, you need to report the Pokémon's strength to the police station. As Qingyuan took his Pokédex from Jun Shaky, he asked a question. How about taking on a few jobs to earn some contribution points? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Jun Shaky leaned back in her chair and looked at Qingyuan in front of her. That's the idea. Qingyuan nodded, not denying it, since it wasn't anything shameful. Give it to me? Seeing this, Jun Shaky nodded and then extended a hand to Qingyuan. What will you be given to you? Qingyuan was somewhat confused by Jun Shaky's actions. Seeing Qingyuan's puzzled look, Jun Shaky rolled her eyes. What else could it be? The level information of the elves. Don't you know there are requirements for accepting these quests? Upon hearing this, Qingyuan quickly handed over the Pokeballs of the Cat Boss and the Rahorn. After receiving the 2 Pokemon, Officer Jenny placed them into the slot of the detector. Wow, not bad, both of your Pokemon are quite high level. I didn't expect you to be such a strong trainer. Looks like I won't have to pull strings for you this time. Looking at the level information of the 2 Pokemon on the screen, Officer Sage teased Qingyuan. Qingyuan rolled his eyes when he heard Jun Shaky's words. I'm a trainer who saved the Pokemon Center, how could I be so pathetic? Alright, all done for you. Now you can accept missions anytime without having to report to the police station every time you arrive in a city. After operating the machine for a while, Junsa took out the Pokeball from the device. He handed it to Qingyuan while preaching. So simple. As Qingyuan took the Pokeball, he looked at Officer Sage in front of him with a face full of surprise. If I'm in charge, it'll definitely be simple. Or rather, you, the great hero who saved a Pokemon Center, are going to undergo a real-world test. Looking at Qingyuan's surprised expression, Jun Shaky teased him again. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan actually thought about it for a moment, and it seemed like it wasn't a bad idea. It was also a way to increase combat experience. It's the injured leg of the armored rhinoceros that's causing the problem, and it's proving difficult to treat now. Alright, the police station doesn't have that much time to test you right now. The main reason is that your cat is level 37, which is enough to fight 2 level 30 Pokemon, so we let you pass quickly. Seeing that Qingyuan really wanted to get tested, Jun Shaky quickly explained. She didn't want her level 29 Growlithe to take on a level 37 Meowth. Sensing Jun Shaky's resistance to the match, Qingyuan wisely abandoned the idea of a test match. However, having finished everything at the police station, Qingyuan took his leave after chatting with Jun Shaky for a few minutes. Jun Shaky was very considerate and escorted Qingyuan all the way to the police station. After returning to the Pokemon Center, Qingyuan released all the Gliscor and the others, letting them roam freely before lying down on his bed and drifting off to sleep. Scorpio, Little Fire Dragon, and Cat Boss, having traveled all night with Qingyuan, returned to their respective beds to sleep. Because of its personality, Slowpoke lay down on the bed without making a sound. Because the armored rhinoceros had not yet been completely subdued, Qingyuan did not release it. As Qingyuan's trump card, the Scyther, which had been at its peak, was now in an awkward position. Because Qingyuan wanted to have an elf to save his life in the final moments. So it rested with Slowpoke last night. Scyther, who doesn't want Slowpoke to be able to lie around all day, is a little lost looking at its room full of sleeping companions. Ultimately, the restless Scyther decided to practice gathering energy by staying away from Qingyuan and the others. This was the only thing its tiny brain could think of that would avoid disturbing Qingyuan and the others. This will allow us to further train its combat capabilities. If it can compress the time for gathering energy to 1 second, then Qingyuan can call it the one-sword-style flying mantis from now on. Filled with anticipation for a bright future, Scyther began practicing its 5-second-long energy-gathering technique. Time slowly passed in this strange atmosphere of both laziness and diligence. 9 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and it was when Qingyuan opened his eyes from his sleep that the time came. It was already getting dark, and Scyther was rummaging through his backpack, looking for dinner. Good evening, Scyther. Watching the Scyther skillfully wield its twin blades, it rummaged through its backpack to retrieve some Pokemon food. Qingyuan patted his head, which was a little sore from sleeping for too long, and greeted the Scyther. Judging from its practiced movements, the flying praying mantis definitely didn't go hungry at noon. Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scyther politely replied and then stood still and waited. The trainers are all awake, so it doesn't need to bother with all that work. Moreover, its hands are not good at operating these things to begin with. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan quickly got up and poured the Pokemon food for Scyther. Great job, Scyther. After feeding the Scyther, Qingyuan patted its head and praised it. Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scyther responded with a smile. GL. Meow. Grew WA. Just then, the scorpions woke up one by one from their sleep. Looking at the scorpions waking up from their sleep, Qingyuan gave a helpless, bitter smile. Goodness, I'll get to work as soon as I wake up. After making a complaint, Qingyuan stood up, washed his face, and began preparing dinner for Scorpion and the others. After preparing dinner for Scorpion and the others, Qingyuan straightened his clothes and went to the restaurant at the Pokémon Center. After packing a meal, Qingyuan returned to his room and began to enjoy his dinner. Halfway through the meal, Qingyuan was taken aback when he saw Scorpion and the other three eating. He then remembered that the ironclad rhinoceros had not been completely subdued yet. Come out, armored rhinoceros. Huh. Radon, which had been cooped up in its Pokeball all day, let out a loud roar as soon as it came out of the Pokeball. Upon hearing the armored rhinoceros's roar, Qingyuan covered his ears and shouted loudly, "Quiet, quiet, meow, boom." Seeing that the armored rhinoceros was ignoring Qingyuan's words, the cat boss's right paw flashed with silver light and slapped the armored rhinoceros on the head. The armored rhinoceros was immediately silenced by that swipe of its claw. "You've been starving all day, and your voice is still so loud." Qingyuan scratched his ear, looking at the armored rhinoceros in front of him with some confusion. However, Cat Boss did a great job. He's truly my precious darling. Ignoring the silent armored rhinoceros, Qingyuan first praised Cat Boss. He casually stroked the cat's head before turning to look at the armored rhinoceros. "From today onwards, you are my ox, and I am your trainer. You must listen to me, understand?" Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the armored rhinoceros initially didn't want to pay any attention. However, upon seeing the menacing cat boss, the armored rhino finally nodded and chose to back down. "However, I will lose my freedom in the future." Thinking of this, the armored rhinoceros's eyes couldn't help but moisten. Seeing this, Qingyuan touched the armored rhinoceros's horn and said, great job, awesome. Don't worry, from now on, if you follow me, I guarantee you'll live the high life." After saying that, Qingyuan placed a bowl of elven food in front of the armored rhinoceros. Having been hungry all day, the armored rhinoceros no longer cared about freedom. He immediately grabbed the rice bowl and started working hard, head down. That one bite immediately changed the armored rhinoceros's initial thought. If I could eat such delicious food every day, it seems like following Qingyuan wouldn't be a bad deal. This is a general-purpose Pokemon food. Although it doesn't taste particularly good, it's good because it can satisfy the taste buds of all Pokemon. For the armored rhinoceros, who spends its days gnawing on rocks, eating ores, or supplementing its diet with mushrooms on the back of paras, this is a different story. Although the general-purpose elf food didn't taste particularly good, it was enough to make this creature, which had never tasted anything good before, completely swoon. Niu will never be a slave, unless you provide food and lodging. Divider line. Thank you for the gift of a bubble tea from Yingyam Carrot. Thank you to Michael who loves pickled bamboo shoots, Unrequited Love, Heartbreak, and Zhou Chen Wang Kangying for their generous donations of 3x love-fueled gifts. Thank you to my friend Ryan for sending 2 donations fueled by love. Thank you to Menchowo, Beiwago Miu Hua, King Feng Minjaiwai, Quan, _ and Dai Yuanhong for their generous donations. How about taking on a few jobs to earn some contribution points? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Jun Shaky leaned back in her chair and looked at Qingyuan in front of her. That's the idea. Qingyuan nodded, not denying it, since it wasn't anything shameful. Give it to me? Seeing this, Jun Shaky nodded and then extended a hand to Qingyuan. What will you be given to you? Qingyuan was somewhat confused by Jun Shaky's actions. Seeing Qingyuan's puzzled look, Jun Shaky rolled her eyes. What else could it be? The level information of the elves. Don't you know there are requirements for accepting these quests? Upon hearing this, Qingyuan quickly handed over the Pokeballs of the cat boss and the Rahorn. After receiving the 2 Pokemon, Officer Jenny placed them into the slot of the detector. Wow, not bad, both of your Pokemon are quite high level. I didn't expect you to be such a strong trainer. Looks like I won't have to pull strings for you this time. Looking at the level information of the 2 Pokemon on the screen, Officer Sage teased Qingyuan. Qingyuan rolled his eyes when he heard Jun Shaky's words. I'm a trainer who saved the Pokemon Center, how could I be so pathetic? Alright, all done for you. Now you can accept missions anytime without having to report to the police station every time you arrive in a city. After operating the machine for a while, Junsa took out the Pokeball from the device. He handed it to Qingyuan while preaching. So simple. As Qingyuan took the Pokeball, he looked at Officer Sage in front of him with a face full of surprise. If I'm in charge, it'll definitely be simple. Or rather, you, the great hero who saved a Pokemon Center, are going to undergo a real-world test. Looking at Qingyuan's surprised expression, Jun Shaky teased him again. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan actually thought about it for a moment, and it seemed like it wasn't a bad idea. It was also a way to increase combat experience. It's the injured leg of the armored rhinoceros that's causing the problem, and it's proving difficult to treat now. Alright, the police station doesn't have that much time to test you right now. The main reason is that your cat is level 37, which is enough to fight 2 level 30 Pokemon, so we let you pass quickly. Seeing that Qingyuan really wanted to get tested, Jun Shaky quickly explained. She didn't want her level 29 Growlithe to take on a level 37 Meowth. Sensing Jun Shaky's resistance to the match, Qingyuan wisely abandoned the idea of a test match. However, having finished everything at the police station, Qingyuan took his leave after chatting with Jun Shaky for a few minutes. Jun Shaky was very considerate and escorted Qingyuan all the way to the police station. After returning to the Pokemon Center, Qingyuan released all the Gliscor and the others, letting them roam freely before lying down on his bed and drifting off to sleep. Scorpio, Little Fire Dragon, and Cat Boss, having traveled all night with Qingyuan, returned to their respective beds to sleep. Because of its personality, Slowpoke lay down on the bed without making a sound. Because the armored rhinoceros had not yet been completely subdued, Qingyuan did not release it. As Qingyuan's trump card, the Scyther, which had been at its peak, was now in an awkward position. Because Qingyuan wanted to have an elf to save his life in the final moments. So it rested with Slowpoke last night. Scyther, who doesn't want Slowpoke to be able to lie around all day, is a little lost looking at its room full of sleeping companions. Ultimately, the restless Scyther decided to practice gathering energy by staying away from Qingyuan and the others. This was the only thing its tiny brain could think of that would avoid disturbing Qingyuan and the others. This will allow us to further train its combat capabilities. If it can compress the time for gathering energy to 1 second, then Qingyuan can call it the one-sword style flying mantis from now on. Filled with anticipation for a bright future, Scyther began practicing its 5-second-long energy-gathering technique. Time slowly passed in this strange atmosphere of both laziness and diligence. 9 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and it was when Qingyuan opened his eyes from his sleep that the time came. It was already getting dark, and Scyther was rummaging through his backpack, looking for dinner. Good evening, Scyther. Watching the Scyther skillfully wield its twin blades, it rummaged through its backpack to retrieve some Pokémon food. Qingyuan patted his head, which was a little sore from sleeping for too long, and greeted the Scyther. Judging from its practiced movements, the flying praying mantis definitely didn't go hungry at noon. Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scyther politely replied and then stood still and waited. The trainers are all awake, so it doesn't need to bother with all that work. Moreover, its hands are not good at operating these things to begin with. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan quickly got up and poured the Pokémon food for Scyther. Great job, Scyther. After feeding the Scyther, Qingyuan patted its head and praised it. Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scyther responded with a smile. GL. Meow. Grew WA. Just then, the scorpions woke up one by one from their sleep. Looking at the scorpions waking up from their sleep, Qingyuan gave a helpless, bitter smile. Goodness, I'll get to work as soon as I wake up. After making a complaint, Qingyuan stood up, washed his face, and began preparing dinner for Scorpion and the others. After preparing dinner for Scorpion and the others, Qingyuan straightened his clothes and went to the restaurant at the Pokémon Center. After packing a meal, Qingyuan returned to his room and began to enjoy his dinner. Halfway through the meal, Qingyuan was taken aback when he saw Scorpion and the other three eating. He then remembered that the ironclad rhinoceros had not been completely subdued yet. Come out, armored rhinoceros. Huh. Radon, which had been cooped up in its Pokeball all day, let out a loud roar as soon as it came out of the Pokeball. Upon hearing the armored rhinoceros's roar, Qingyuan covered his ears and shouted loudly. Quiet, quiet, meow, boom. Seeing that the armored rhinoceros was ignoring Qingyuan's words, the cat boss's right paw flashed with silver light and slapped the armored rhinoceros on the head. The armored rhinoceros was immediately silenced by that swipe of its claw. You've been starving all day, and your voice is still so loud. Qingyuan scratched his ear, looking at the armored rhinoceros in front of him with some confusion. However, Cat Boss did a great job, he's truly my precious darling. Ignoring the silent armored rhinoceros, Qingyuan first praised Cat Boss. He casually stroked the cat's head before turning to look at the armored rhinoceros. From today onwards, you are my ox, and I am your trainer. You must listen to me, understand? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the armored rhinoceros initially didn't want to pay any attention. However, upon seeing the menacing cat boss, the armored rhino finally nodded and chose to back down. However, I will lose my freedom in the future. Thinking of this, the armored rhinoceros's eyes couldn't help but moisten. Seeing this, Qingyuan touched the armored rhinoceros's horn and said, great job, awesome. Don't worry, from now on, if you follow me, I guarantee you'll live the high life. After saying that, Qingyuan placed a bowl of elven food in front of the armored rhinoceros. Having been hungry all day, the armored rhinoceros no longer cared about freedom. He immediately grabbed the rice bowl and started working hard, head down. That one bite immediately changed the armored rhinoceros's initial thought. If I could eat such delicious food every day, it seems like following Qingyuan wouldn't be a bad deal. This is a general-purpose Pokémon food. Although it doesn't taste particularly good, it's good because it can satisfy the taste buds of all Pokémon. For the armored rhinoceros, who spends its days gnawing on rocks, eating ores, or supplementing its diet with mushrooms on the back of paras, this is a different story. Although the general-purpose elf food didn't taste particularly good, it was enough to make this creature, which had never tasted anything good before, completely swoon. Niu will never be a slave, unless you provide food and lodging. Divider line. Thank you for the gift of a bubble tea from Yingyam Carrot. Thank you to Michael who loves pickled bamboo shoots, Unrequited Love, Heartbreak, and Zhou Chen Wang Kangying for their generous donations of 3x love-fueled gifts. Thank you to my friend Ryan for sending 2 donations fueled by love. Thank you to Menchowo, Beiwagu Hua, King Feng Minjaiwai, Quan, _ and Dai Yuanhong for their generous donations. After dinner, Qingyuan put away Scorpion and the others and left the Pokémon Center. Having eaten and drunk our fill, it's time to get down to business. After casually beating up a bunch of thugs in a back alley in Kurane City and tossing them 1,000 league coins, he Qingyuan successfully found the entrance to the black market in Kui City. After entering the black market, due to the relatively large quantity this time, Qingyuan didn't set up a stall. Instead, he started looking for the shop with the highest purchase price in the surrounding area. After comparing prices at several stores, Qingyuan finally sold all 23 Pokémon he had caught along the way at a shop with red and white Pokémon on display. These were the spirits that Qingyuan encountered in the forest who ambushed and killed him along the way. Aside from the initial Arbok being crushed and eaten by Scorpion, every Pokémon he encountered on the road that attacked him was an exception. Qingyuan caught them all and brought them here to sell. These Pokémon don't have much potential, but they are quite strong, with each one being above level 20. This allowed them to still fetch a good price, between 18 and 35 alliance coins each. Qingyuan was satisfied with the price. After all, while these Pokémon are quite strong, their potential is still a major weakness. Most buyers of these sprites are just using them as cannon fodder. After a moment's thought, Qingyuan finally agreed. Half a day later, Qingyuan sold all the elves and the materials he didn't need. He left the store with an anonymous bank card worth 5 million alliance coins. After spending over an hour browsing the black market and spending 500,000 alliance coins to buy several rare tree fruits that are hard to find on the market, Qingyuan left the black market. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Qingyuan immediately released Gliscor and the others. Then they began assigning berries to each elf. Scorpio uses 2 custard apples and 2 passion fruits to help increase its resistance to ice and water type moves. Scyther uses 1 sand scale berry and 1 chocolate berry to increase its speed and resistance to fire type moves. Charmander received 2 passion fruits to increase its resistance to water type moves, while Slowpoke received 2 candleberry to increase its resistance to electric type moves. The cat boss has a lotus fruit that increases its resistance to fighting type moves. The ironclad rhinoceros has a Luozi fruit and a 1000 fragrance fruit to increase its resistance to 2 moves that are 4 times stronger than its type. Because Qingyuan had been in a bit of a rush along the way, they hadn't yet undergone resistance training. To prevent them from being instantly defeated by these counterattacks in the future, Qingyuan can only spend money to help them improve. Of course, this is not a bad thing. At least with their resistance enhanced, they can adapt more quickly during future competitive training. But to be honest, these tree fruits are really hard to find. He had almost searched through all the tree fruit stalls on the black market, and in the end, he only found 13 of them. Looks like I'll have to look carefully for tree fruits when I go out in the wild in the future. What if I find some rare ones? Looking at his companions who were munching on tree fruits, Qingyuan thought to himself. After letting the Scorpions and the others run off to play, Qingyuan took out his Pokédex and began searching for the breeding manual. Scorpions have already demonstrated the benefits of the breeding manual to Qingyuan. Scorpio, now in his 20s, can easily challenge opponents of higher levels, even without Qingyuan's command. With Qingyuan's command, even a level 30 or higher Pokémon like Scorpion can be defeated. For example, the Circle Bear from Gemushin before. The current Scorpio could easily take it down in a head-on confrontation. Not to mention, after reaching level 30, the Scorpion's potential can be further stimulated by using the potions in the training manual. It can also increase Scorpio's sensitivity to energy, greatly improving Scorpio's growth rate. The formulas for these medicines are only recorded in the breeding manual. Therefore, Qingyuan must purchase cultivation manuals and the like. And since we've decided to treat them as our partners, we definitely need to provide them with the standard breeding manuals provided by the Alliance. On the interface for exchanging training manuals, Qingyuan flipped through the pages and finally spent 400 contribution points to exchange for the training manuals for Slowpoke and Rhinoceros. It's not that he doesn't want to change the cat boss, it's just that the cat boss's training manual requires 600 contribution points. Qingyuan only had 540 points, not enough contribution points, so he had no choice but to buy Slowpoke and Rhinoceros first. Fortunately, the Slowpoke and Radon breeding manuals only cost 200 contribution points each. After downloading the breeding manuals for Slowpoke and Rhyperior, Qingyuan then went to the workbench and continued to try making energy blocks and potions. Scorpion and Mantis are almost level 30, he needs to increase his proficiency quickly. As a responsible trainer, he can't let his Pokémon down. Of course, he doesn't necessarily have to make the medicine himself, he can also find a breeder on the market. He gave the prescription to the other party and paid them a service fee, asking them to help him make the medicine. However, Qingyuan felt that it was too much of a loss for him to have to pay him to make the medicine after all the trouble he went through to get the prescription. After much deliberation, he finally decided to make it himself. Anyway, this thing isn't difficult. As long as he gains experience, he can make very good potions. Just like now, after so many days of training, he has a 60% success rate. I believe that if he has another week, he can increase the success rate of making the potion to 100%. It's just a matter of wasting some materials, which is acceptable to Qingyuan compared to giving away the prescription for nothing. Seeing Qingyuan engrossed in his work at the workbench, the Scorpions, who were playing, wisely lowered their voices. Go, what's Qingyuan busy with again? The little dragon looked at Qingyuan, who was guarding the alcohol lamp at the workbench, and asked with some curiosity. Scorpion and Scyther continued playing rock paper scissors, in a fierce game of rock paper scissors. The mantis didn't understand why it kept losing to the scorpion, which made it a little frustrated. The speed at which it drew its blade increased, trying to make Scorpio unable to keep up with its attack speed. In order to maintain his perfect record against Scyther, Scorpion also matched Scyther's speed, increasing his attack speed. The two elves above naturally didn't hear what Charmander said. Slowpoke continued to stare blankly, showing no intention of answering Charmander's question. The armored rhinoceros sat on the ground, staring blankly at its two dangling front legs, seemingly wondering why it always felt a little pain in its front legs. Meow, I don't know, should I go ask? The most mature cat leader looked at the little fire dragon that no elf paid any attention to. Out of consideration for Charmander, it answered Charmander's question and offered a suggestion. No, Qingyuan is already very tired, I shouldn't add to his burden. Giggle? But do you think Qingyuan is making some new delicious food? Having been a chef once before, Xia Hulong now felt that Qingyuan was cooking whenever he was making something. It also wanted to cook again so that its friends could taste its cooking skills. Meow, it shouldn't be, it's not mealtime, and there's no smell. Guwa, so, do you think Qingyuan will take me with him next time he cooks? Upon hearing Cat Boss's words, Charmander suddenly turned his head and looked at Cat Boss with his two bright, sparkling eyes, asking a question. Seeing this, the Cat Boss reached out and patted the little dragon's head. Meow, of course I will, after all, your cooking is so delicious. Upon hearing this, the little dragon immediately burst into a silly grin. Divider line. Thank you for the like from Kikuga May X1. Thank you to Michael, who loves pickled bamboo shoots, for sending one flower. Thank you to Wolf of Falling Moon Valley, Blue Friend of Ancient City, Shadow M, Groudon who can't fly, Lemon Chicken Soup, and Jim who loves eggs for sending 3 of these loving donations. Thanks to Subufan from Sishui, users, Xianyu from Azeroth, King Fengminjiui, Hongjing, European Pokerby, and _ for their generous donations X1. The next day, Qingyuan got up early to wash up and prepare breakfast for Scorpion and the others. Last night he booked a 2v2 gym challenge in Vermilion City for today. Therefore, Scorpios need to be kept in a perfect state. Considering that Lieutenant Surge, the gym leader of Vermilion City Gym, is a formidable gym leader who will not hold back. Therefore, Charmander will not be able to participate in this gym challenge. Lieutenant Surge doesn't hold back, he can severely injure many weaker Pokémon. There's no need for Qingyuan to seriously injure Charmander just to gain experience in gym battles. So after careful consideration, he finally decided to send Scorpion and Scyther to battle this time. Slowpoke is weak to electric-type moves. If you use it to fight the Vermilion City Gym, Qingyuan will probably get a taste of what it's like to have Slowpoke's tail roasted by electricity today. The cat's strength level is a bit too high, so facing Lieutenant Surge's Raichu won't be of much training value. After all, that was a Raichu that Pikachu defeated with its speed. Although Qingyuan believed that Mazashi's strength was definitely far superior to his own. However, the Pokémon he uses to test himself might not be that strong. Every gym challenge is a great opportunity for training. In order not to waste this opportunity, Persian will not participate in this gym challenge. Radon, although this guy has a type advantage when fighting the Vermilion City Gym, its leg injury hasn't healed yet. Therefore, he was naturally not included in the roster for this match. Upon arriving at the Vermilion Dojo, the first thing Qingyuan saw upon entering was a group of young people with brightly colored hair. If I'm not mistaken, these guys should be the gym apprentices at the Vermilion City Gym. Or you could call them the Rockets Reserves. After all, MT Surge was originally a mole planted by the Rockets in the league. As a member of Team Rocket, it's not impossible that Lieutenant Surge, taking advantage of his position as gym leader, would use it to train some of the lower-ranking members of Team Rocket. Hello, I'm here to challenge the Vermilion City Gym. I already made a reservation in the Pokédex yesterday. Looking at the many gym apprentices training their Pokémon, Qingyuan politely spoke loudly. Regardless of the other party's identity, at least for now, Lieutenant Surge is the dojo master. As a trainer preparing to participate in a major competition, it's always good to be polite to Lieutenant Surge, the gym leader. As for MT Surge's status with the Rockets, Qingyuan has no intention of interfering. Let those things that don't affect him be left to the league's higher UPS to worry about. In fact, Masushi's identity is closer to his. After all, he was a trainer who came from the bottom. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, all the gym apprentices who were training Magnemite and Voltorb immediately turned to look at him. Huh? Another fearless brat has arrived. Hey, has the little brat been weaned yet? Hey, master, another brat with no guts has come to challenge you. Come out and greet him. Upon seeing Qingyuan's youthful face, the apprentices, who resembled young men from the streets, suddenly felt immense malice towards him. Qingyuan never expected that a simple greeting would provoke such malice here. Grass. The hot-tempered Qingyuan couldn't take it anymore. I can't beat Mazushi, but I can't beat you bunch of small fry. You? Yes, you. Come out and fight me one-on-one. Qingyuan pointed to the apprentice who had just asked him if he had been weaned. Seeing Qingyuan's actions, the apprentice pointed at himself incredulously. That's right, it's you? How come you have the guts to insult people but not the guts to fight them one-on-one? Seeing the apprentice's actions, Qingyuan said something again. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the apprentice was immediately enraged. He felt that Qingyuan was treating him like an easy target. Come on, come on. Let me see what kind of strength you have, kid. After saying that, the apprentice took the Pokeball and walked towards the battlefield. Seeing this, Qingyuan also headed towards the battlefield. Oh ho, Xiaomao, you can't lose to this brat, or I'll look down on you. Exactly? You're always bragging that your Magnemite is the strongest. If it can't even beat a little imp, then you'll be incredibly embarrassed. Well, if Xiaomao loses, it won't just be a loss of face, it'll be a loss of everything. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, the apprentices not only did not stop Xiaomao, but instead continued to provoke him. Upon hearing these words, Xiaomao unconsciously gripped the Pokeball in his hand tighter. He had to win this battle, he didn't want to lose face in front of so many people. Qingyuan didn't seem to care about these words. After all, none of it was meant to provoke him, and from those words, he also learned what the other person's spirit was. This is quite useful information, he has already decided which Pokemon to use later based on it. Now, let's begin with. By the way, what's your name, kid? The blonde referee from the Fallen Leaf Gym was standing on the sidelines, about to deliver a formal referee's address. Then he realized that he didn't know Qingyuan's name. Qingyuan. Qingyuan calmly uttered his name, not caring about being called a brat. Upon hearing this, the referee nodded and then continued with his formal referee's statement. Now, let's begin the challenge match between Qingyuan and Xiaomao, the dojo apprentice of Kui Dojo. Only one Pokemon can be used. If one side's Pokemon is unable to battle, the other side wins. The match begins now. After saying that, the referee took a few steps back and left the battlefield. Magneto, teach this brat a lesson. Xiaomao immediately sent out his Pokemon after the referee finished speaking. Charmander, take him down quickly. Seeing this, Qingyuan sent out his young men to fight. He originally thought Charmander wouldn't get a chance to train today, but he never expected that Vermilion Gym would have such an idiot. Since he has been insulted, let his spirit become a little fire dragon and gain experience. Ha ha ha, as expected of a brat, even the Pokemon he's using is a baby Pokemon. Hey, kid, is your elf still breastfed like you? Upon seeing that Qingyuan had sent out the little fire dragon, Xiaomao immediately started talking to Qingyuan, trying to distract him. It has to be said that the other party's method was quite effective. Qingyuan was immediately enraged and cursed loudly. Damn it, I work 8 AM, I'll go to hell with you, you stupid idiot. Take a look at your own sprite before you mock others. You're so immature, you haven't even weaned yourself yet, and you still have the nerve to mock others. Charmander, use Ember. After cursing, Qingyuan didn't give the other party any chance to react and directly commanded the little fire dragon to launch an attack. Magneto, get out of the way. Xiaomao, who was just about to verbally harass Qingyuan, was instead distracted by Qingyuan's barrage of insults. Just as he was blushing and preparing to retort, he discovered that the little fire dragon in the arena had already launched an attack. Kui. Although it reacted a beat too late, Magnemite still managed to avoid the spark thanks to its levitation advantage. However, the residual force of the explosion also caused it considerable damage. Charmander, use smoke screen. Seeing that his attack had failed, Qingyuan immediately commanded Charmander to block Magnemite's view. Qingyuan, who has been using this strategy for a long time, knows very well how easy it is to fight air-to-ground opponents. Magnemite used its ultrasonic waves to locate Charmander. As an apprentice at the Vermilion Dojo, Natsum is quite skilled. Knowing that it was impossible to see clearly through the smoke, Magnemite used its ultrasonic waves to locate Charmander. Use Dragon Dive. Qingyuan did not intend to use the smoke screen to make the little fire dragon fight a guerrilla war. He had Charmander use the smoke screen merely to create conditions for his next attack. Therefore, in response to Xiaomao's method of dealing with the situation, he directly ordered Charmander to launch a fierce attack. Kui. Gru WA. Magnemite just fired a supersonic wave at the front of it. Charmander, carrying a terrifying killing intent, charged at Magnemite from behind. Seeing the terrifying little fire dragon in front of him, Magnemite immediately cowered in fear. It stood there dumbfounded, letting the little dragon knock it down from the sky. Don't let it get away, use Spark at face-to-face. Gru WA. Upon receiving Qingyuan's order, Charmander didn't hesitate at all and fired an ember at the Magnemite beneath it. Kui. The Magnemite only managed to let out a scream before falling silent. As the smoke cleared, the Magnemite with its round eyes and the Charmander standing on its back came into view. Magnemite has lost its ability to battle, so the winner of this battle is Qingyuan. The referee on the sidelines performed his duties with great professionalism and announced the final result of the match. Come back, Charmander, well done. Qingyuan returned Charmander to its Pokeball and praised it. Xiaomao looked at the scene with a grim expression. Waste. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan coldly uttered 2 words. Upon hearing this, Xiaomao's already unpleasant expression turned even more so. This is incredibly embarrassing. Xiaomao took out the Pokeball and shakily recalled Magnemite, thinking to himself. Despite his grim expression, Xiaomao chose to remain silent in response to Qingyuan's words. Having lost to his opponent, he has nothing more to say now. His only regret now is that he shouldn't have provoked Qingyuan with his foul mouth, causing him to lose face in front of so many people. Seeing this, Qingyuan ignored him completely. No amount of reasoning with this kind of person will work. The next time they encounter someone weaker, they will still bully them. So if you encounter this kind of person, just ignore them. If they provoke you, give them a good beating. Once he knows you're not someone to be trifled with, he'll shut up. Alright, alright. Only a brat like you is qualified to challenge the Vermilion City Gym. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. Divider. Thank you to Zhang Yuntian from Dark Day for the like X1, and thank you for your love X3. Thank you Stormwing for sending 3 units of Powered by Love. Thank you to Beiwago for sending 2 flowers out of love. Thank you to King Feng Minjaiwai, Zhinaodi, and Long Yin for their generous donations. I'll post 1 chapter today, and the remaining 2 chapters this afternoon. Master. Upon hearing this sound, the surrounding dojo apprentices shouted in unison. Qingyuan looked in the direction from which the sound had come from. A middle-aged man, about 2 meters tall and with a strong physique, was walking towards the area from inside the dojo. This is Ma Surgeon. Looking at the man in front of him, Qingyuan felt a little puzzled. Although I knew from watching anime in my previous life that MT Surge was very strong, was MT Surge really that tall? With that physique, calling him a little giant wouldn't be an exaggeration. Haha, kid, you're pretty good. Finally, I don't have to fight those babies anymore. Ma Zishi walked up to Qingyuan, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. Feeling the force coming from his shoulder, Qingyuan frowned. There's no other reason than that this guy has an incredibly strong grip. But is Maslo's acting really that good? Qingyuan looked at Ma Zishi's kind face and thought to himself. Judging from his amiable appearance alone, no one would guess that Mashireno would actually be a Rocket's executive. Master. Just then, Xiaomao stepped forward and called out to Ma Zishi with a fearful expression. Get out of here. If you're not as strong as me, don't spew nonsense. Don't expect me to get revenge for you. Hearing this, Xiaomao returned to the group, feeling embarrassed. Seeing this, Qingyuan finally came to his senses and said to Ma Zishi. Hello, Lieutenant Surge Gym Leader, I'm here for the gym challenge. I made an appointment yesterday, but I didn't expect to have a conflict with your apprentice. Upon hearing this, Ma Sushi immediately smiled and said. You're from Tokiwa City, right? I accept your challenge. After saying that, he turned to his apprentice and shouted. What are you all doing here? Get your asses to the battlefield and get it ready. I'm about to have a gym challenge. Damn it, they don't train hard at all, but they're more enthusiastic about watching the fun than anyone else. As he spoke, Ma Zishi walked over to Xiaomao and kicked him. I wasn't talking about you, was I? You're weak but foul-mouthed, you deserve to get beaten up. Xiaomao, who had been kicked, dared not complain at all and immediately ran to clean up the battlefield. As Qingyuan watched everyone performing their duties and dealing with the thugs on the battlefield, he couldn't help but feel like he had entered a military base. Although these thugs dressed in a reckless manner, they responded to Ma Zishi's words as quickly as if they were carrying out an order. If you told Qingyuan that they hadn't undergone military training, he definitely wouldn't believe a word of it. After thinking it over, Qingyuan glanced at Ma Zishi, who had a kind face. If he remembers correctly, Mezoas is a veteran, and used to be a colonel. After retiring from the military, he passed the league's gym championship and successfully became the gym leader of Vermilion City. With such a bright future ahead of him, what exactly led him to join the Rockets? He couldn't have been a member of Team Rocket before he enlisted, could he? If that's the case, then his acting skills are too good. He fooled the army and the alliance. Looking at Ma Zishi, who still had a kind smile, Qingyuan felt that he was a smiling tiger. With the thugs' methodical efforts, the chaotic battlefield was cleaned up in just 5 minutes. Qingyuan and Ma Zishi each took their command positions on the battlefield. The referee then began delivering his ruling from the sidelines. The gym challenge initiated by Aoi from Viridian City against Lieutenant Surge, the gym leader of Vermilion City, with the orange badge as the stake, shall now begin. In this gymnasium challenge, each player may use 2 Pokémon. The first player to lose both of their Pokémon in battle will win. Only the challenger can change their Pokémon in this battle, gym leaders cannot. These are the rules for this gym challenge. The competition is now beginning. Appearance, Magneton? Let's have a good battle. Scorpio brings me victory. Qingyuan and Lieutenant Surge each shouted as they threw their Pokeballs. A flash of red light appeared on the Pokeball. Scorpion and Magneton appeared in the battleground. Kuyi. Clatter. Scorpion and Magneton each roared at the other. Magnemite is evolved from 3 Magnemite creatures that come together. It emits a powerful magnetic force and high voltage. When connected, the heads of the 3 Magnemite creatures also merge into one, but it does not become 3 times smarter. It simply has about 3 times the electrical power of the individual Magnemite creatures. The magnetic force connecting the Magnemite creatures is so strong that it can even evaporate surrounding moisture, and getting close to it will cause a strong ringing in the ears. Looking at the Magneton in the arena, Qingyuan took out his Pokédex and casually gathered some information about Magneton. Scorpion uses mud shooting. While listening to the information read aloud in electronic voice from the Pokédex, Qingyuan directed Scorpion to launch an attack. Gathering information is one thing, but he's not going to concede the initiative. Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, Scorpion conjured a brown mud ball around its body and shot it toward Magneton. Magnemite, get out of the way and use a piercing attack at the same time. Despite Scorpion's attack, Maslow remained completely calm. While directing Magneton to dodge, don't forget to let Magneton retaliate. Kuyi. Facing the rapidly approaching mud projectiles, Magneton roared, dodging Gliscor's attacks while unleashing a piercing scream. Clatter. Faced with Magneton's ear-piercing attack, Scorpion covered its ears with its pincers and let out a scream. Although they were often tormented by the cat boss's harsh voice in the team, It has developed some resistance to this piercing sound attack. Even so, Scorpio still find it hard to bear such a jarring sound. This is normal, of course, unless Scorpio becomes deaf. Otherwise, no matter how much you practice to develop resistance to harsh sounds, you will still be unable to withstand an attack of harsh sounds. However, practicing resistance to harsh sounds is still helpful. For example, right now, he can command Scorpion to continue attacking Magneton. This prevents Scorpios from being forced to stand still and endure the attack of a piercing sound, like an armored rhinoceros. Scorpio is using acrobatics. Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, Scorpion immediately lowered its pincers that were covering its ears, and flew towards Magneton with its body flashing white light. Magneto, keep going? Avoid Scorpion's attacks. Seeing this, Lieutenant Surge tried to use the same trick again, wanting Magneton to attack with a piercing sound while dodging Gliscor's attack. However, acrobatics is not like shooting mud. Scorpion performed a series of difficult maneuvers in the air, flying to a distance of about 1 meter in front of Magneton. Scorpion made a turn and disappeared in front of Magneton. Seeing Scorpion disappear before its eyes, Magneton hurriedly turned around to search for Scorpion's whereabouts. But the next second, Scorpion slammed into Magneton from behind. Kui. Faced with Scorpion's powerful attack, Magneton let out a miserable scream. The piercing sound that had been constantly being used also stopped. Qingyuan lowered his hands from his ears and waved them again, giving instructions. Scorpion, grab it, don't let it get away. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion extended its pincers simultaneously and clamped down hard on the 2 magnets on Magneton's body. Wait a moment, there will be another chapter in a bit. Magneto uses its spinning ball to block it. Seeing this, Lieutenant Surge became a little anxious. In close combat, Magneton was definitely no match for Gliscor. So we need to get Magneton to break free from Scorpius as soon as possible. Scorpion, smash it to the ground, don't let it break free. Upon hearing Ma Zishi's words, Qingyuan hurriedly shouted to Scorpio. Clatter. Upon hearing Lieutenant Surge's command, Magneton was about to use its spinning ball to break free from Scorpius's restraints. The next second, Scorpio lifted Magneton high and then slammed it hard onto the ground. Kui. Magneton, which was slammed to the ground, cried out in pain, feeling dizzy and even stopping the spinning ball it was about to use. Although Magneton's body is made of steel, Scorpius's strength is not to be underestimated. Long-term weight training has greatly improved Scorpio's strength. Scorpion presses his advantage, unleashing a series of strikes. Seeing this, Qingyuan continued to give instructions to Scorpion. Magneto, don't be a coward, use triple attack. Seeing this, Lieutenant Surge directly chose to have Magneton and Gliscor fight each other to the death. Scorpion, use protect. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion did not hesitate and immediately stopped his continuous attacks, conjuring a light green shield in front of him. Boom. The 3 beams of red, yellow, and blue light were fired by Magneton and collided with Scorpio's protector, producing a loud bang. Seeing the dust filling the air, Qingyuan spoke without hesitation. Scorpio, don't let it get away. Use lightning strike. Clatter. Boom. A scorpion's cry echoed from the dust, followed by a crashing sound. As the smoke and dust cleared, a scene that surprised Qingyuan appeared. Despite enduring so many attacks, Magneton has not yet lost its ability to fight. Looking at the Magneton wobbling and flying around in the arena, Qingyuan couldn't help but make a comment. Steel-type Pokémon have really thick HP. Magneto uses lightning. Looking at Magneton wobbling and flying in the air, Lieutenant Surge knew it wouldn't last much longer. So I simply commanded it to engage in a head-on attack with Scorpion. No matter what, Magneton, which is made of steel, wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Kui. Upon hearing Lieutenant Surge's words, Magneton yelled and charged towards Scorpius with its body crackling with electricity. Scorpio is using acrobatics. Seeing this, Qingyuan also gave the order for Scorpio to confront him head-on. It's just a head-on clash. He doesn't believe Scorpio will lose to a weakened Magneton. The only thing that worried him was that Magneton's electric shock might paralyze Scorpio. Thinking of this, Qingyuan patted his face. I'm not unlucky, I'm not unlucky. After silently reciting the words, Qingyuan looked up at the arena. Boom. The scorpion, its body shimmering with white light, collided with the Magneton, which crackled with electricity, in midair with a loud bang. Then Magneton fell straight to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Boom. Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Magneton collide with the ground with a muffled thud. Judging from this, Magneton has lost its ability to fight. Magneto is unable to fight. Scorpion wins. Sure enough, the referee on the sidelines announced the result of the fight the next second. After hearing this, Qingyuan looked at the scorpion in the arena and was about to praise it. The next second, the lightning flashing from Scorpio's body froze Qingyuan's face in place. Qingyuan never imagined that he would actually be such an unlucky person. It's clear that Scorpio has fallen into a state of paralysis. Qingyuan shook his head helplessly, took out Gliscor's Pokeball, and shouted to the referee, "I want to change my Pokemon." After saying that, Qingyuan retrieved the scorpion from the field. Scorpio did a good job, it's just that we're both a bit unlucky. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion's Pokeball shook, seemingly in agreement with Qingyuan's statement. Both sides, please send out your second Pokemon. Seeing that Lieutenant Surge had also recalled Magneton, the referee stood on the sidelines, waved his flag, and shouted loudly, Scyther, prepare for battle. Risho, let him see what real power is. Both sides shouted and threw Pokeballs again, followed by a flash of red light. Scyther and Raichu appeared on the field at the same time. Raichu is a bipedal rodent-like Pokemon. Raichu's fur is dark orange all over, with a white belly. Like Pikachu, Raichu has 2 brown stripes on its back. Its long, thin black tail ends in an electric-shaped, flat, and yellow tip. Small brown paws have replaced the fingers it had as Pikachu. Qingyuan kept working, taking out his Pokédex and collecting information about Raichu. Scyther uses Quick Attack. As soon as the electronic music from the Pokédex started, Qingyuan immediately commanded his Scyther to attack. Raichu, use Thunder. Seeing the Scyther charging towards Raichu while its body was flashing white, Lieutenant Surge immediately commanded Raichu to launch a counterattack. Raichu is not a Magneton and is not good at close combat. Even if Scyther gets close, Lieutenant Surge is confident that Raichu will defeat it. Lakeu. Upon hearing Lieutenant Surge's command, Raichu roared, gathering all its electric energy, and unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning at Scyther. Sha. Seeing the lightning attacking it, Scyther showed no fear whatsoever. Maintaining his speed, he transformed into a streak of white light and charged towards Raichu. Use Iron Tail. Seeing that the thunder hadn't stopped Scyther from approaching Raichu, Lieutenant Surge immediately changed its move. Lakeu. Upon hearing Lieutenant Surge's words, Raichu let out a shout, and its lightning-shaped tail quickly turned silver-white and swung forward. Boom! Scyther's quick attack collided violently with Raichu's iron tail, producing a loud bang. Use Cleave. Use Lightning Fist. Qingyuan and Mazishi gave the order almost simultaneously. Boom! Another loud bang rang out as Scyther's slash and Raichu's thunder punch collided violently. Use a sneak attack on vital points. Use 100,000 volts. Qingyuan and Mazishi shouted loudly again at the same time. The next second, Scyther and Raichu were both knocked away. However, the difference is that Scyther was knocked away by a bolt of lightning, while Raichu was knocked away by a black beam of light. Lakeu. Sha. Scyther and Raichu both let out a scream. Qingyuan was very lucky this time, successfully launching a sneak attack on Raichu's vital points, causing Raichu to suffer severe damage. However, the Scyther's condition is also not good. Although it wasn't hit in a vital spot by Raichu, the double super effectiveness of Thunderbolt meant that the injuries it suffered were not much weaker than those in Raichu's. Looking at the Scyther in the arena, whose exoskeleton was somewhat charred, Qingyuan's face was solemn. If this continues, Scyther will lose its ability to battle after taking another 100,000 volt hit. This battle won't be easy. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Qingyuan thought to himself. Divider. X1 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 X2 M X3 X2 X1. Scyther uses Shadow Clone. Qingyuan waved his hand and gave commands to the Scyther in the arena. Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scyther began to move rapidly around the arena. Soon, the arena was filled with Scyther's shadow clones. It's no use, Raichu, use Discharge. Looking at the battlefield filled with the shadow clones of Scyther, Lieutenant Surge smiled and loudly commanded Scyther. Lakeu. Upon hearing Lieutenant Surge's words, Raichu roared and then his body burst into dazzling lightning. In just a moment, all the shadow clones of the Scyther in the arena vanished. How is that possible? Looking at the empty battlefield, Lieutenant Surge exclaimed in disbelief. Now's the time? Scyther, use Slash. Qingyuan didn't have time to explain things to Lieutenant Surge. He immediately commanded Scyther to launch an attack on Raichu. Sha. From the roof beams of the battlefield, the Scyther jumped down. Meanwhile, its wings continued to flap, accelerating its descent. As he watched the mantis fall from the roof, a look of understanding appeared on Lieutenant Surge's face. The Scyther used its wings to fly onto the roof beams above the battlefield when it used Shadow Clone. Raichu, unleash Thunderbolt at full power. Despite knowing that his defeat was inevitable, Mashireno still wanted to fight back. Lakeu. Raichu roared and his body crackled with dazzling electricity. Sha. Seeing Raichu crackling with electricity, Scyther showed no fear, gathering white light on its right blade and slashing at Raichu. Boom. The two objects collided with a loud bang, and the scene was obscured by billowing dust. Flying Mantis. Seeing this, Qingyuan shouted out in concern. Unfortunately, we didn't hear a response from Scyther. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan's face immediately showed worry. As the smoke and dust cleared, the scene quickly came into view. Raichu lay flat on the ground, a wound on his head slowly oozing blood, and his eyes had turned into circles. The Scyther lay not far from Raichu, its body charred black, and its eyes turned into circles. Flying Mantis. Seeing this, Qingyuan shouted in concern and ran directly towards the Flying Mantis in the arena. Upon arriving at Scyther's side, they discovered that Scyther was only badly injured and unconscious, but not in any life-threatening danger. Qingyuan then put it back into the Pokeball. Well done, get some rest, Scyther. After offering a few words of comfort to the Scyther's Pokeball, Qingyuan got up and returned to his command position. At this point, the referee also began to do his job. Raichu and Scyther are both unable to battle, so the match is a draw. Because gym leader Lieutenant Surge's two Pokemon were the first to lose their battle ability, the winner of this gym challenge is Qingyuan from Viridian City. After comforting Raichu in its Pokeball, Lieutenant Surge went straight to Qingyuan's side. Well done, kid. I really enjoyed this match. This is an orange badge. I wish you good luck at the Indigo League. Ma Zishi patted Qingyuan on the shoulder and handed him a badge that looked like a sunflower. Thank you for your blessing. Master Lieutenant Surge, you are very strong. I have learned a lot from you. As Qingyuan spoke, he reached out and took it with both hands. Having obtained the orange badge and achieved his goal, Qingyuan immediately submitted his resignation. After leaving the Vermilion City Gym, Qingyuan didn't waste a moment and ran straight back to the Pokémon Center. Scyther's injuries were still quite frightening, although he had been examined and found that his life was not in danger. However, he couldn't be sure if it would leave any hidden injuries. If Scyther's potential was damaged as a result, it would be a huge loss. Sister Ran, please heal my elf. Scyther was seriously injured in the gym battle just now. As Qingyuan entered the Pokémon Center, he ran towards the counter while howling like a banshee. For a moment, everyone around looked at Qingyuan with surprise. They're all grown up, why do they still act like little kids? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Qingyuan quickly pulled up a hospital bed and ran over from behind the counter. Release the Scyther. Chicago is about to use Healing Wave. Qingyuan came to Qingyuan's side and pointed to the hospital bed, giving Qingyuan some instructions. At the same time, he instructed the Qinxi beside him to prepare for treatment. Lucky. Qinxi let out a cry and nodded heavily. Qingyuan obediently aimed the Scyther's Pokeball at the hospital bed and released it. Sigh. Upon seeing the jet-black flying mantis on the hospital bed, everyone around gasped in shock. No wonder Qingyuan was in such a hurry, the Scyther was practically electrocuted. Lucky. Seeing this, Qinxi let out a loud cry and unleashed its prepared healing pulse directly at Scyther. That's why healing fluctuations are considered a divine skill. It was visible to the naked eye that after the healing wave hit Scyther, Scyther's aura became much stronger. Just then, Qingyuan finished checking the Scyther's injuries. The subcutaneous muscles suffered severe burns, and the exoskeleton is already partially cooked. You're not going to let it take a direct hit from Lieutenant Surge's Rayish's Thunderbolt, are you? After seeing the Scyther's injuries, Qingyuan turned to Qingyuan and asked incredulously. Qingyuan felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. He couldn't say that he made it take the hit, the main reason was that the Scyther was also in a bad mood at the time. Seeing Qingyuan's expression, Qingyuan knew that her guess was correct. After rolling her eyes at Qingyuan's reckless behavior, Qingyuan continued. However, after Qinxi's healing effect, Scyther's subcutaneous muscles are fine now. There's a problem with the underdeveloped exoskeleton. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan immediately became anxious and quickly grabbed Qingyuan's arm to ask. What's the problem? Is this irreversible damage? When Qingyuan asked this question, his eyes were already red. He still wanted to lead Scyther to the top of the world. What a joke, how could you just collapse here? At this moment, Qingyuan was filled with regret for not letting Scyther dodge during the battle. Why did he have to fight head-on? Seeing Qingyuan's red-rimmed eyes, Qingyuan's anger subsided considerably. It's nothing serious, it's not irreversible damage. It just needs a few days to heal, and the mantis will also molt during these few days. Give it plenty of nutrition, and it might even grow a little bigger in the next few days. Hearing this, Qingyuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was terrified. He didn't even want to think about what he would do if something really happened to Scyther. Seeing Qingyuan breathe a sigh of relief, Qingyuan stood on tiptoe and tapped Qingyuan's forehead with her finger. You idiot, can't you ever give me a break? Faced with such treatment, Qingyuan not only showed no anger, but instead revealed a bright smile. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh and say something. You silly goose. I'll push the Scyther to the healing room first. Do you have any other Pokémon that need healing too? That way I won't have to make a second trip. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan quickly snapped out of his daze and handed the Pokeballs of Scyther, Gliscor, and Charmander to Qingyuan. Thank you so much, Sister Ran. Qingyuan said as he handed over the Pokeball. It's nothing, it's just my duty. After saying that, Qingyuan took the Pokeball and pushed the Scyther towards the treatment room. Watching Qingyuan's departing figure, Qingyuan smiled self-deprecatingly. Alright, another one to recover from injury. Divider. Thank you to Xiaomu from Uezhu for the update reminder token X1. Thank you to Lemon Chicken Soup and Lonely for the Love-Fueled Power Generation X3. Thank you to the Blue Confidant from Ancient Language City for the Love-Fueled Power Generation X2. And thank you to Salty Fish from Azeroth, Skateboard from Keishua, and Michael who loves pickled bamboo shoots for the Love-Fueled Power Generation X1. After returning to the waiting area and sitting down, Qingyuan began to think about his next plan. With 2 injured members in the team, it's definitely impossible for him to continue the trip as originally planned. We need to let the Scyther and the others recover from their injuries first. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to have 2 sick people in the team no matter what. Moreover, instead of going through the trouble of taking a sick person on a trip, it would be better to stay in Konoha City for a few days. This is a perfect opportunity for a week-long intensive training program. Qingyuan, come here for a second. Just as Qingyuan was thinking about how to conduct the special training, Qingyuan stood in front of the counter and called out to him, asking him to come over. Qingyuan thought that something had happened to the Scyther again, so he quickly ran over. What's wrong, Sister Ran? Did something happen to Scyther? Qingyuan ran to the counter and hurriedly asked Qingyuan. Don't worry, Scyther is doing very well. I just spoke with Ying yesterday and told her that you've come to Vermilion City. She wanted to say a few words to you, but you were sleeping yesterday, so it didn't happen. That's why they called again today, wanting to talk to you. While talking about Qingyuan, he took out a portable communication device from the counter. No, my sister is just making things up. I just wanted to ask how Yuan's trip was going. Xiao Yiying's figure was projected onto the camera of the communication device, and she said to Qingyuan somewhat shyly. Xiaoyuan curled her lip in disdain after hearing this. Qingyuan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and said, "Good afternoon, Xiaoying. How's the Pokemon Center doing?" Although he intervened in time, the Viridian City Pokemon Center was spared the massive destruction depicted in the anime. However, the unconventional Team Rocket trio still caused considerable damage to the Pokemon Center. The glass in the lobby, the counters, and the tables and chairs he damaged during his battle with the Rockets trio. These all need to be rebuilt afterwards. It's all restored. The repair team sent by the Alliance arrived the day after you left. They work very efficiently. They fixed the Pokemon Center in half a day. Upon hearing Qingyuan's question, Xiao Yiying replied to Qingyuan very seriously. I see. Seeing Qingyuan and Xiao Yiying chatting happily, Xiaoyuan tactfully left the counter. The space was left to Qingyuan and Xiao Yiying. Qingyuan and Xiao Yiying chatted for more than half an hour. The call ended when a seriously injured Pokemon arrived at the Viridian City Pokemon Center. Here you go. As Xiaoyuan watched Qingyuan end the call, she handed him a blue mobile communication device while speaking. This is. Looking at the communication device in Xiaoyuan's hand, Qingyuan did not take it, but instead asked a question with some doubt. After all, this thing isn't cheap. It costs 200,000 Alliance coins per unit at Silver Company. With another 100,000 Alliance coins, you could buy a mud-shot skill disc. Just take it when I tell you to, and stop talking. Seeing Qingyuan's puzzled expression, Xiaoyuan grabbed Qingyuan's hand and slapped the communication device into his hand. Hiss. Feeling the force of the communication device hitting his hand, Qingyuan gasped. As expected of the two most magical families in the elf world, the Joy family, that level of strength is almost on par with that of a true newbie. Seeing Qingyuan take the communication device, Xiaoyuan continued speaking. I've written down Xiaoying's, Xiaoqi's, and my contact information here. If you have any medical problems, please contact Xiaoying. If there's anything you can't handle, contact Xiaoqi. I've taken care of everything. Hearing this, Qingyuan was shocked. Was this something that could be said in public? Seeing Qingyuan's shocked expression, Xiaoyuan realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly tried to make amends. No, what I mean is, I've already talked to Xiaoqi, and she'll help you if you get into trouble. After saying that, she felt even more uneasy. In the end, to avoid making things worse, she simply waved her hand and said, "Never mind, just remember to contact Xiaoqi if you encounter any trouble." Upon hearing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, no, Ranji, why did you suddenly decide to give me this? Qingyuan asked Xiaoyuan with a smile. This is to thank you for helping Xiaoying. Just consider it a token of my friendship. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaoyuan gave her answer with a proud expression. Then I'll thank you, Sister Ran, for the communication equipment. Qingyuan smiled and complimented Xiaoyuan. It's nothing, all right, I'm going to get busy now, you can figure it out yourself. Xiaoyuan waved her hand in response to Qingyuan's words. After saying that, she left the counter and walked towards the treatment room. Qingyuan looked at Xiaoyuan's back and then at the blue communication device in his hand, and couldn't help but think to himself. I never knew Sister Ran was a rich woman. This communication device functions similarly to the mobile phone in Qingyuan's previous life. It allows people to break free from the fixed communication devices at the Phantom Center and contact others anytime, anywhere. While mobile devices are indeed much more convenient than fixed ones, but based on this one advantage alone, it sells for 200,000 Alliance coins. Qingyuan felt it was a bit of a waste. Wouldn't it have been better to use that money to buy some tree fruits that would increase the resistance of the scorpion and the others? Why would he need to buy mobile communication equipment? Besides, who else could he contact? Thinking of this, Qingyuan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. In his previous life, he was alone, and now in his second life, he is still alone. I guess I'm still not good at socializing. With a sigh, Qingyuan took his communication equipment and returned to the waiting area to continue waiting. After waiting in the waiting area for about 5 minutes, Xiaoyuan returned to the counter carrying the tray containing the Pokeballs of Gliscor and the others. Qingyuan trainer, your Pokemon have all recovered. Please proceed to the counter to collect them. Hearing the broadcast, Qingyuan quickly got up and went to the counter. The flying mantis is fine now. Give it plenty of nutrition these next few days, and it might even grow a lot bigger. Remember, don't let the Scyther engage in any strenuous exercise for the next 3 days. Looking at Qingyuan in front of the counter, Xiaoyuan gave him some instructions. Okay, I will definitely follow the doctor's orders. Upon hearing Xiaoyuan's words, Qingyuan replied with a serious expression. Hearing this, Xiaoyuan nodded and handed him the Pokeballs of the Gliscor and the others. By the way, did you get the orange badge? After handing the Pokeball to Qingyuan, Xiaoyuan put away the tray and suddenly asked as if she remembered something. Got it, so what? Hearing this, Qingyuan asked with some confusion. It's alright, as long as you got it. Scyther was badly injured, I thought you hadn't gotten it. Wishing you great success at the quartz conference. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaoyuan smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Sister Ran." Back in his room, Qingyuan released all the scorpions. "Jella, what's wrong with you?" Scorpion just released his Pokeball and is about to slap his old buddy Scyther before continuing their rock-paper-scissors game tonight. Then you can see that the flying mantis is completely black, and it smells like roasted meat. Gru-wa. Upon hearing Scorpion's cry, Charmander looked towards Scyther and was immediately filled with shock. Who beat its cold-blooded second brother like this? Second brother, where's your handsomeness? Seeing this, Cat Boss looked at Scyther with a worried expression. Although the cat leader hasn't been with the team for long, it has a very good relationship with the 3 Scorpio members who are eager to become stronger because of its great strength. As for Slowpoke, this guy rarely showed a hint of worry. It's just too lazy, it would rather go through the trouble of raising its neck. They also refused to get up from the ground. Ironclad Rhino had only been in the team for 2 days and hadn't yet developed a relationship with Scyther and the others. Since it was also sick at the time, it looked at the flying mantis with no expression on its face. Even in its heart, it felt a little happy that it was finally not the only patient in the group. "Sha, I'm fine." Looking at his companions, whose faces were full of worry, the Scyther waved its large scythe to indicate that it was all right. "Don't worry, everyone. Miss Joy has already treated Scyther's injuries, and now he just needs to rest. You guys don't disturb Scyther these next few days, it'll be fine soon." Seeing this, Qingyuan spoke up to explain so as not to worry the scorpions and the others further. Hearing this, the scorpions breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they would recover soon. Scorpio even patted Scyther on the shoulder and gave it a pincer strike to show that it was relieved. "Sha." Seeing the exoskeleton fragments falling from its shoulder, Scyther yelled and raised its scythe-like arm, pointing it at Scorpion. Scorpio showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he made a face and mocked. "Gora, come and hit me, you patient?" Lululu. Seeing this, Qingyuan walked directly in front of Scorpion and punched it twice on the head. Hiss. Looking at his bright red hands, Qingyuan gasped and thought to himself, "It's careless." He was so stupid as to punch Scorpion's exoskeleton. "Scorpio, I think you don't want to rest. Did I say you weren't allowed to disturb Scyther?" After rubbing his bright red fist, Qingyuan grabbed Scorpion's pincers and lifted him up, saying, "Clatter." Seeing Qingyuan's anger, Scorpio let out a somewhat hesitant shout. "All Pokemon, come downstairs with me, let's go watch Scorpion train." Qingyuan ignored the scorpion in his hand and turned to shout at the little fire dragon and the others. He had originally thought that Scorpio had done a great job this morning. He was going to let Scorpio rest for a while, but they ignored him completely. "I already told you not to bother the Scyther, but you still went and caused trouble. You really need to be taught a lesson." "Wow, that's awesome." Upon hearing this, a small fire dragon that had been suppressed by Scorpion immediately jumped up and shouted. The flying mantis and the cat boss also joined in the commotion. Only Slowpoke remained lying there with a wise expression. Qingyuan didn't care when he saw this. He put it away along with the little fire dragon and the others, and then carried the scorpion outside. Scorpio saw that Qingyuan was about to carry him out like this, so he quickly struggled in Qingyuan's hands. It struggled and cried out, "Jella, Qingyuan, look good. Hehe, brother Yuan, my image is ruined. Hey, boss, please give me some face." Seeing the struggling scorpion in his hand, Qingyuan casually picked up a broom from the side and gave the scorpion 2 swipes. "Don't move, it's too much trouble to hold you." After being swept twice, Scorpion became much more obedient. Qingyuan held it in his hand, looking at the slowly opening door with a look of despair. It vowed that if it were given another chance, it would never provoke the flying mantis again. After leaving the Pokémon Center with Scorpion in his arms, Qingyuan first went to the training grounds near the Pokémon Center. After finding the place full, he picked up Scorpio and began looking for a place to train. After 2 setbacks, he finally arrived at a secluded rocky beach with Scorpion in his arms. Because the beach is full of reefs, and the waves are quite large in this area. This makes this beach less crowded than other tourist beaches. There weren't many people on this beach. Although the place wasn't particularly beautiful, Qingyuan still fell in love with it at first sight. This harsh environment is practically the perfect training ground. This is especially true for Scorpios and Charmanders. "This place is nice. We'll train here today. What do you think, Scorpio?" Qingyuan shook the scorpion in his hand, and the scorpion's body swayed with Qingyuan's arm. "What's wrong, Scorpio?" After waiting for a long time without hearing a response from Scorpio, Qingyuan picked him up and asked, "Giggle, I'm not really that bad, I'm just a little dead." So frustrating. Looking at Qingyuan in front of him, Scorpio gave a weak and listless response. "All right, stop slacking off. If you're wrong, you have to accept the punishment." Looking at Scorpio Qingyuan in front of him, he said in an annoyed tone. Seeing Qingyuan's state, Scorpio knew that his idea of escaping training by feigning helplessness was doomed to fail. Got it. Knowing there was no way to escape, Scorpio decided to face it head-on and shouted at Qingyuan with great energy. "Very good, morale is high. This morning's training involves you using acrobatics to break those rocks over there, until you break 20 of them. If you don't finish, there won't be any lemon-orange candy for lunch today." Citrus lemon candy is a sweet and sour candy that is a favorite snack of Scorpios. Upon hearing this, Scorpio immediately became anxious and shouted loudly. Hehe, that's not how you calculate it, half the morning is already over. Looking at the impatient Scorpio in front of him, Qingyuan said in a serious tone. No need to talk back, get to training. Upon hearing this, Scorpio could only dejectedly take off and begin performing acrobatics. Everyone, come out. Seeing this, Qingyuan released the flying mantises and the others. If I said I'd let them see Scorpio get scolded, then I'll let them see it. As a trainer, you must keep your promises to your Pokémon. This is also a way to increase Qingyuan's prestige in the eyes of the flying mantises. Look how badly Scorpio got scolded for doing something wrong. Would you dare to make the same mistake again? Keeping one's word and making an example of someone is a two birds with one stone approach. Gruwa, hurry up and train? Ha ha ha. Gui, you got a terrible scolding, didn't you? Lulilo. The little dragon, seeing the scorpion being scolded, couldn't help but shout and provoke it. Scorpio suppressed it too much, and since it wasn't strong enough to get its revenge, it could only mock Scorpio when Scorpio was being scolded. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but glance at the little fire dragon. He knew the little dragon was going to get a beating again. Clatter. I heard the little fire dragon laughing at me. Scorpio roared and attacked the reef below with even greater force. It has already decided that once it finishes its training mission, it will go and beat up the little dragon to vent its anger. Gruwa. Seeing the splashing rocks, Charmander couldn't resist the urge to join in. It called out to Qingyuan, then pointed at the reef and made a grabbing motion. Qingyuan smiled and said after reading it, if you want to go, then go. I won't stop you. Upon hearing this, Charmander's hands lit up with a silvery white light, and he happily rushed towards the reef. Meow. Upon seeing this, the cat leader also meowed at Qingyuan. Looking at the expectant cat boss, Qingyuan smiled and said, Boss cat, if you want to go, you go too. Cat boss immediately charged toward the reef, just like Charmander. Seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but look at the Slowpoke. Aside from the injured Scyther and Rhyhorn, only Slowpoke is still trainable. Will Slowpoke also volunteer to train? Looking at Qingyuan, who was gazing at him with hope, Slowpoke calmly closed its wise eyes. You've already said there won't be any training this time, so you can't force me to train. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan immediately wore an expression of I knew it. He knew that this lazy bear, Dudu, would never ask to exercise on its own initiative. However, since it had already been agreed in advance that there would be no training today, he couldn't force Slowpoke to exercise. Just wait and see how I deal with you this afternoon. Qingyuan muttered a vicious curse in his heart before turning to look at Scorpion and the others. Look. These are elves I've never seen before, I'm going to collect them. Scorpio has just smashed 3 huge rocks in a row and is resting on a smaller one. Then an annoying sound rang out, followed by a red and white ball flying towards Scorpio. Because Scorpio has already been subdued, so the Pokeball was bounced away. Strange? What's going on? Seeing the Pokeball bounce away, the voice said something in confusion, and then threw out another Pokeball. Qingyuan looked toward the direction from which the sound came. There was a person wearing a red hair clip, a black short-sleeved sweatshirt, and black skinny jeans, whose gender was indistinguishable. He was standing on a rock when he threw another Pokeball at Scorpion. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan did not hesitate and made a completely instinctive action. He ran straight over and punched the man in the head. He recognized him, this was the one who had made him unable to bear the journey any longer. In the end, I only watched the last few episodes of the final battle before saying goodbye to Ash and Go. He's known in the underworld as Dog Hao, a complete idiot. Ah, what are you doing? Dog Hao was knocked to the ground by Qingyuan's punch, and let out a sharp screech. Upon hearing this sharp sound, Qingyuan couldn't help but raise his foot and kick Gu Hao twice in the head. Damn it, you want to steal my elf, and you're asking me why. I'll work from 8 a.m.? I'll work from 8 a.m. It's because of people like you that the world is so unpeaceful. Qingyuan cursed as he kicked Gu Hao's head hard. When Gu Hao covered his head, Gu Hao would kick his stomach. When Gu Hao covered his stomach, Gu Hao would kick his head. Anyway, he forced Gu Hao to learn a profound lesson today. Damn, how much anger did he suffer while watching anime? Now I finally have a chance to beat him up. After being brutally beaten by Qingyuan, Gu Hao wanted to explain, but he couldn't say anything and could only scream in pain. Xiao Hao. Just then, a woman's voice rang out. Qingyuan looked in the direction of the sound and discovered that it was the daughter of Dr. Sakuragi from the anime in his previous life. I think her name is Xiaochen. Xiaochen, please save me? He's going to kill me. Upon seeing Xiaokun's arrival, Gu Hao, that disgusting guy, shamelessly begged a girl for help. Xiaochen was a little scared as she watched Qingyuan beat up Gu Hao, but she still mustered up the courage to speak. Could you please let him go? He didn't do it on purpose. Hearing this, Qingyuan didn't stop what he was doing, continuing to beat Gu Hao while saying this. Young lady, when you stand up for your friend, you first need to know what your friend has done wrong. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen asked timidly. Then I wonder what mistake Xiao Hao made. Qingyuan kept moving his feet while continuing to speak. He actually tried to steal my partner. This is something only an evil organization like Team Rocket would do. I'm handing him over to Miss Joy. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen was so frightened that she took a step back. Xiao Hao, how could you do such a thing? Upon hearing this, Gu Hao immediately tried to argue and shouted. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, Qingyuan kicked him in the mouth. I don't. Boom. Is he really that stubborn? Looking at Gu Hao, whose mouth was swollen from being kicked, Qingyuan thought to himself. Seeing that Gu Hao was still trying to argue, Qingyuan kicked Gu Hao in the mouth several more times. After being kicked in the mouth several times, Gu Hao learned his lesson and covered his mouth, saying, I didn't know it was his spirit. What are you still trying to deny? You've thrown the ball 7 or 8 times already, and you still say you didn't know. Upon hearing Gu Hao's words, Qingyuan shouted angrily. Upon seeing this, Xiao Chun quickly shut her mouth, which was about to speak up for Xiao Hao. At the same time, she took another step back. However, the reef was only that big to begin with, and Qingyuan beats up a large area of it. Xiao Chun was already standing on the edge of the reef. After taking a step back, she became even more marginalized. Now, having taken another step back, Xiao Chun lost her footing and fell into the sea behind her. What? Holy shit. Seeing this, Qingyuan forgot about Gu Hao and rushed over to grab Xiao Kun's hand. He just wanted to beat up Gu Hao, not kill anyone. Not to mention that this Tsubaki is Professor Oak's student and Professor Sakuragi's daughter. Although Qingyuan acted quickly, it was because of Gu Hao. Qingyuan still couldn't grab Xiao Kun's hand, causing Xiao Chun to fall into the sea. Help, glug glug life, glug glug. Xiao Hao, gurgle gurgle, save me. Xiao Chun struggled as she fell into the sea, but the surging waves prevented her from staying afloat for long. Hearing Xiao Kun's cry for help, Gu Hao, who had escaped from Qingyuan's clutches, paused for a moment. He then jumped off the rocks and ran straight toward the shore. Xiao Chun, it hurts so much. I'll go back and see a doctor first, then I'll come back to save you. Holy shit. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan was so angry that he laughed. What kind of weirdo is this? How could they say something like that? But despite the laughter, Qingyuan didn't forget his business. Hang in there, I'll get you out of here right away. After calling out to Xiao Chun in the sea, Qingyuan took out Slowpoke's Pokeball and put it away. It was then released. Seeing the dazed beast lying on the rocks, Qingyuan hurriedly called out. Slowpoke, use Psychic to rescue that little girl. Yadong. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Slowpoke's eyes turned blue, and an invisible pink energy converged towards Chloe in the sea. The next second, Xiao Chun was lifted up by Slowpoke and placed on the rocks. Cough cough. As soon as Slowpoke placed her on the rocks, Haru coughed twice. Are you okay? Qingyuan took a jacket out of his backpack and draped it over Xiao Kun's shoulders, asking gently. I'm alright. Thank you for saving me. Xiao Chun tightened her coat and thanked Qingyuan. It's what I should do. It's you, such a young girl, how could you be so blind at such a young age? You make friends like this. Qingyuan looked at Xiao Chun in front of him and said with some emotion. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiao Chun was stunned. Recalling what Gu Hao had done, a flash of anger appeared in her eyes. Seeing Xiao Chun lost in thought, Qingyuan patted her on the shoulder and said, How are you? Are you alright? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun subconsciously shook her head in response. No. Qingyuan nodded and put away the Slowpoke beside him before continuing. Where do you live? Let me take you home. You're soaked in sweat, you'll catch a cold. Hearing this, Xiao Chun finally came to her senses and said, Thank you. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan waved his hand and said, It's nothing, don't be so polite. After saying that, Qingyuan didn't care that Scorpion and the others were still training, and directly recalled them. He then remembered that Sakuragi was Professor Oak's student. If this plan goes well, we might even be able to get in touch with Professor Oak. Clatter? No? My lemon orange candy. Seeing the red beam of light shooting towards him, Scorpio cried out in pain. What's wrong with you? You're unhappy because I don't let you exercise. Looking at Scorpio's pained expression, Qingyuan couldn't help but mutter something to himself. Qingyuan, whose mind was now completely preoccupied with how to get in touch with Professor Oak through Sakuragi, had long forgotten what punishment he had given Scorpio. Let's go, I'll take you home. After putting away the scorpions, Qingyuan turned around and helped Xiao Chun up. Thank you. Xiao Chun, who had stood up with Qingyuan's help, said in a soft, sweet voice. It's all right. By the way, is your home far away? Do you need me to have Cat Boss carry you? No need, my home is near the Pokémon Center, no need to trouble Meowth. Guided by Xiao Chun, Qingyuan quickly led them to Professor Sakuragi's house. The current Sakuragi is not the same Dr. Sakuragi who appears during the journey. Although he is Professor Oak's student, he is currently just a researcher as he has not yet produced any research results. Of course, even as a researcher, Sakuragi is someone who will be promoted to doctor and open his own research institute in a few years. His abilities are beyond question. For the League, strong abilities mean value. The League treats valuable individuals well, especially since this person is Professor Oak's student. So even though Sakuragi is a researcher now, his house is similar to the one Qingyuan saw in the anime in his previous life. It is a two-story villa with a small yard. Ding dong. Xiao Chun pressed the doorbell in front of her house and then stood in front of the door to wait. I'm coming. About 10 seconds later, a woman's voice came from behind the door. Who is it? Yoshino opened the door while asking questions. When she saw Koharu outside the door, Yoshino froze on the spot. Xiao Chun, what's wrong with you? Looking at Koharu, who was soaking wet, Yoshino asked in surprise. Is Xiao Chun back? How was your day? Did you have fun? Just then, a male voice rang out. Qingyuan looked through the crack in the door and easily saw the researcher who would later become Dr. Sakuragi. However, Sakuragi's expression was not good at this moment, because he also saw Kohara, who was soaking wet. Xiao-chan, what's wrong with you? Sakuragi rushed to the door, his face full of worry, and asked Koharu. I fell into the sea. And this is... When her parents asked, Xiao-chan awkwardly explained why she was all wet. Just as she was about to introduce Qingyuan, she realized that she hadn't asked Qingyuan's name yet. Qingyuan, my name is Qingyuan. Seeing Xiao-kun's embarrassment, Qingyuan softly uttered his name. Yes, this is Qingyuan, he rescued me from the sea. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiao-chan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Hello Qingyuan, thank you for saving Xiao-chan. Come in quickly, don't catch a cold. Upon hearing this, Yoshino thanked Ayahara and quickly invited Ayahara and the others into the house. Excuse me. After offering a verbal apology, Qingyuan walked into Sakuragi's house with practiced ease. Xiao-chan, go change your clothes quickly. Qingyuan, you do it. I'll go make you some tea. Upon entering the house, Yoshino warmly greeted his daughter's savior. Thank you so much, auntie. Qingyuan apologized to Yoshino. Fine. Yoshino waved his hand and went to make tea. Qingyuan, please sit. Sakuragi looked at Ayuan in front of him, then gestured to the sofa next to him to sit down. Seeing this, Qingyuan also sat down. Seeing this, Sakuragi sat down opposite Ayahara and spoke. Qingyuan, thank you for saving Xiao-chan. However, I'd like to know, what happened today? Upon hearing this, Qingyuan was taken aback, but without hiding anything, he immediately recounted what had just happened to Sakuragi. Of course, during this process, he still emphasized what Gu Hao had done. For example, he threw the Pokeball at his Pokemon 7 or 8 times, trying to steal it from him. For example, after seeing Xiao-chan fall into the sea, he simply abandoned her and ran away. In short, he's serious about this guy, Gu Hao. Qingyuan took the tea that Yoshino had brewed, took a sip, and then continued. Uncle, that's what happened. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao-chan again. Looking at Qingyuan's sincere face, Yoshino said, somewhat surprised. I never expected Xiao Hao to be this kind of person. Sakuragi silently sipped his tea without saying a word. Xiao-chan, why aren't you changed yet? Yoshino, go up and check on her. After taking a sip of tea, Sakuragi glanced at the clock and said to Yoshino. Upon hearing this, Yoshino glanced at him, then looked at the clock, responded, and went upstairs. Seeing this, Qingyuan simply took a sip of tea in silence. He knew that Sakuragi had sent Yoshino up to check on Koharu's situation. After all, his daughter had almost drowned, so how could it be such a coincidence that a boy appeared and saved her? They had watched Gu Hao grow up, and they believed they knew him well. In their minds, Gu Hao shouldn't be that bad. Therefore, Sakuragi can only believe about 40 to 50% of what Ayahara says. They still need to confirm more with their daughter, Xiao-chan, themselves. Qingyuan said he could understand, since he said that these were all things Xiao-chan had seen, and he didn't embellish Gu Hao's actions at all. Who would have thought that bastard would actually do something so stupid? While waiting for Yoshino to ask Koharu, Sakuragi began to inquire about Ayahara's identity. After learning that Qingyuan was a direct descendant of the league's trainers, Sakuragi believed about 70 to 80% of what Qingyuan said. After all, as a true member of the league, Qingyuan had no reason to slander a child who didn't even have a starter Pokemon. Divider. Thank you to Xinhua Huifu for sending 1 flower, 3 powered by love gifts, Wolf of Falling Moon Valley and Lonely for sending 3 powered by love gifts, Linzia and users for sending 2 powered by love gifts, and Weiyuan's Hishao, Yi Yangxingyu, Salty Fish and Azeroth, Michael who loves pickled bamboo shoots, and Verity for sending 1 powered by love gift. Qingyuan chatted with Professor Sakuragi for a while, and because Qingyuan went along with Sakuragi's ideas, the two had a very pleasant conversation. Sakuragi even patted his chest several times to assure Ayahara that he would introduce him to Professor Oak. Just as the two were chatting, Yoshino came downstairs, whispered something in Sakuragi's ear, and then, Qingyuan, don't leave at noon, stay and try auntie's cooking. Yoshino then warmly welcomed Ayahara. Yes, 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 your Aunt Yoshino's steak is absolutely amazing. Qingyuan, you have to stay for lunch and have a good taste. Even Sakuragi suddenly began to warmly welcome Ayuan. Seeing this, Qingyuan knew that Yoshino must have learned the whole story from Koharu, so he pretended to be a little embarrassed and said something. Then I shall accept your offer. During lunch, Qingyuan successfully met Xiaokun's younger brother, Kangtai. Just like in the original work, Soda is a very aloof boy. However, in Qingyuan's opinion, this little guy is just arrogant. However, since Kangtai hadn't offended him, he didn't need to teach him a lesson. Compared to Soda, Qingyuan was more interested in Ash's Jengar from the anime. I wonder if that Jengar has been abandoned by its trainer yet. Maybe I should try to find it when I have time? After lunch, Qingyuan became acquainted with the Sakuragi family and then left the Sakuragi family and returned to the Spirit Center. He has done all he can, whether he can avoid getting involved with Professor Oak remains to be seen. Actually, it's not a big deal if we can't get involved with Professor Oak. After all, his desire to establish a relationship with Professor Oak was also so that he could teleport Pokemon to Professor Oak's backyard in the future. After all, Professor Oak's backyard is a truly magical place. Even Ash's tiny Krabby, after spending some time in Professor Oak's backyard, was able to defeat 3 opponents at the Indigo League. If Scorpion and the others stayed in Professor Oak's backyard for a while, they would definitely become stronger. Of course, if all else fails, Qingyuan can just find any incubation facility. A fee is paid each month to send the scorpions there. The quality of the breeding house is definitely not as high as Professor Oak's backyard. However, for Qingyuan right now, the most important thing is still training the Pokémon. Fostering his Pokémon is something he plans to do after he has more than 6 Pokémon. He doesn't have more than 6 Pokémon yet, so training them is the most important thing for him. After returning to the Pokémon Center, Qingyuan handed over Gliscor and the others to Nurse Joy to help them recover. After recovering, Qingyuan ran back to the rocky beach without a moment's delay and continued training Scorpion and the others. Scorpio, don't try to smash rocks with your acrobatic skills this afternoon. I remember the cat boss taught you how to use the metal claws and iron tail. Practice these 2 skills this afternoon and see if you can learn them. If there's anything you don't understand, remember to ask Boss Cat for help. Gora, I understand. This is because Scorpio ate lemon candy at noon today. Therefore, Scorpio was in a good mood at this moment, and it could happily accept Qingyuan's difficult training tasks. Seeing Scorpio readily agree, Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction and then turned to assign training tasks to Cat Boss. Meowth, why don't you ask Slowpoke for help and learn Water Pulse? The Cat Boss's skill pool is too shallow, and most of them are still close-range skills. With this skill pool, the Cat Boss has a hard time beating some fast Pokémon. Or you might encounter a slow-moving Pokémon with a unique physique, like the lava snail. With its incredibly soft fur, if a fight broke out, the cat would get burned badly. Therefore, in order to make the Cat Boss stronger, it is imperative to expand its attack range. Qingyuan was even planning to buy the cat a 100,000 volt skill disc so it could learn 100,000 volts. I forgot which book it was from, but it was about a cat learning many skills. I'm borrowing that idea here. However, the price of over 1 million alliance coins for 100,000 volts successfully deterred Qingyuan. Meow, got it. After roaring at Qingyuan, Cat Boss ran to a reef and began to comprehend water energy. Slowpoke, don't just stand around, go and use your water gun on the rocks. You can only take a break when your water gun can smash a rock. Looking at the Slowpoke preparing to lie down, Qingyuan said sternly, Yadong, you bastard. Slowpoke looked at the reef, which was even larger than itself and constantly being washed by the waves. He looked at Qingyuan with disbelief and cried out in grief and indignation. Using a water gun to break up a rock that has been constantly being eroded by the waves is a method that humans can think of. This is because they've decided they don't want it to rest. Go now, don't even think about slacking off. Seeing the dawdling Slowpoke, Qingyuan spoke again in a stern tone. Yadong, got it. After responding to Qingyuan, Slowpoke reluctantly walked towards the nearby reef. Guwa guwa, what about me? What about me? Watching his companions being assigned tasks and heading off to train, the young man impatiently called out to Qingyuan. Watching the little fire dragon leaping and waving its claws in front of me, Qingyuan said with a face full of satisfaction. Charmander is so proactive. Unlike Slowpoke, who's so lazy. Trying to train him is like asking him to die. Guhu? Yes, yes, yes. So what is my task? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon nodded in agreement. Then it looked at Qingyuan with an expectant expression. Seeing this, Qingyuan patted the little dragon's head before assigning it tasks. Charmander, your task is to stand in the seawater and use Ember. Remember, you must stand in the seawater. This is to build up your resistance to water. If you feel you've trained well enough, you can go a little further and try to break the waves with sparks. Of course, when you're trying it, don't forget to have Boss Cat watching you. If you get swept into the sea by the waves, you'll lose your life. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon nodded solemnly and turned to walk into the nearby seawater. After trying it in seawater, I found that the humid environment made it difficult to generate sparks. Charmander decisively abandoned his idea of directly challenging the waves. Standing in the seawater, they began using the spark. Looking at the scorpions training diligently around him, Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction. He then picked up a brush and began to massage and bathe the armored rhinoceros. Rubbing the armored rhinoceros's armor with this damp sand helps it adapt to a humid environment, thereby increasing its resistance to water. Divider line. The author has already posted a long thank you message today, so I won't thank everyone individually here. Thank you to all the readers for the gifts. Time flies like a gentle stream, and 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, the cat successfully learned Water Pulse from Slowpoke. Charmander can now unleash sparks in the sea, shattering the incoming waves. Moreover, Charmander truly lives up to its name, possessing the potential of a champion. It can even learn Dragon Breath and Fire Fangs during training. This made Qingyuan so happy that his smile stretched all the way to the back of his ears. Slowpoke is still the same as always, it will never train more than it can slack off. Its water gun attack is powerful enough to shatter a huge rock. But in those 5 days, it really only mastered the water gun skill. Although this has already been done very well, and Qingyuan's plan has been perfectly completed. However, with Charmander as a shining example, Qingyuan couldn't stand Slowpoke's rough gem. A rough gem needs to be carved, but Slowpoke always makes him carve it little by little. Scorpio successfully learned how to use Metal Claws and Chop during the 5-day training. Perhaps because scorpions don't like to attack with their tails and prefer to attack with their pincers, the Iron Tail Scorpion hasn't learned to do so. After learning about this, Qingyuan became even more determined to refine Scorpion's pincers. Because it didn't learn Iron Tail in 5 days, but learned Split in 1 day. Given this guy's talent with pliers, it would be a waste not to sharpen those pliers. During the past few days of recovery, the flying mantis has grown quite a bit larger because Qingyuan fed it a lot of calcium tablets. Qingyuan measured it and found that the flying mantis had grown a full 12 centimeters taller than before. The effect was so significant that Qingyuan even considered having the scyther withstand another 100,000 volts to see if it could grow another 12 centimeters. However, Qiaoyuan did not hesitate at all after learning about Qingyuan's idea. She punched Qingyuan 3 times on the back of the head, just like a scorpion punching a little dragon. Qingyuan was completely stunned, even more so than the slowpoke he had beaten before. After Qiaoyuan explained, he realized that the flying mantis was in a really dangerous situation at the time, because it was a head-on confrontation, and Scyther gathered all its strength to use a slash. Scyther's body, lacking energy protection, would withstand Rayish's 100,000 volts for another 2 seconds. The flying praying mantis will then successfully become an electric roasting mantis. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan felt a wave of fear wash over him and resolved never to let the Scyther and the others do such risky things again. Moreover, being too big is not an advantage. For example, the speed of the Scyther is much slower now than it used to be. From the day it was able to start training, the Scyther has been carrying the weights that Qingyuan put on it, doing speed recovery training. The armored rhinoceros has almost fully recovered. It was polished by the damp sand from the seaside in Qingyuan. Armored rhinoceroses can now walk in the sea. Although we hope that Qingyuan can learn to surf, there is still a long way to go before he can swim in the water. But this is already a very significant improvement. After finishing today's training, Qingyuan put away Scorpion and the others and headed towards the Pokémon Center. Scorpio has reached level 29 and will soon reach level 30. Qingyuan's success rate in producing medicine has reached 70%. This is more than enough to meet Scorpio's needs for medicine. Scyther's level increase has been slow due to its injury, and it is currently at level 29, the same as Gliscor. Miss Joy, please save my Pikachu. Just as Qingyuan was wondering whether to make the potion for the armored rhinoceros first and let it be a guinea pig to try it out, he was looking down at the potion. A familiar voice reached Qingyuan's ears. Then he felt a gust of wind blow by. When he looked up, Qingyuan could only see the backs of Xiaozai and the other two. Did I waste this much time? Watching Ash and his 2 friends run towards the Pokémon Center, Qingyuan muttered to himself, somewhat annoyed. If he remembered correctly, he should have been ahead of Xiaozai and the others. I never expected that Ash and his friends would catch up with us. And judging from their appearance, Ash seems to be going through a period of time where he failed his first challenge against the Vermilion City Gym. Qingyuan shook his head and continued walking towards the Pokémon Center. Next comes the turning point for Ash and Pikachu. Ultimately, it's all about obtaining the orange badge so that Pikachu can touch the Thunderstone to evolve. Instead of evolving, let Pikachu defeat the evolved Raichu in its Pikachu form. In the original story, Pikachu refused to evolve. But Qingyuan was still very curious, what would happen if Pikachu really evolved? Will the protagonist become Ash and lead Raichu on their journey, or will there be a different protagonist? After careful consideration, Qingyuan finally gave up the idea of luring Ash to evolve Pikachu. In this world, all he knows is that little bit of foresight. If the protagonist undergoes a drastic change, Qingyuan is unsure whether the resulting butterfly effect will directly kill him. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Ash and Misty were waiting in the area with worried expressions. Qingyuan went to the counter and found that Qiaoyuan was not there. Presumably she was currently focused on healing Pikachu. Qingyuan temporarily abandoned his idea of restoring Scorpion's stamina. Hello, good afternoon, Ash, Misty, and Brock, the gym leader. Qingyuan arrived at the waiting area and waved to Xiaozai and the others. Brother Yuan, Qingyuan, you are. Xiaoji and his 2 friends reacted completely differently to Qingyuan. Xiaoji was surprised to find Qingyuan here. Xiaoxia was surprised that Qingyuan was still in Kui City. Xiaogang was puzzled as to who Qingyuan was. The differences in identity and environment at the time of acquaintance are now fully revealed. Because Qingyuan met Xiaogang when they went to challenge the dojo, Xiaogang didn't even remember who Qingyuan was. Brother Yuan, what are you doing here? Looking at Qingyuan in front of him, Xiaozai asked with some confusion. My Scyther was seriously injured when I challenged the Vermilion City Gym, so I stayed here for a few days to recover. Even Brother Yuan's Pokemon was seriously injured. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji said with some surprise. Yes, Master Lieutenant Surge was a colonel in the army before, so he's quite powerful. Hearing Xiaozai's words, Qingyuan nodded and said seriously. An army colonel? No wonder Ash's Pikachu was badly injured. There's a huge difference in levels among them. After hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaogang looked thoughtfully in the direction of the treatment room. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Sister Ran's medical skills are excellent. And Egg of the Cuckoo isn't vegetarian either. Looking at Xiaoji's worried face, Qingyuan patted him on the shoulder and said, Thank you, Brother Yuan. Hearing this, Xiaoji breathed a sigh of relief, but still couldn't help looking worriedly towards the treatment room. Hey, Qingyuan, thank you for your blessing to Cerulean Gym. You're the first trainer to send blessings to Cerulean Gym since Dad went missing. Just as Qingyuan was chatting with Xiaoxia suddenly thanked him. Xiaoxia, so you're from the Cerulean Dojo. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan feigned surprise and said. Although Qingyuan knew from watching the anime in his previous life that Xiaoxia was a member of the Cerulean Gym, he didn't know that in this life. Xiaoxia had never told him this before, so it was more reasonable for him to pretend to be surprised at this moment. Yes, I'm the 4th-ranked member of the Cerulean City Gym, and I'm currently traveling with the goal of becoming a water-type Pokemon master. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaoxia nodded and said, keep it up, I believe you will restore the glory of Cerulean Dojo. After hearing this, Qingyuan gave Xiaoxia a word of encouragement. Thank you. Xiaoxia thanked Qingyuan again. Ash, Misty, who is this? At this moment, Xiao Gang suddenly spoke up and asked a question. Oh, by the way, Xiao Gang, this is Qingyuan, he's a very strong trainer. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia quickly introduced Xiao Gang. Yes. Back in Viridian City, Qingyuan single-handedly repelled Team Rocket's attack on the Pokemon Center. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji quickly introduced Qingyuan to Xiao Gang. Brother Yuan, this is Brock, the gym leader of Pewter Dojo. He's our travel partner now. After saying that, Xiaoji turned around and introduced Xiao Gang to Qingyuan. Hearing this, Qingyuan smiled and extended his hand to Xiao Gang. Gym leader Brock must have been too busy to remember, but I challenged Pewter City Gym with Gliscor and Scyther before. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang's face showed a knowing expression. It is you, a trainer who challenges the Pewter City Gym using Gliscor, a Pokemon uncommon in the Kanto region. Qingyuan still has a deep impression of Xiao Gang. However, since Brock is busy taking care of his younger siblings every day, and as a novice trainer, there is really no need to pay attention to him. That's why Xiao Gang forgot who Qingyuan was. Now that Qingyuan had reminded him, Xiao Gang immediately remembered. Sorry? I was too busy at that time. Xiao Gang grasped Qingyuan's hand and said to Qingyuan somewhat shyly. Fine. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan waved his hand and said, please go to the counter, Ash from Pallet Town. Just then, Xiao Yuren's voice suddenly came through the broadcast system of the Pokemon Center. Let's go together. I also need to treat Scorpion and the others. Qingyuan and Xiaozai exchanged a glance and then spoke. Ash and his friends nodded after hearing this, and then followed Qingyuan toward the counter of the Pokemon Center. Pikachu is out of danger, but it needs to rest for now. It should be almost fully recovered by tomorrow. Taking the Pokédex from Ash, Xiao Yuren registered it for him while speaking. Because Pikachu was in too much danger just now. So, without registering Ash, Joey went to treat Pikachu first. Thank you, Miss Joey. Ash took the Pokédex and thanked Nurse Joy. Nice to meet you. My name is Xiao Gang. At present. Boom. Ouch. What are you doing? Qingyuan was somewhat bewildered as he looked at Xiao Gang, who had been kicked to the ground. He didn't know what happened either. Just now when Xiao Gang was about to hold Xiao Yuren's hand and confess his feelings, he made that action instinctively. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I just did it instinctively. Qingyuan said as he reached out his hand to Xiao Gang. Seeing this, Xiaoxia's hand, which was about to pull Xiao Gang's ear, stopped awkwardly in midair. Xiao Gang didn't pay any attention to Qingyuan's words. Just as he was about to kneel down on one knee to continue what he hadn't done before to Xiao Yuren, Xia, who was already prepared, quickly reached out and grabbed Xiao Gang by the ear, pulling him away. All right, that's enough. Stop lecherous. Watching Xiao Gang being pulled away, Xiao Yuren covered her mouth and smiled. Ranji, please help me restore Scorpio and the others. Seeing this, Qingyuan skillfully pulled out a tray from the counter, placed the Pokeball on it, and handed it to Xiao Yuren. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiao Yuren snapped out of her daze and took the tray from Qingyuan's hands. Xiao Yuren took the tray, and as soon as she turned around, she seemed to remember something and said to Xiaoji. By the way, Ash and Pikachu's hospital room is room 321. You can go and take care of it, but remember not to let it do any strenuous exercise. Thank you, Miss Joey. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji excitedly thanked Xiao Yuren. Then he anxiously ran towards Pikachu's ward. Seeing this, Qingyuan did not follow, but instead went to the restaurant to eat. Getting acquainted with Ash and his friends is enough. He has a mission to deal with Scorpio and the others this afternoon, so he doesn't have time to waste here. After lunch, Qingyuan led the recovered Scorpions back to the rocky beach. The original plan was to conduct a week-long training session. Although the Scorpions have exceeded their mission targets in the past 5 days. However, the armored rhinoceros has recovered and can now train. Qingyuan plans to develop a training plan for the Iron Rhino in the next few days, and at the same time, he can work on their teamwork. Scorpio, you and Cat Boss continue to practice the skills you just learned. On the rocky beach, Qingyuan stood on a rock and spoke to Cat Boss and Scorpion. Clatter. Meow. Scorpio responded to Cat Boss and then ran off to practice his skills on the reef. I'll add some more weight to Scyther so you can regain your speed sooner. Looking at the Scyther already carrying a set of weighted gear, Qingyuan added 2 more weights to its legs and said, Sha. The flying mantis nodded to Qingyuan, then raised its twin blades and let out a shout. Great, you look energetic, go exercise. Qingyuan patted the Scyther on the shoulder and said loudly. Scyther nodded and started running on the beach. Little Charmander, keep practicing your spark and dragon breath techniques. You must master them. Gru. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon let out a shout and ran off to continue its training. Then, Qingyuan turned his gaze to Slowpoke. Slowpoke sat wisely on the beach, refusing to make eye contact with Qingyuan. Slowpoke won't let you move. You sit still and use your psychic powers to lift up the sand to train your psychic abilities. Looking at the dazed beast pretending to be stupid in front of him, Qingyuan said helplessly. This guy is really lazy, and it's really hard to get him to exercise. In order to make Slowpoke stop resisting training, Qingyuan had no choice. That's when they came up with a way to let it exercise in one place. Psychic training only requires Slowpoke to lie still, unlike Water Gun which requires Slowpoke to stand up. Moreover, the sand on the rocky beach is very wet. This makes the sand unusually heavy. Slowpoke's use of psychic powers to lift up the sand is a good way to train its psychic strength. Furthermore, sand is fluid, so it takes a lot of effort for Slowpoke to lift it up. So it seems that Slowpoke no longer needs to stand, it can train simply by lying on the ground. But in reality, this kind of exercise is even more tiring than making it stand up and exercise. However, Slowpoke was quite satisfied with the training at this point, because it can finally lazily lie on the ground. Hurry up and start exercising, I've already been very tolerant of you. Looking at the Slowpoke sitting on the ground, Qingyuan spoke to it in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Slowpoke immediately lay down on the ground and began using its psychic powers to lift up the sand on the beach. Yadong, don't look at me, I'll work out hard. Seeing that Qingyuan was still staring at him, Slowpoke waved at him and called out. Seeing this, Qingyuan chuckled and turned to look at the armored rhinoceros. Come on, armored rhinoceros, I'll train with you today. Let me see where your limits are. Huh. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the armored rhinoceros roared, expressing its morale to Qingyuan. After several days of Qingyuan's meticulous care, the armored rhinoceros has become familiar with Qingyuan and the others. Scorpio shares the same attributes as the armored rhinoceros. In addition, Qingyuan intended for the ironclad rhinoceros to teach Scorpion about earthquakes and sandstorms. During this time, their relationship had become so good that they could play rock paper scissors together. Although the two little guys are currently evenly matched because the armored rhinoceros's front legs are still hooves. However, Qingyuan estimates that this will happen after the armored rhinoceros evolves into the armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. The situation is likely to change significantly. Even if the armored rhinoceros is stupid, it should still be able to gain the upper hand with its 5-fingered hands. After all, with Scorpio's pincers, it's either scissors or rock. Its innate advantages are something that even if Scorpio evolves into the Scorpio King, it still can't match. Ironclad Rhino, let's use all our skills first. Let me first assess your mastery of the skills. Qingyuan tapped the armored rhinoceros's hard head. Huh. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the armored rhinoceros nodded and let out a roar. Use dragon dive against this reef. Qingyuan pointed to a huge reef in front of him and said to the armored rhinoceros. Huh. The armored rhinoceros roared, and its aura surged like a giant wave. Then, carrying this momentum, the armored rhinoceros charged towards the huge reef in front of it like a giant dragon. Boom! With a loud crash, the giant rock, taller than a person, was smashed to pieces by the armored rhinoceros. The scorpions heard the noise and quickly looked in this direction. Upon seeing this, everyone's faces showed shock. Ha ha ha, cool. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan burst into laughter, shouting how awesome it was. Although Scorpio could now easily smash such a huge reef. However, compared to the massive body of the armored rhinoceros, the scorpion's agile physique lacked a sense of awe. In other words, it lacks a kind of intense beauty. The collision of small hills always ignites the passion of boys. Don't stop using rock smash. Looking at the armored rhinoceros standing in front of the rubble, Qingyuan once again gave a loud command. Huh. The armored rhinoceros roared and quickly gathered rock-type energy in front of it. Giant rocks the size of Pikachu were launched by the armored rhinoceros. Bang bang bang. 3 huge rocks struck the reef in succession, making 3 loud noises. Use a rock to polish it. Use a corner ram. Use sandstorm. Qingyuan became increasingly adept at commanding the armored rhinoceros, and he couldn't help but immerse himself in the experience. By the time he came to his senses, the once rocky beach was now a mess. All those giant reefs were shattered by the armored rhinoceroses under Qingyuan's command, leaving only a pile of broken reefs. It's no longer appropriate to call it a rocky beach, perhaps it should be called a gravel beach now. The armored rhinoceros was exhausted and lay sprawled among the rubble. If it weren't for its strong constitution, it would probably be foaming at the mouth by now. Fearing being accidentally injured, the scorpions stopped training and hid behind Qingyuan. Qingyuan glanced at them, then waved his hand and said, Ha ha ha, no more workout today, come back with me to rest. Clatter. Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion and the others cheered. The 5-day training session had left them physically and mentally exhausted. Qingyuan has given them a break, and they can finally get some rest. Seeing the happy scorpions in front of him, Qingyuan plopped down on the ground and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hoo-ha, I feel like I'm going to die. Seeing the happy Qingyuan and the others, the armored rhinoceros tried to make a weak call, attempting to get Qingyuan's attention. However, Qingyuan was having a great time and didn't care about it at all. If Scorpio hadn't looked around and not noticed that Iron Rhino was also in the celebrating team, it's likely that Qingyuan won't notice the armored rhinoceros until it's foaming at the mouth. How are you, iron-clad rhino? You? I'm fine, just so tired, I feel like I'm going to die. Upon hearing Qingyuan's greeting, the armored rhinoceros panted heavily and called out to Qingyuan. Seeing this, Qingyuan quickly put it and the others back into their Pokeballs and ran as fast as he could towards the Pokemon Center. Fortunately, the Pebble Beach wasn't far from the Pokemon Center, and Qingyuan was able to run at full speed. Qingyuan successfully ran back to the Pokemon Center in just 3 minutes. Why are you always causing me so much trouble? The armored rhinoceros is just recovering, and you dare to subject it to such intense training. In the ward, the armored rhinoceros lay on a soft cushion, pretending to sleep. At this point, it had already been healed by Chinsi's heal pulse. There's nothing seriously wrong with its body, it's just that it hasn't been exercising for a long time and then suddenly started intense training. Especially since it trains in such a restrained environment by the sea. Its body couldn't hold on any longer, and it collapsed from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Qingyuan was scolding Qingyuan, the trainer who disregarded the Pokemon's health and engaged in intense training. Xioxia's actions at noon opened the door for Qingyuan. At this moment, she was twisting Qingyuan's ear with one hand while scolding him. Can't you just give me a break? This is the second time already. Sister Ran, I was wrong, I promise I won't do it again. Only after Qingyuan begged for mercy did Qingyuan finally let him go. If this happens again, you'll be sorry. After giving Qingyuan a threatening remark, Qingyuan left the ward and returned to the counter to handle matters at the Pokemon Center. Who taught you this? It hurts so much. Qingyuan rubbed his ears while complaining. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart, he could get to know Miss Joey better in the future. But you can't get as close to her as Qingyuan, or she'll really beat you up. And if she hits you, you can't even refute it. After seeing Qingyuan leave, the armored rhinoceros finally opened its eyes from its slumber. Seeing Qingyuan rubbing his ears, the armored rhinoceros couldn't help but chuckle. You still have the nerve to laugh? You didn't even tell me you were tired. Why are you so blunt? Hearing the armored rhinoceros's laughter, Qingyuan couldn't help but pat its head. Whoa, you were terrifying. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the armored rhinoceros let out a somewhat frightened cry. Seeing the armored rhinoceros in this state, Qingyuan patted its head. It's okay, just remember to tell me right away if you're not feeling well next time, okay? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the armored rhinoceros nodded in agreement. Looking at the armored rhinoceros with its clear eyes, Qingyuan patted its head and asked, So, are you going to stay here or come back to my room with me? Hoo-ha, back to the room. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the armored rhinoceros immediately stood up and responded. It will definitely go back to its room, at least there are scorpions and the others there to keep it company. The ward was quiet, but also very lonely. It was all alone, and it wasn't one to enjoy quiet. Seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but slap the armored rhinoceros's head hard. Boom. Hiss. I knew you couldn't stay still. I'll put you back into your Pokeball first, and then I'll release you when we get back to my room. Seeing Qingyuan rubbing his hands uncontrollably, the armored rhino chuckled and nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Qingyuan immediately took out a Pokeball and recalled it. Looking at his bright red palms, Qingyuan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. How did I end up with so many hard-boiled guys? Slowpoke is still the best. Shaking his head, Qingyuan rubbed his hands and sighed as he walked out of the ward. He completely forgot that Slowpoke had almost driven him half to death with anger during training. As soon as Qingyuan stepped outside, he ran into the 3 members of the Xiaozai trio, who all looked worried. Good afternoon, Xiaozai. Xioxia? Xiaogang? Qingyuan waved and greeted the trio. Hearing this, Xiaoji, who had a worried look on his face, looked up at Qingyuan and replied. Good afternoon, Brother Yuan. Good afternoon, Qingyuan. X2. I watched as Ash, after greeting me, continued walking towards the restaurant with a long face. Qingyuan couldn't help but ask Xioxia. What's wrong with Ash? Ash is worried about Pikachu. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Xioxia shrugged and said. Is Pikachu still not healed? Hearing Xioxia's words, Qingyuan asked in surprise. That shouldn't be the case. Xiaoyuren's medical skills are excellent, she was able to save a mantis that was almost cooked. It doesn't make sense that a Pikachu that was hit by a 100,000 volt attack would have such difficult to treat injuries. Surely Pikachu, an electric-type Pokemon, can't be less resistant to Thunderbolt than Scyther? No, it's because Pikachu doesn't want to evolve, and Ash is worried about how to defeat Lieutenant Surge's Reishu. Miss Joey's medical skills are excellent. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xioxia quickly waved her hand and said. Hearing this, Qingyuan glanced at Xiaozai walking ahead with some surprise. If he remembered correctly, Pikachu's evolution only happened after Nurse Joy gave Ash the Thunderstone at night. How come this happened so early in the afternoon? Is it the butterfly effect? However, Qingyuan was only slightly surprised, and he quickly accepted this slight butterfly effect. After all, this is a real world, and it's impossible for everything to follow the plot of an anime. Just as Qingyuan was deep in thought, Xiaozai and his two friends had already disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Qingyuan didn't take it to heart, it was just a chance encounter. He has more important things to do. Xiaochun just sent him a message. Sakuragi invited him to his home that evening and asked him to introduce him to Professor Oak. During his previous conversation with Sakuragi, Ayahara repeatedly expressed his admiration for Professor Oak. Tonight, Sakuragi plans to have a phone call with Professor Oak, which will be a good opportunity to introduce Ayahara to Professor Oak. Qingyuan is now going to buy some gifts, since Sakuragi is going to introduce him to his teacher. Bringing a small gift when you visit someone can also express your respect. That evening, Qingyuan walked back to the Pokémon Center, feeling quite cheerful. Sakuragi spoke with Professor Oak after dinner tonight. Thanks to Sakuragi's introduction, Ayuan successfully became a familiar face to Professor Oak. Next, all you need to do is meet Professor Oak with Ash and his friends while you're in Lamp Ridge, and get acquainted with him. Once he finishes capturing all the fossil Pokémon in Big Fool Valley, he can use them to contact Professor Oak. With Professor Oak as his support base, he can travel without any worries. As Qingyuan pondered this, he walked towards the Pokémon Center, and soon he arrived at the entrance. Brother Yuan. Holy crap. Just as Qingyuan was in a good mood and was about to open the door to the Pokémon Center, a voice suddenly rang in his ear, startling him. Qingyuan looked in the direction the sound came from and saw Xiaozai crouching in the shadows, looking at him. Xiaozhi, you scared me to death. Do you know that scaring someone can kill them? Upon seeing that it was Ash, Qingyuan quickly relaxed and started teasing Ash. I'm so sorry, Brother Yuan. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaozai stood up from the ground, scratched his head, and said somewhat embarrassedly, It's so late, why aren't you in your room sleeping? What are you doing here? Qingyuan looked at Xiaozai in front of him and asked with some confusion. I've been waiting for you? Xiaozhi looked at Qingyuan with excitement. Looking at Xiaozai's eyes, Qingyuan felt a sense of unease. He quickly took 2 steps back and continued to ask. What are you doing waiting for me here in the middle of the night? Seeing Qingyuan's actions, Xiaozai, completely unaware, took 2 steps forward to leave the shadows, grinning widely as he spoke. Miss Joey told me that you successfully got the orange badge, UNG. I just wanted to come and learn from you. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan lowered his arm, which he had raised in self-defense. Pikachu doesn't want to evolve. As Qingyuan pushed open the door, he asked Xiaozai, I don't know why, but Pikachu seems to really resist evolving. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaozai stood to the side and spoke obediently. Hearing this, Qingyuan nodded knowingly and then walked into the Pokémon Center. Come in and tell us, it's quite windy outside, it's really uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Ash was taken aback, but quickly recovered and followed Qingyuan into the Pokémon Center. After entering the Pokémon Center, Qingyuan first bought 2 bottles of orange juice from the vending machine. After opening one bottle and taking a sip, Qingyuan handed the other bottle to Xiaozai. Thank you. Xiaozhi reached out and took it, then thanked Qingyuan. You're welcome. As Qingyuan spoke, he sat down on the chair next to him. Seeing this, Xiaozhi sat down next to Qingyuan. So, do you want Pikachu to evolve, or do you want to challenge the Vermilion City Gym and successfully obtain the orange badge? Looking at Xiaozhi sitting next to him, Qingyuan took a sip of orange juice and asked. Ugh. Xiaozhi seemed a little confused after hearing Qingyuan's words. Seeing this, Qingyuan took another sip of orange juice and said calmly. Actually, Pikachu can defeat Raichu even without evolving. It just requires a little training. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaozai looked at Qingyuan with excitement. What should we do, Brother Yuan? All you need to do is give Pikachu some targeted training. But Ash, don't you want Pikachu to evolve? Looking at Xiaozai's excited expression, Qingyuan asked in a puzzled tone. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhi's expression became somewhat awkward, but he finally spoke up. Hey, Pikachu seems to be resisting evolution. I think we shouldn't make it do things it doesn't want to do. Hearing this, Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction and patted Xiaozai on the shoulder. Sure enough, this is Ash, willing to follow his Pokémon's wishes 100% and not make them do things he doesn't like. Compared to that guy Guhao should be drowned in a stinking ditch. Let the stinky mud and other creatures permeate his dog brain with their body odor every day. What the hell, you stupid bastard? Looking at Ash in front of him, Qingyuan began to explain the advantages and disadvantages of Raichu and Pikachu. He was instructed to focus on giving Pikachu special training to improve its speed. Lieutenant Surge's Raichu prioritizes the power of its moves, resulting in Raichu being far slower than Pikachu. Ash can defeat Lieutenant Surge's Raichu by training Pikachu's speed. Although Raichu was quite fast when he battled Lieutenant Surge, it can even keep up with the speed of the Scyther. But Lieutenant Surge probably wouldn't send out his fast Raichu to deal with Ash's baby Pikachu. After thinking it over, Qingyuan glanced at Xiaozai's childish face. Mazurge isn't that wicked, he probably isn't. The next morning, when Qingyuan walked out of the Pokémon Center, Ash is giving Pikachu special training at the training ground. Perhaps they believed that it was better to give all of them special training than to train just one. Ash released all of his Pokémon. Besides the 3 starter Pokémon from the Kanto region that he was familiar with, there was also a Beedrill and a Butterfree in the training field. Looking at Ash's Beedrill, Qingyuan was genuinely surprised, because he remembered that Ash shouldn't have had Beedrill. Could this be the butterfly effect he caused? Ash, didn't you catch a Pidgeotto in Viridian Forest? Seeing Ash training Pikachu, Qingyuan asked directly. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Zai was completely dumbfounded. Huh? I captured it, but it was later sent back to the Doctor's Research Institute. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. Since Pidgeotto was caught, Beedrill is the extra Pokémon. So, what exactly caused Ash to catch another Beedrill? It couldn't be because I beat up the samurai boy, could it? Qingyuan stared at Ash's Beedrill, lost in thought. What's wrong? Is there a problem with Brother Yuan? Seeing Qingyuan staring intently at his Beedrill, Ash asked with some confusion. Hearing Zai's words, Qingyuan snapped out of his daze, shook his head, and said, "No, but I think you can have Beedrill train Pikachu to improve Pikachu's speed. If I remember correctly, although Beedrill is known for its social nature, it is actually quite fast. Letting Beedrill train with Pikachu will not only train Pikachu's speed, but Beedrill will also get some training in the process." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Zai showed a thoughtful expression. "Alright, think it over yourself. I'm going to train the scorpions." After saying that, Qingyuan patted Zai on the shoulder and walked towards the Pebble Beach. The rocky beach could totally be renamed now, Qingyuan even thinks. Before he leaves Kurane City, he can recreate a beach in Kurane City that people can enjoy. Upon arriving at the Pebble Beach, Qingyuan released the scorpions. After repeating what he had said yesterday, he began a day of training. Meanwhile, after Qingyuan left, Zai began to consider the feasibility of Qingyuan's language. Watching the Beedrill constantly leaving after images as it swung its bone needles, and Pikachu constantly shifting and dodging around the field. The more Xiao Ji thought about it, the more he felt that the plan seemed feasible. He called Pikachu and Beedrill over, intending to have them practice against each other. Ash shared Qingyuan's idea with Pikachu and Beedrill. The two little ones nodded without any objection. Alright, let's begin the special training. Beedrill uses a flurry of attacks on Pikachu, and Pikachu dodges with quick attack. Hiss. Pick up. Upon hearing Ash's words, Beedrill cried out, and its two bone needles flashed white light as it stabbed towards Pikachu. Pikachu wasn't going to be outdone, a flash of light appeared all over its body. With a nimble, rabbit-like movement, it swiftly dodged the drill's attack. Ash stood on the sidelines, watching this scene, a strange light shining in his eyes. It was as if Qingyuan had opened the door to a new world for him. Pfft! The armored rhinoceros's rock blast slammed violently into the sea. Charmander, use Ember attack. Looking at the waves caused by the rock blast, Qingyuan shouted commands to Charmander. Grew WA. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon roared and spat out a pillar of fire like a fire line at the waves in front of it. The waves that should have extinguished the flames were shattered by the pillar of fire. Seeing the power of the little dragon's sparks, Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction. After this period of training, Charmander has mastered the Ember attack. After Qingyuan's suggestion and guidance, Charmander's sparks could no longer even be called sparks. It combines the explosiveness of sparks with the continuity of jet flames. Charmander's sparks can now be described as a spark machine gun. After all, he already had the seed machine gun, so it's reasonable for him to develop a spark machine gun? Again? Ironclad Rhino, keep using Rock Smash. Seeing this, Qingyuan once again commanded the armored rhinoceros to use Rock Blast on the sea surface. Huh. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the armored rhinoceros roared and immediately conjured 5 rocks, which it then threw towards the sea. 5 huge rocks crashed down, instantly creating a wave 3 or 4 meters high on the sea surface. Charmander, use Spark to shatter the waves. Looking at the huge waves in front of him, Qingyuan waved his hand and commanded the little fire dragon to use Spark again. Grew WA. Looking at the huge waves in front of him, the little dragon roared, and the flames in its mouth continued to compress and gather. Eventually, the sparks formed a pillar of fire that shot towards the oncoming wave. Boom! The thick pillar of fire punched a huge hole in the wave, which was more than 3 meters high. Great! Charmander, we've succeeded. Watching the pillar of fire spewing from the little fire dragon's mouth, Qingyuan couldn't help but shout loudly at the little fire dragon. He originally had Charmander compress sparks to attack, just to see if Charmander could master flamethrower as a result. However, perhaps due to insufficient strength, Charmander only mastered the spark machine gun before reaching a bottleneck. Qingyuan was originally content, after all, it was just a spark machine gun, as long as it was more powerful than a spark machine gun. Unexpectedly, under the pressure of the huge waves, Charmander's potential was unleashed, and its spark gun successfully transformed into a flame-breathing machine gun. This excited Qingyuan, who had originally given up. Who would have thought that the little dragon would eventually become? As expected, it is the best Charmander among the Pokémon at the Pewter City Pokémon Center. Charmander has the potential to be a king? Grew WA. Seeing that he had succeeded, the little dragon was just about to turn around and share his joy with Qingyuan. Suddenly, the little dragon's entire body shone with a dazzling white light. Little fire dragon. Seeing this, Qingyuan hurriedly ran to the little fire dragon's side and called out to it with some concern. The little fire dragon's body kept changing and growing taller in the white light. Roar. Finally, with a roar, a fire dinosaur with crimson skin and a horn-like protrusion on its head appeared in Qingyuan's sight. Charmeleon raised its arms to look at its hands, which had grown sharp claws, and then stretched its greatly transformed legs. Then it looked at Qingyuan, who was standing in front of it with a look of surprise and joy. Roar, I've evolved. The fire dragon roared and lunged into Qingyuan's arms with its arms outstretched. Ha ha ha. Qingyuan smiled and hugged the fire dinosaur into his arms. Congratulations, Charmeleon, you've evolved. Looking at the Charmander clinging tightly to him, Qingyuan smiled and spoke. When Charmander evolved, he was worried that Charmeleon might change its nature after evolving, just like Ash's Charmeleon. But now, the little dragon's actions immediately put Qingyuan's mind at ease. Charmander was an obedient child, so even after evolving into Charmeleon, it remained just as obedient. Hehe. Congratulations, little brother. Seeing this, Scorpion, who was training nearby, glided over to Qingyuan's side and gave his blessing to the Charizard. Hooray! Congratulations! The armored rhinoceros standing next to Qingyuan congratulated the fire dinosaur upon seeing Scorpion. Then I remembered that it seems that the evolution of a partner is something to celebrate. Moreover, Charmander's lively personality made it a good friend, so Rhinoceros followed up on Scorpion's words and offered its congratulations to Charmeleon. Congratulations, little one. Upon noticing the situation, the Scyther quickly flew towards it. However, due to the weight it was carrying, it was relatively slow, which is why it became the third companion to come and offer its blessings. Meow, congratulations on your evolution. The cat boss gracefully stepped over the pebbles and jumped to Qingyuan's side to give the fire dinosaur a blessing. Yay Thud, congratulations on evolving into Charmander. Slowpoke used its psychic powers to fly to Qingyuan's side and offer its congratulations to Charmander. It sat on the beach for a long time, pondering, and finally came over in person to give the Charizard its blessing. After all, Charmander was the first friend it made in the team, and it had to come in person to evolve its best friend. Thank you. Charmeleon emerged from Qingyuan's embrace and loudly thanked Scorpion and the others. It then unleashed a flamethrower into the sky to express its joy. As orange-red flames exploded in the sky, the Scorpions cheered even more excitedly. After a long while, when Scorpion and the others had finished cheering, Qingyuan finally spoke with a smile. That's all for today's training. I'm going to buy some materials. We'll have a barbecue for lunch today to celebrate Charizard's successful evolution. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion and the others cheered once again. It's great that Charmander evolves. Not only is today's training over, but I can also have a delicious lunch. Thinking of this, Scorpion and the others couldn't help but toss Charmeleon high into the air and catch it steadily. Qingyuan watched this scene with a smile on his face. Once Scorpion and the others had finished playing, Qingyuan put them back into their Pokeballs. Looking at the Charmeleon's Pokeball in his hand, Qingyuan took out a Pokédex from his pocket with his right hand. Evolution is both an opportunity for Pokémon to become stronger and a good time for them to learn new skills. I wonder if Charmeleon learned any new skills during this evolution. With anticipation in his heart, Qingyuan slowly placed the Pokeball into the slot of the Pokédex. Charmeleon had a horn-like protrusion on its head, and its mouth became pointed, somewhat resembling a bird's beak. Its limbs and tail were relatively long, with flames still burning at the tip of its tail. Charmeleon was extremely aggressive. Its fiery temperament caused it to constantly seek out opponents and never remain still. It would first sweep its tail to knock down its opponent, then tear it to pieces with its sharp claws. With a burst of electronic music, Charmeleon's information was successfully added to the Pokédex. However, upon hearing the description of Charmeleon in the Pokédex, a strange expression flashed across Qingyuan's face. You should know that Charmeleon didn't show the slightest sign of ferocity just now. Even Charmeleon's behavior and temperament are similar to when it was a baby Charmeleon. Am I really going to turn a tyrannical dragon into a fire-breathing little lizard? Looking at the descriptions in the Pokédex, Qingyuan thought to himself. This cuddly Charmeleon looks exactly like the one described in the Pokédex, capable of tearing its opponents to shreds with its sharp claws. I want a dragon, not a hugging dragon. Looks like I'll have to find some time to give Charmeleon a proper lesson in being a dragon. As Qingyuan pondered this, he looked down at the display screen of the encyclopedia. Pokémon, Charmeleon. Rating, 17. Developmental comparison, excellent. Attribute, fire. Feature, fire. Skills, Dragon Dance, Dragon Dive, Metal Claw, Double Up, Scratch, Roar, Flamethrower, Smoke Screen, Dragon Breath, Fire Fang, Slash, Terrifying Face, Flamethrower. If the Pokémon's aptitude is high enough, it can learn some skills in advance. Consider this a secondary setting. Seeing the Charizard's information on the screen, Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Charmeleon truly lives up to its reputation as the Pokémon with the best potential in the team. After one evolution, Charmeleon not only learned 3 new skills, but also learned a powerful fire-type move like Flamethrower. All things considered, Charizard saved him several hundred league coins. As expected, Charizard has the potential to be a king. Looking at the Charmeleon Pokeball in his hand, Qingyuan felt full of admiration for it. After putting away Charmeleon's Pokeball, Qingyuan left the gravel beach and headed towards the seafood market in Vermilion City. He needed to prepare ingredients for the barbecue party at noon. And since it's going to be held at the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy and Ash will probably be there too. If possible, he would even like to invite Sakuragi's family to attend. Therefore, purchasing large quantities of ingredients is a necessary step. Evening, in the open space of the training ground outside the Pokémon Center, Chef Xiaogang and Chef Yoshino are preparing dinner for the upcoming barbecue party. Qingyuan and Zai supervised Pikachu and Drill's special training. Xiao Yuren, who finally had a chance to rest for a while, sat on a table and chair next to her, holding her cat, Boss Cat. Zioxia and Xiaochan, meanwhile, were hiding to the side, whispering intimate words. Soda, that arrogant brat, was sticking to Ayahara's scyther. The proud and handsome scyther completely captivated the arrogant brat Soda in just one encounter. Sakuragi sat at the table, drinking tea and looking at the research report. Nevertheless, influenced by the warm atmosphere around him, Sakuragi still wore an indelible smile on his face. The star of this barbecue party is Fire Dinosaur, who aspires to be a master chef. At this moment, it was grilling a barbecue with Ash's Charmander. Looking at the skewers that turned an enticing color under the flames, Charmander nodded in satisfaction. Ash's Charmander, meanwhile, looked at Charmeleon with disdain. Having experienced abandonment, it has always longed for greater power. This fellow clansman in front of me is using such great power for something as trivial as grilling. This kin is already useless, so it doesn't need to be given any respect. Charmeleon could clearly sense the psychological change in its fellow creature beside it. However, since today is the day it evolved, Qingyuan wants to celebrate it. It didn't want its barbecue party to be ruined by anything. So as long as Charmander doesn't do anything outrageous, Charmeleon can actually be tolerated. Moreover, this little guy is so weak that it can be easily defeated with one hand, so there's absolutely no need to pay him any attention. Even in Charmander's heart, the little Charmander didn't matter as much as the skewers of grilled meat in his hand. But what Charmander didn't know was that sometimes, your indifference could be seen as weakness and vulnerability. Just like now, facing its own fighting spirit, Charizard has no way to respond. The little dragon became even more certain that the fellow dragon in front of him was all show and no substance, someone he could bully. So when the fire dinosaur saw that the skewers were almost ready, it prepared to give them to Qingyuan to try. Charmander's reckless spirit was bursting forth. After sensing Charmeleon's intentions, it quickly reached out and took the skewers of grilled meat. And he took a bite of the skewer at an extremely fast speed. Roar, that's for Qingyuan. Upon seeing this, Charmeleon roared angrily. Because it was a barbecue party to celebrate its arrival, Charmander was keeping a low profile, otherwise, it would have been known for its fiery temper. By then, Charmander would have already slapped himself across the face and taught Charmander how to be a Pokémon. It can swear that as long as Charmander apologizes to it, for the sake of the party's success, it's still possible to forgive Charmander. However, after hearing Charmeleon's words, Charmeleon became even more convinced that Charmeleon was an easy target. So, instead of apologizing to the fire dinosaur, it even breathed flames from its nostrils and provoked the fire dinosaur. Charmeleon couldn't stand it anymore. You think you can bully me like this? It raised its hand and slapped the little fire dragon hard across the face. The little Charmander, who was already prepared to fight Charmeleon, jumped back and dodged Charmeleon's attack. Because Qingyuan and Zai were relatively close to Charmeleon, and Charmeleon's movements were indeed quite large. Therefore, Qingyuan easily saw the situation here. What's going on, Charizard? Qingyuan stopped the Charizard, which was about to continue its attack, and asked softly. Charmander was just about to tell Qingyuan what was going on when Ash unexpectedly failed to stop Charmander. A spark was fired at Charmeleon. Roar. Upon seeing this, Charmander roared and slapped the oncoming sparks to pieces. After this battle, Qingyuan's expression also turned grim. I'm so sorry, Brother Yuan. The little dragon used to be very obedient, I don't know what's wrong with it this time. Ash, who was standing to the side, was holding Charmander in his arms and apologizing to Qingyuan with a look of remorse. Seeing this, Qingyuan looked at Zai with a helpless expression, and was about to wave his hand to indicate that everything was fine. But he found that the scorpions had surrounded him and were roaring at Ash. Ash's Pokémon were not to be outdone, and now they surrounded Ash, fighting against Gliscor and the others with serious expressions. Seeing this, Qingyuan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. This is troublesome, both Ash and his Pokémon have been angered. This situation is definitely not going to be resolved peacefully, we can only fight it out. Moreover, the fact that Charmander dared to attack him really made him a little angry. After thinking it over, Qingyuan looked up at Zai, who also had a troubled expression, and said, Alright, Ash, let's have a battle. While settling our scores, we can also test the results of your special training. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Zai immediately agreed. I've had the idea of fighting Qingyuan for a long time. However, due to certain reasons, he has not had the opportunity to fight Qingyuan. With the opportunity presented to him, Ash was not about to let it slip by. Moreover, as a trainer, how can one refuse a challenge from another trainer? So Ash didn't even hesitate and accepted Qingyuan's challenge directly. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yuren and the others breathed a sigh of relief. For trainers, things that can be resolved through battles are not a big deal. Qingyuan and Zai stood on the battlefield at the Pokémon Center. Xiaogang, acting as the referee, stood on one side of the battlefield holding two command flags. Xiao Yuren and Zioxia stood on the sidelines, cheering for Qingyuan and Zai. Now, let's begin the battle between Ash from Pallet Town and Aoandan from Viridian City. Each side can use 6 Pokémon. If all of one side's Pokémon are unable to battle, the other side wins. These are all the rules for this match. The match shall now begin. Xiao Gang waved the command flag in his hand and shouted loudly, "I choose you, Charmander." As soon as Xiao Gang finished speaking, Zai, who had been waiting impatiently, threw out Charmander's Pokeball. Seeing this, Qingyuan silently took out Charmeleon's Pokémon and threw it out. Perfect timing? Charizard will teach this guy a lesson. With a flash of red light, Charmander and Charmeleon appeared on the battlefield at the same time. Gru-wa. Roar. Upon seeing their opponents, Charmander and Charmeleon both let out a shout. Oh, a civil war between members of the same clan. I wonder if Charmander can defeat his evolved form. Seeing the scene unfolding on the field, Sakuragi said something with some curiosity. Hearing this, Zioxia glanced at the little fire dragon in the arena with some concern. She knew all about how Charmander was abandoned. If the little dragon were to be soundly defeated by its own kind here, wouldn't it give up on itself? Thinking of this, Zioxia couldn't help but shout loudly, "Go, little dragon! Go, Charizard!" Hearing this, Qiaoyuan, who was standing to the side, also cheered loudly for Charizard, not to be outdone. Charmeleon cooked for her when it was still a baby Charmeleon. Qiaoyuan was unwilling to see a good child like Charmeleon be overthrown by his inferiors. "Gui, come on, weak kin, let me defeat you." Hearing Zioxia's cheers, Charmander couldn't help but breathe fire from his nostrils and loudly taunt Charmeleon. "Roar, useless." Hearing Charmander's provocative words, Charmeleon stretched out a hand to give it a thumbs up, then slowly turned it over. Upon seeing this, Charmander's eyes turned red, and without listening to Ash's commands, it unleashed a flamethrower directly at Charmeleon. "Little fire dragon." Ash exclaimed in surprise when he saw that Charmander hadn't obeyed his commands and had launched an attack. "Charmeleon, stop me." Seeing Charmander's dim-colored flames, Qingyuan didn't even command Charmander to dodge, but instead had it block them directly. Roar. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Charmeleon immediately stretched out its right hand to block Charmander's flamethrower. To express its contempt for Charmander, Charmeleon didn't even use any special moves. The orange-red pillar of fire struck Charmeleon's hand, and was immediately split into 4 smaller pillars by Charmeleon's claws. A few seconds later, Charmander extinguished the flames on its hand and looked at its right hand, which was completely unharmed. Charizard smirked and loudly mocked. "Roar? He really is a piece of trash. Gui, I'm going to kill you." Upon hearing Charmeleon's words, the little Charmeleon's already red eyes turned even redder. Its hands glowed white, its nails stretched out, and it charged towards the Charizard. "Little Charmander, calm down, don't be impulsive." Upon seeing this, Ash was somewhat distraught and shouted loudly. The little dragon used to be very obedient, so why has it become disobedient this time? Ash, a novice trainer just starting out, seemed a little flustered in this situation. "Alright, enough playing around. Charmeleon, use flamethrower." Seeing Ash on the verge of collapse, Qingyuan waved his hand and loudly commanded Charmeleon. "Roar." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the fire dinosaur roared. Then, a pillar of fire, thicker than Charmander's head, was shot by Charmeleon towards the charging Charmander. Seeing this, the little Charmander wanted to learn how to be Charmeleon. It held its claws in front of it, trying to block Charizard's flame-breathing attack with the power of its claws. However, Charmeleon's flamethrower is far superior to Charmander's. The thick pillar of fire gave the little dragon no chance to react, and it blasted it away. Boom! The little dragon made a loud noise when it landed. "Little fire dragon." Ash shouted worriedly as he ran towards where Charmander had landed. "Charmander, what did you just say to Charmander?" Seeing Ash picking up Charmander, Qingyuan called Charmeleon to his side, poked its shoulder, and asked. He had clearly seen Charmander's state just now. Its red eyes made it look like it wanted to eat Charmeleon whole. If you tell Qingyuan that the fire dinosaur didn't say anything, he definitely won't believe you. "Huh? Nothing much, just normal trash talk, right?" Upon hearing Qingyuan, Charizard looked puzzled and thought about it carefully. All he did was call Charmander a piece of trash. Surely it's not just because of those 2 words that the little dragon went crazy? Charmander thought about it for a while, completely bewildered, and finally spread his hands, giving an innocent look. It really doesn't know anything? Upon seeing the Charmeleon with its innocent expression, Qingyuan seemed to have a new understanding of this guy. "I think it was during the last time I played against Sujita. Charmeleon successfully angered Squirtle in Tsukida with its sharp tongue. I didn't expect you to be such a sharp-tongued guy." Qingyuan smiled and rubbed the Charizard's head. "Roar, I'm not a snake, I'm a dragon." Feeling the hand on its head, Charmander rubbed its head against it. Then he shouted with a displeased expression. Ignore Charmander's displeased expression. Qingyuan left the battlefield and walked towards Zai, who was holding Charmander at the time. "Brother Yuan." Ash sat slumped on the ground, clutching Charmander, and stared blankly at Qingyuan in front of him, letting out a listless cry. "What's wrong, Ash? Has a little failure made you lose confidence?" Qingyuan plopped down next to Zai and patted Zai on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji shook his head. "No, it's just that I don't know why Charmander won't obey my commands." After saying that, Ash looked down at the Charmander in his arms again. Little Fire Dragon was a very obedient child before. Ash was confused when faced with this situation of his Pokémon being disobedient for the first time. It was because he did something wrong that the little dragon was disobedient. or perhaps for some other reason. In short, Xiaoji is very worried right now. The difference in experience became apparent at this point. If Ash from the Hone region were to face this problem, he can say this with great confidence. No one knows better than him how to handle disobedient elves. Seeing that Xiaozai was a little sad, Qingyuan patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Hey, Charmander actually listens to you quite a bit. However, it was during the battle just now that Charmeleon provoked us. That's why the little dragon got angry and acted disobediently. This is normal in battles. Sometimes certain skills can cause your Pokémon to become confused and behave disobediently. So you need to gradually adapt and find ways to overcome it. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaozai looked at the Charmander in his arms and fell into deep thought. By the way, Ash, your Charmander might have some psychological issues. Qingyuan looked at Ash, who was holding Charmander and thinking, and spoke again. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji looked up at Qingyuan with a puzzled expression. Ignoring Xiaozai's questioning look, Qingyuan continued speaking. Your little Charmander is very bold, daring to challenge my Charmeleon. That's definitely a great strength, proving that Charmander has a heart that wants to become stronger. But during the battle, it lost its mind after being provoked by Charizard just a few times. If your mentality doesn't match your strength, Charmander might not obey your commands after it evolves. It's not impossible that they might even launch an attack on you. You'd better prepare early. It would be best to train Charmander's mentality before it evolves. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaozai wiped Charmander's face. Looking at that cute little face, Xiaoji couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. If you're unsure, you can ask Xiaogang for advice. Tell Xiaogang what I said, and he'll give you his opinion. Seeing the bewildered Xiaozai, Qingyuan spoke up again to remind him. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji nodded in agreement. Although Ash hasn't been traveling with Brock for very long, he has already developed a strong dependence on him. Brock is now truly Brock's mom in the trio of Ash and his friends. Let's go, let Sister Ran heal your little dragon, then we'll go get some barbecue. I bought a lot of ingredients today, so you'd better eat your fill. After saying that, Qingyuan stood up and reached out his hand to Xiaozai. After Ash put Charmander away, he grabbed Qingyuan's hand for support and stood up. When Xiaogang and the others saw Qingyuan and Xiaoji walking arm in arm, they breathed a sigh of relief. Because Charmander disobeyed Ash's commands, the battle came to an end. Back at the training ground, Ash handed Charmander's Pokeball to Nurse Joy. In just 5 minutes, Charmander was successfully healed and returned to the training ground. The reason was that Xiaogang and the others were worried that Qingyuan and Xiaozai might have some kind of conflict. So the dinner needed for the barbecue party wasn't ready yet. Reluctantly, in order to eat dinner as soon as possible, Qingyuan had no choice but to cook it himself. Fire Dinosaur worked even harder to grill the barbecue so that everyone could taste his cooking skills. After Charmander recovered, he returned to Charmeleon's side. However, after witnessing Charmeleon's power this time, Charmander's attitude towards Charmeleon completely changed. Now the little Charmander is following behind Charmeleon, handing it a wooden brush or a condiment every now and then. This guy is such a sycophant. Charmander glanced at it sideways but didn't pay it any mind. Anyway, if Charmander causes trouble again, it will definitely give it another flamethrower to teach it a lesson. Half an hour later, all the preparations were completed. The barbecue party has officially begun. The roast beef at Charizard is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and Xiaogang's sardine sandwich is also very delicious. Yoshino's mushroom soup was exceptionally delicious, and Qingyuan's braised mullet, made using a recipe from his previous life, also won a standing ovation. With the help of a variety of delicious foods, the barbecue party was a great success. The party lasted for more than 2 hours before it ended, if it weren't for the fact that Sakuragi had to go to the research institute the next morning. This barbecue party might not end until late at night. After the party ended, Qingyuan, with the help of Xiaozai and the others, successfully cleaned up the training ground. After cleaning up the venue, it was already 11 p.m. Seeing that it was getting late, Xiaozai and the others said goodbye to Qingyuan and returned to their room. Only Qingyuan and Xiaoyuren remained in the lobby of the Pokémon Center. Aren't you going back to your room to sleep? Xiaoyuren sat behind the counter and looked at Qingyuan, who was still standing in the lobby, and asked him a question. Hey, Sister Ran, there's something I'd like to ask you for help with. Hearing Xiaoyuren's words, Qingyuan spoke up somewhat embarrassedly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuren, who had been looking bored and preparing to continue working, immediately perked up. What kind of problem is it? You actually came to me for help. Xiaoyuren sat behind the counter, her right hand supporting her face, looking at Qingyuan with great interest. I don't know where to buy a boat ticket. I'd like you to help me buy one. As Qingyuan spoke, he took out a bundle of alliance coins from his backpack and handed it to Xiaoyuren. For convenience, Qingyuan always carried tens of thousands of alliance coins in cash in his bag. Xiaoyuren looked at the alliance coins in front of her and said with a surprised expression. You're leaving? When? Yes, I've been in Vermilion City for quite a while now. It's time to set off on my next journey. As for the time, I plan to leave tomorrow afternoon. Hearing Xiaoyuren's words, Qingyuan nodded and said, that doesn't need to cost that much. Are you planning to take a luxury cruise? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaoyuren tossed the bundle of alliance coins in her hand and said. Seeing this, Qingyuan scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. I've never bought one before, and I'm planning to buy a direct ferry ticket to Lamperchi. I was worried you wouldn't have enough money, that's why. Upon hearing Qingyuan's explanation, Xiao Yuren nodded in understanding. Do you have any requirements for the ship? I heard that the Saint Juan has been docked at the port of Kuj City for the past few days. How about I give you some extra money so you can go upstairs and have some fun? Xiao Yuren fiddled with the money in her hand, as if she had remembered something, and spoke to Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan was immediately startled. Good heavens, he only thought of buying a ticket and leaving in advance to avoid that ship. He'd have to be crazy to board a ship that's obviously going to sink. If there were a spirit that could be ridden on the sea, Qingyuan might even go and take a ride. However, Qingyuan, who only had one water-type Pokemon, Slowpoke, decided it was best not to go looking for trouble. He doesn't have the protagonist's halo. Without a water spirit to ride while wandering the seas, he can't guarantee his safety. No, Sister Ran, any ship will do, as long as it's not the Saint Antoine. Qingyuan quickly waved his hand at Xiao Yuren and said, just kidding, if Xiao Yuren actually buys it, wouldn't all that money be wasted? Fine. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiao Yuren felt somewhat confused, but she still decided to follow Qingyuan's idea. Boom boom boom. The next morning, before Qingyuan even got out of bed, Xiao Yuren was already knocking on Qingyuan's door. Seeing this, Qingyuan could only struggle to get out of his bed and open the door for Xiao Yuren. Good morning, Qingyuan. Looking at Qingyuan, who was wearing pajamas and looked sleepy, Xiao Yuren spoke with great energy. Looking at Xiao Yuren in front of him, Qingyuan's eyes flashed with helplessness. Finally, looking exhausted, he leaned against the door and replied, Good morning. Looking at the listless Qingyuan in front of her, Xiao Yuren reached out and rubbed Qingyuan's face with both hands. It's already 7:30, why are you still sleeping? Qingyuan was sleepy and let Xiao Yuren's hands play with his face. No, I'm not a university student, why would I get up so early? What are you not? Xiao Yuren grabbed Qingyuan's face and pulled it to both sides, asking a question. Ouch, it hurts. Qingyuan reached out and slapped Xiao Yuren's hand away, rubbing his cheek and saying angrily, It's good that it hurts, it'll wake you up. Xiao Yuren rolled her eyes at Qingyuan, then took a boat ticket out of her pocket for Qingyuan. Look, time is too tight, most of the large ferries departing this afternoon are already full. I only managed to get a ticket for a medium-sized ferry, so you'll have to make do with this one. As she spoke, Xiao Yuren shoved the boat ticket into Qingyuan's hand. The ship departs at 3 p.m, remember not to be late. I have to go back to the counter. You'd better get up and get ready. After saying that, Xiao Yuren walked to the side. Qingyuan looked at the boat ticket in his hand and felt a little dizzy. No, didn't he just ask Xiao Yuren for help last night? How did he get the boat tickets so quickly? Xiao Yuren's initiative is amazing. Oh right, I still have 3,000 of the 10,000 alliance coins you gave me. I won't return them to you, consider it my errand fee. Just then, Xiao Yuren's voice suddenly rang out again. Qingyuan glanced over and saw Xiao Yuren shaking the alliance coins in her hand, her delicate face full of pride. Seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but smile and say something. Thank you, Sister Ran. After saying that, Qingyuan waved the boat ticket in his hand at Xiao Yuren. Back in his room, Qingyuan was wide awake after Xiao Yuren's antics. Looking at the scorpions who were still asleep, Qingyuan sighed and began to prepare breakfast for them. Although the Pokémon Center offers free breakfast, the Pokémon food at Qingyuan is all specially made. Compared to the generic Pokémon food at the Pokémon Center, Qingyuan's food is more nutritious. After Scorpion and the others finished their breakfast, Qingyuan put them away, took the trash he had cleaned up, and left the room. After throwing away the trash, Qingyuan grabbed 2 sandwiches for breakfast at the restaurant, then went to the counter and handed the room key to Xiao Yuren. Have a safe journey, Qingyuan. Remember to contact us if you encounter any trouble. Seeing Qingyuan with a sandwich in his mouth, Xiao Yuren took the keys and gave him some instructions with some concern. Oh, don't worry, Sister Ran, I'll definitely call you if I get any trouble. Besides, I've been traveling for quite a while now, so don't treat me like a clueless newbie who's never traveled before. Hearing Xiao Yuren's words, Qingyuan took a bite of his sandwich and said to Xiao Yuren while chewing, with your unreliable attitude, how are you any different from those rookie trainers who have just set off on their journeys? As Xiao Yuren handed Qingyuan a glass of water, she said with a hint of disdain. Qingyuan took the water glass and took 2 big gulps. He then stuffed the rest of the sandwich into his mouth, drank a few sips of water to wash it down. He then spoke. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Sister Ran, your cooking is great. The sandwiches are delicious. Qingyuan gave Xiao Yuren a thumbs up and handed her the water glass. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Qingyuan waved to Xiao Yuren and walked out of the Pokémon Center. Let's go, Ranji. Watch my performance at the Quartz Convention. Goodbye, and best of luck at the Quartz Conference. Watching Qingyuan's departing figure, Xiao Yuren waved to him and said loudly. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Qingyuan headed straight for the Silver Company's shopping mall. It's time to replace the Pokeballs of Gliscor and the others. The conditions in Qingyuan were poor before, so they had to live in red and white Pokeballs. Now that Qingyuan is a millionaire, it's time to give Scorpion and the others a more comfortable place to live. In addition to Pokeballs, Qingyuan also plans to buy a Thunderbolt move disc for Persian to broaden its attack range. Oh, and we also need to replenish the Scorpion's food supply. You should buy at least a month's worth. Last time, if we hadn't stocked up on enough elf food, I'm afraid he and Scorpio will never be able to leave that forest. There are also medicinal herbs for making potions. Scorpion and Scyther have reached level 30, and it's time to use potions to cultivate them. The medicinal materials needed to make the potion for Scorpion and Scyther also need to be prepared. Qingyuan walked along, lost in thought. The thought of the money he would have to spend later gave Qingyuan a headache. Since becoming a trainer, Qingyuan has gained a deeper understanding of the phrase spending money like water. Every time I get money, before I can even enjoy it, I have to convert it all into resources. Money, 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 you really can't do without money. As Qingyuan walked, he let out a heavy sigh. As he walked, Qingyuan suddenly realized that something was wrong. He hadn't received any points from June Shaky for the route he reported to her last time. June Shaky told him to wait 3 days, but it's been 7 days and she still hasn't given it to him. What exactly happened? After thinking it over, Qingyuan took out the communication device that Qiaoyuan had given him and made a call to June Shaky. Moshi Moshi, this is the Kurha City Police Department. The moment Qingyuan made the call, almost immediately June Shaky's voice came through the communication device. Hello, Sister Qi, this is Qingyuan. Oh, Xiao Qingyuan? Is there something you need to talk to me about? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, June Shaky's tone visibly relaxed. Upon hearing June Shaky's words, Qingyuan went straight to the point. It's nothing serious, I just wanted to ask about the thing about me finding the mole tunnel. Does the Alliance have? Before Qingyuan could finish speaking, June Shaky spoke up. Wait a minute, let me check the files first. I've been too busy lately and I forgot about it. Immediately afterwards, Qingyuan could hear a rustling sound coming from the other side. She looked like she was rummaging through something, and Qingyuan obediently didn't disturb her. Found it? Qingyuan of Viridian City has discovered an underground passage connecting Pewter City to Konoha City. It's been confirmed. I'm sorry, Xiao Qingyuan. My sister has been too busy lately and forgot to hand in the files to the Alliance. Don't worry, I'll hand it in right now, and the Alliance's reward will be in your hands the day after tomorrow. Don't worry, I definitely won't embezzle your reward. Hearing June Shaky's words, Qingyuan breathed a huge sigh of relief. He had thought that the Alliance didn't think he was worth it and wouldn't give him a reward. It turns out that Officer Jenny forgot to submit the Alliance. The current situation is not bad, a few days later is better than nothing. After hanging up the call with June Shaky, Qingyuan continued walking towards the Silver Company's shopping mall. Calling June Shaky was just a minor incident. He still needs to spend a few million Alliance coins at the mall before boarding the ship to continue his journey. When Qingyuan came out of the mall, his extremely low aura caused people around him to unconsciously keep their distance from him. My money wah! Qingyuan stood in front of the mall, looking up at the sky, hoping to ease the pain of Xiaoqianqian leaving him. Silver Company's stuff is really too expensive. Just one 100,000 volt skill disc cost him 1.2 million Alliance coins. Other miscellaneous items, plus the fact that he upgraded another set of equipment. This trip alone cost Qingyuan over 2 million Alliance coins. Half of Qingyuan's fortune was spent just like that. Fortunately, these things can quickly improve the strength of Scorpion and the others, so Qingyuan can accept it. After securing the spatial backpack to his body, Qingyuan took the boat ticket and headed towards the Kui City dock. The ticket Qiaoyuan gave him was for a ship called the Iron Shrimp. Based on the name alone, Qingyuan had enough reason to guess that the captain must have an iron-clawed lobster. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why a ship would be given such a rugged name. The Iron Shrimp was a ferry that traveled between the Kanto and Hon regions. Its main job is to transport goods, but when there isn't much cargo, the captain of the Iron Shrimp will also take a few passengers. While earning a little money, these passengers also provide some entertainment for the crew during the monotonous voyage. As soon as Qingyuan boarded the ship, he saw a crew member shouting loudly on the deck with a megaphone. Our captain plans to hold a competition during the voyage to Lamperchi. The competition will last for 3 days, and the top 3 winners will receive a mystery prize prepared by the captain. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan immediately became interested in the competition. Because the Iron Shrimp was also carrying some cargo, its sailing speed was slower than that of cruise ships that were mainly for sightseeing. The Iron Shrimp takes about 4 days to travel from Kui City to Lamperch. Participating in a competition during this tedious voyage seems like a way to alleviate the boredom. So Qingyuan walked straight toward the crew member who was shouting through a megaphone without any hesitation. After successfully registering with the help of the crew, Qingyuan returned to his room on the ship. Upon entering the room, Qingyuan's first action was to replace the Pokeballs of Gliscor and the others with Ultra Balls. How about Scorpio? Which ball feels more comfortable, this one or that one? Qingyuan released Scorpion from the advanced ball and asked with a curious expression. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion quickly pointed at the advanced ball with his pincers. Grumble grumble, this feels so good, so good. Seeing this, Qingyuan smiled, patted Scorpio's head, and said with a smile, okay, I got it. As long as you're comfortable here, then my money wasn't wasted. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpio happily jumped around in the room a couple of times. After putting away Scorpion, Qingyuan gave the 100,000-volt skill disc to Cat Boss. There are still 4 days before we arrive at Lamb Perch. These 4 days will be just enough time for Cat Boss to stay on the ship and fully learn 100,000 volts. In that case, by the time they return to land, Cat Boss will have almost mastered the 100,000 volts. Qingyuan still had some ideas about the tentacruel in Lamp Ridge that had grown to a giant size because of the rockets trio. If he can successfully capture it, he can contact Professor Oak sooner. Of course, if he can't catch them, he can use this skill to gain some advantage in the riot of the stinging jellyfish. With so many stinging jellyfish, no one would care if he caught a few of the better ones in the chaos. If he remembers correctly, the Iron Rhino should also be able to learn Thunderbolt. Qingyuan couldn't remember the specifics clearly, but he did remember that the armored rhinoceros could learn to generate thunder. If you can learn to strike thunder, then you can definitely learn to strike a 100,000-volt armored rhino. The problem is that the armored rhinoceros is a bit slow-witted. Although he may be slow-witted, it doesn't mean he lacks comprehension. The armored rhinoceros may very well be a genius at learning skills. However, Qingyuan couldn't help but worry about the ironclad rhinoceros when it came to learning skills across disciplines. Moreover, if it learns this skill early on, the armored rhinoceros might even be able to help it when capturing giant jellyfish. What method can we use to quickly teach the armored rhino to use 100,000 volts? Qingyuan sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the Rahorn's Pokeball, and frowned as he thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and the characteristics of the ironclad rhinoceros lightning rod entered Qingyuan's mind. It has the ground and rock attributes, and its ability is lightning rod. This makes Rhino immune to most electric-type moves. So, if the Cat Boss were to chop down armored rhinoceroses dozens or even hundreds of times every day, could the armored rhinoceros learn this skill simply because it deeply experiences the power of 100,000 volts? The more Qingyuan thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. Moreover, while splitting the armored rhinoceros, Cat Boss can also use this opportunity to practice his 100,000-volt technique. Snapped. I have a plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm so clever. Qingyuan clapped his hands, sat on the bed, and said excitedly. Meanwhile, the armored rhinoceros, who was enjoying a more comfortable living environment in the advanced ball, suddenly sneezed. Then it suddenly felt a chill down its back. Huh? What's going on? The Pokeball is leaking air. Hoo-ha? No, next time I go out, I have to talk to Qingyuan and ask him to get me a new Pokeball. After calling out twice, the armored rhinoceros drifted back to sleep. I have to say, the high-end ball is just more comfortable than the red and white ball. After packing his things, Qingyuan left the room and went to the deck. It was already 11 o'clock, lunchtime. After asking the crew members a few questions, Qingyuan went to the ship's restaurant. The interior of the restaurant looks just like a buffet restaurant. You can choose any food you like at Qingyuan, but you are not allowed to waste any. Because the buffet restaurant is free, the Iron Shrimp provided meals for the entire 4-day voyage. Qingyuan strolled around the restaurant and found that the lunch was quite plentiful. The ship's chefs prepared a variety of meats and fruits in a way that was both visually appealing and delicious. It even has delicious elven ingredients like barracuda and sardines. As Qingyuan picked up a piece of mullet fillet, he secretly grumbled to himself. With the captain cooking like this, can a single ship ticket even cover the cost? After lunch, Qingyuan did not return to his room. The weather was nice today, and he planned to sunbathe on the deck. Moreover, Cat Boss has just learned 100,000 volts and still needs to practice. So Qingyuan found a secluded spot, took out a deck chair from his spatial backpack, and lay down to sunbathe. Cat Boss stood not far to his left, unleashing a 100,000-volt attack on the sea. Scorpio was lying on his lap, wearing a pair of specially made sunglasses that Qingyuan had bought for it. Following Qingyuan's example, I started basking in the sun. The flying mantis stood to Qingyuan's right, slashing its double blades against the sea breeze. As for Charmeleon and the others, Charmeleon was seasick and therefore reluctant to come out. Slowpoke is just plain lazy. It was lazy to begin with, and after entering the even more comfortable Ultra Ball, it became even lazier. Even if Qingyuan lets it out to bask in the sun, this guy doesn't want to come out. The Iron Rhinoceros was too heavy for the Iron Shrimp to allow to go out. Listening to the melodious thunderous roar of the Cat Boss beside me, bathed in the warm sunshine, Qingyuan, lying on the recliner, felt a wave of sleepiness wash over him. What are you doing? Can't we train somewhere else? You've scared all my fish away. Just as Qingyuan was about to fall asleep, a rough voice came from behind. It immediately dispelled Qingyuan's sleepiness. Looking in the direction from which the sound came, I saw a middle-aged man with graying temples and a muscular build. She was standing at the corner, glaring angrily at him. Qingyuan looked behind the uncle and vaguely saw the long fishing rod. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan immediately addressed the old cat. Boss cat, please stop. Meow. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Cat Boss, who was about to unleash another 100,000-volt attack, immediately stopped. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you fishing here, that's why I had Boss Cat training here just now. As Qingyuan stood up from the recliner, he apologized to the uncle. Seeing Qingyuan apologize so sincerely, the uncle's furious expression softened. It's alright, ignorance is no excuse. Besides, this place is indeed remote, making it a good training ground. After saying that, the uncle waved to Qingyuan and turned back to his seat. Watching the uncle fish, Qingyuan couldn't help but feel a little itchy to try it himself. He also wanted to try fishing, maybe he could catch some rare elf. After thinking it over, Qingyuan took out the high-end fishing rod he had bought in Hualin City from his spatial backpack, sat down not far from the old man, and started fishing. Seeing Qingyuan's actions, the uncle glanced at him and then stopped moving, focusing instead on his fishing rod. Qingyuan attached the fishing hook that came with the fishing rod he bought to the fishing hook. Then, it was thrown directly into the sea. Tisk, kid, that's not how you cast a rod. The uncle who had been observing Qingyuan's movements saw Qingyuan casually toss the food. He couldn't help but speak up and offer a reminder. Seeing how well-equipped he was, he initially thought Qingyuan was a professional. Looking at him now, this guy is a complete novice. Hearing this, Qingyuan smiled at him somewhat embarrassedly. I've never fished before, so I don't really know how to do it. But I'm just fishing for fun, it doesn't matter if I catch anything or not. Upon hearing this, the uncle couldn't help but stand up and take Qingyuan's pole in his hand. I'll teach you once, watch carefully, that's not how you cast a rod. As the uncle retrieved Qingyuan's bait, he spoke to Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan obediently sat still, letting the uncle demonstrate casting for him. Watch closely, kid, this is how you cast a rod. As soon as the uncle finished speaking, the bait flew into the distant ocean. The whole process was smooth and seamless. Clap. Impressive, impressive. Your skills are truly remarkable. Qingyuan clapped along the way, praising the uncle's skills without reservation. Seeing Qingyuan clapping incessantly, the uncle quickly felt embarrassed. He casually handed the fishing rod to Qingyuan. I've already cast the bait for you, just fish like this. While better techniques can help you catch fish faster, the most important thing in fishing is patience. Okay, I understand, uncle. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan nodded solemnly and reached out to grab the fishing rod. Just then, the fishing rod, which had been motionless, suddenly felt a tremendous force. The man immediately gripped the fishing rod tightly as if by reflex. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan quickly withdrew his hand. You're lucky, kid, you caught a fish so quickly. The uncle, while reeling in the fish, said to Qingyuan with some surprise. Qingyuan smiled after hearing this, then went to the side to get a landing net, ready to help bring the fish up. No need for the net, just watch me. Upon seeing Qingyuan's actions, the uncle quickly stopped him. With a quick release and pull of his fishing rod, the uncle pulled up a half-meter-long wild bass. Seeing this, Qingyuan very consciously put down the net in his hand and gave the uncle a thumbs up. Wow, uncle, you're really strong. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the other party immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm getting old. Back in my youth, this mere half-meter-long wild bass. I just pulled him up in one go, there was no need to use so much force. It's just that the fish is a bit small, not enough to eat, otherwise I would definitely let you try lens cooking today. Qingyuan was very perceptive and placed the bucket containing the fish in front of him. Seeing that the other party had taken the fish off the plate and put it in the bucket, Qingyuan continued. If there aren't enough fish, we can just go fishing again. We still have plenty of time before we leave the boat. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the uncle smiled and said, I don't have the confidence to use my old buddy. Unless what? Qingyuan flicked the head off the wild bass in the bucket and asked curiously. Unless you let me use your fishing rod, which is great. It's a high-end product. After saying that, the uncle touched the fishing rod in his hand with a look of delight. I don't think it's a big deal, just use it. Anyway, I don't know how to fish, so feel free to use it. Just give me a few pieces of fish when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan replied nonchalantly. He casually pushed away the scorpion who was about to flick the head at the savage bass in the bucket, just like he had done. Qingyuan spoke again. Of course, if you want to give me some other rare items, I won't mind. Hearing this, the uncle threw out another bait, smiling at Qingyuan. Haha, you little rascal, trying to get away with this. I'm already being generous by letting you eat a few pieces of fish with me. Hearing this, Qingyuan wasn't annoyed. He lay down on the deck next to the cat boss and started watching the uncle fish. Guru guru. As Qingyuan rubbed his head, the cat boss couldn't help but purr contentedly. Upon seeing this, Scorpion quickly climbed onto the bucket and gave the savage bass a resounding flick on the head. The sound was so loud that Qingyuan wondered if Scorpion had cracked open the head of the savage bass. Seeing that it couldn't train, Scyther simply clicked on the pokeball on Qingyuan's waist and returned to its comfortable ultra ball. Wah! Listen to the sound of the cruise ship slowly starting. Qingyuan climbed off the cat boss and glanced at the bucket full of wild bass. Qingyuan couldn't help but give the uncle a thumbs up. Wow, sir, your skills are amazing. Scorpio, standing to the side, couldn't help but nod in agreement upon hearing Qingyuan's words. It really enjoyed flicking the head of the savage bass just now. All of this is thanks to the uncle in front of me. Sigh, I'm getting old. If I were young, I could catch twice as many fish in this long. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the uncle waved his hand modestly and said. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan was speechless. I'm getting old has become this uncle's catchphrase, and it's used almost every time Qingyuan speaks to him. This middle-aged man would always say something like, I'm getting old, I'm so old now, back when I was young. Qingyuan was so tired of hearing this that his ears were practically calloused. Where are we going to take these fish? Qingyuan wasn't interested in what the uncle looked like when he was young. All he wants to know now is what to do with these fish. Such fresh fish must make for a delicious meal. No rush, no rush, I'll take it to the kitchen later and have Lund make it into fish soup. Don't worry, you might be able to have some wild bass for dinner. Hearing Qingyuan's words, the uncle chuckled and said while holding his fishing rod. Hearing this, Qingyuan nodded and was just about to lie down on Cat Boss for a nap. The uncle suddenly turned around and asked Qingyuan, "By the way, kid, it's been so long, and I still don't know your name." Upon hearing this, Qingyuan, who was perched on the head of the cat boss and stroking its whiskers, spoke without turning his head. "My name is Qingyuan, I come from Viridian City, and I am currently on a gym challenge journey with the goal of participating in the Indigo League." "Uncle, you're fishing so leisurely here, you must be an elder of some crew member." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Taiyan laughed heartily and said, "I am Taiyan, the captain of the Iron Shrimp." "So, you're the one who came up with the name Iron Shrimp?" Qingyuan raised his head and looked at Taiyan. "That's right, ha ha ha, how about that, isn't it awesome? This is a name I came up with by taking one character from my name and one character from my partner's name." Taiyan turned his head and said to Qingyuan with great pride. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan's lips twitched. "That's certainly impressive, but who's your partner, sir?" Hearing Qingyuan's curious question, Taiyan laughed heartily and threw a pokeball over his shoulder. "Ha ha ha, I knew you were curious, come out, Iron Claw Lobster." Then a flash of red light appeared, and a lobster about the same height as Qingyuan, with a 5-pointed star on its head, appeared on the deck. Crack. I couldn't find the sound of the iron-clawed lobster, so I used AI, and it gave me this. "There's a junior here who'd like to get to know you, Iron Claw Lobster." Taiyan patted the large claws of the iron-clawed lobster and pointed at Qingyuan. "Hello, Iron Claw Lobster?" Seeing the Iron Claw Lobster looking at him, Qingyuan waved and greeted it. Click. "Hello." Seeing this, the iron-clawed lobster waved its large pincers at Qingyuan to show its friendliness. The iron crawler is known for its aggressive temperament and love of fighting, readily initiating battles and considered a difficult Pokémon to raise. It constantly swings its massive claws, using them to grab other Pokémon living in the pond and throw them outside. When it encounters an opponent that approaches its territory, it will mercilessly defeat it. After greeting the Crawdora, Qingyuan took out his Pokédex and began collecting information about it. This guidebook is a bit inaccurate. My iron-clawed lobster is very well behaved. Upon hearing the electronic voice from the encyclopedia, Taiyan immediately retorted to Qingyuan. After saying that, he patted the head of the Iron Claw Lobster. "The Iron-clawed lobster is a good boy." Click. "That's right." Hearing this, Qingyuan awkwardly put away the Pokédex. "There's nothing I can do, I didn't compile the Pokédex. If you have any questions, you'll have to ask Professor Oak. I'm just a lowly trainer, I can't make decisions about this kind of thing." Upon hearing this, Taiyan's expression softened slightly, but he still harbored resentment in his heart. The Iron Claw Lobster is clearly a sweetheart, but they have to give it a thuggish name. Seeing that the ship had already started moving, Taiyan put away his fishing bait. "Qingyuan, your fishing rod is nice. Where did you buy it?" While reeling in the bait, Taiyan asked Qingyuan. Hearing this, Qingyuan thought about it with some distress. "I think I bought this fishing rod at the shop of that guy named Nerui Jun in Cerulean City, because he spent over 3 million alliance coins at the store, plus out of consideration for Ming Yushan. The store gave it to me, although it didn't cost much, it didn't seem to be a cheap item. This seems to be a gift from a shop in Cerulean City when I bought some items." Unable to come up with a good explanation, Qingyuan could only tell the truth about where the fishing rod came from. "Anyway, it didn't cost much. If you want it, just take it." Seeing Taiyan so engrossed in his fishing rod, Qingyuan waved to him and said, since he doesn't know how to fish anyway, he might as well let the fishing rod gather dust in his hands. It would be better to give it to Taiyan, the fishing master. Upon hearing this, Taiyan suddenly laughed. "Hey, you're really generous. Just the material of this fishing rod alone must be worth at least 200,000 or 300,000 alliance coins. You just gave it to me like that, without even feeling bad about it." Upon hearing Taiyan's words, Qingyuan almost instantly changed his mind. "If I had told you earlier that this fishing rod was so valuable, I wouldn't have boasted. However, the words have already been spoken, and a man's word is his bond." Qingyuan glanced at the fishing rod, which was worth 200,000 or 300,000 alliance coins, and waved his hand with tears in his eyes. "I said I'd give it to you, and I will. A man's word is his bond. It is good." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Taiyan clapped his hands and shouted good. Taiyan put down his fishing rod, came to Qingyuan's side, patted Qingyuan on the shoulder and said, "You're a real man, kid. However, I'm too old to take advantage of a child like you." Upon hearing this, Qingyuan's eyes immediately lit up. "Judging from this, I still have a chance to break even. I bet you, being a Scorpio, haven't learned how to use the crab claw hammer technique yet." Right, Scorpio hasn't learned how to use the crab claw hammer yet. How about I let my old buddy teach Scorpion crab claw hammer? That way I won't be taking advantage of you." Upon hearing this, Qingyuan nodded without hesitation. "I got the better deal? I got the better deal. You are truly generous and charitable." Seeing Qingyuan's fawning expression, Taiyan snorted coldly. "How could someone so young have learned such a thing? You still need to practice. Your thoughts are written all over your face, making it obvious to everyone." Hearing this, Qingyuan was not annoyed and continued to follow behind Taiyan with a forced smile. A crab claw hammer skill disc costs millions of league coins. Since he got a good deal this time, he can only pretend to be innocent. I couldn't find the correct sounds for some Pokemon, so please bear with me. Of course, if you know the correct sounds, please leave them in the comments section, and I will correct them as I see them. Qingyuan and Taiyan took all the wild bass they caught to the kitchen. After putting down the fish bucket, Taiyan chatted with Chef Lund for a few words before leaving the kitchen with Qingyuan. Qingyuan followed Taiyan around, turning left and right, until they finally arrived at a training room. This is the training room I prepared for the Iron Claw Lobsters. The training room is made of special materials, even a full force attack from a Pokemon below level 50 cannot leave a mark here. With us training here, we don't have to worry about the iron-clawed lobsters destroying the ship, Taiyan said to Qingyuan as he took off his coat and hung it on the hanger. Hearing this, Qingyuan nodded knowingly. He was initially puzzled, wondering why an elf like the armored rhinoceros wasn't allowed to appear on the deck. Where are the iron-clawed lobsters of that iron rock trained? After all, judging from the imposing presence of that iron-clawed lobster, its level was at least level 40 or higher. This level is very high, but without regular exercise to maintain it, it's impossible to achieve it. Before long, the fighting ability of the iron claw lobster will decline significantly. The ocean is not land, and inland there is the suppression of Officer Jenny and the police, so criminal organizations only dare to move underground and dare not operate in the open. The open sea is truly a place where the strong prey on the weak. Countless pirates made a living by plundering, and merchant ships disappeared at sea every day. Under such circumstances, if Taiyan did not possess strong combat capabilities, the cargo-laden iron shrimp would be a highly sought-after target for pirates. Not only will the cargo be stolen by pirates, but the crew members on board will also be killed. The fact that Taiyan can still stand in front of Qingyuan means that the iron claw lobster undergoes training almost every day. Come out, iron-clawed lobster. Click-clack. Taiyan went to the center of the room, took out a Pokeball, and released Crawdex. Seeing this, Qingyuan quickly released Scorpion. Clatter. Looking at the iron-clawed lobster in front of him, Scorpion let out a spirited shout. Qingyuan just told it that it was going to learn a new skill from the big lobster across from it today. This made it extremely excited at that moment. As the nominal leader of the Qingyuan team, he is suppressed by Cat Boss, who is the real leader who joined the team with financial backing. Below it are two creatures, Scyther and Rhinoceros, whose strength is on par with its own. Further down the line, there's Charmeleon, who's eyeing its position as the eldest brother. I'm so angry and cold. When will Scorpio finally become the real leader of the team? In conclusion, for various reasons, Scorpios still have a very strong desire to become stronger. Iron Claw Lobster, you teach this little guy how to use his crab claw hammer. I'll bring you some wild bay soup tonight. Taiyan touched the back of the iron-clawed lobster and said softly. Upon hearing this, the iron claw lobster nodded. Click-clack. No problem. Seeing that the iron claw lobster had agreed, Taiyan was just about to call Scorpion over. But then he saw the iron-clawed lobster clamp its pincers onto his sleeve. What's wrong with the iron claw lobster? Seeing this, Taiyan couldn't help but ask the iron claw lobster with some doubt. Click-clack. Time to wipe the stars off. The iron claw lobster pointed to the 5-pointed star above its head and called out to Iron Rock. Upon seeing this, Taiyan immediately understood. Please wait a moment. After saying something to Qingyuan, he pulled out a piece of clean white silk from a drawer. I started carefully wiping the 5-pointed star on the top of the iron claw lobster's head. Click-clack. Noticing Taiyan's movements, the iron-clawed lobster couldn't help but let out a joyful cry. All right, all done. The little star is shining brightly again. Looking at the 5-pointed star on the iron claw lobster's head, which was polished to a shine, Taiyan smiled and said to the iron claw lobster. Upon hearing this, the iron claw lobster became more enthusiastic and went straight to Scorpion's side to teach him Crab Fist. Seeing this, Taiyan pulled Qingyuan aside to watch. After watching for about half an hour, I saw that the tutorial for the two Pokemon was getting on track. Taiyan then stood up and spoke to the iron-clawed lobster. Teach the iron claw lobster a good lesson, and I'll bring you fish soup when I get back. Click-clack. Upon hearing Taiyan's words, the iron claw lobster waved its pincers at Taiyan before continuing to teach the scorpion crab how to use its claws. Seeing this, Taiyan patted Qingyuan on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, the competition is about to start, do you want to go watch?" Hearing this, Qingyuan was a little confused. What competition? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Taiyan put on his coat and said to Qingyuan, "It's the competition that Xiao mentioned before, the one with the mystery grand prize. The first knockout match starts at 5 p.m. today, didn't you hear me?" Seeing that Qingyuan still looked confused, Taiyan couldn't help but mutter in bewilderment. Could it be that Xiao is slacking off? Qingyuan checked the time on the Pokédex and found that it was already 4:58. Damn, I signed up for that competition too. I thought it wasn't starting until tomorrow. It's 4:58 now, it'll start in 2 minutes, I'm off, uncle. Scorpio, study hard, I'll come pick you up later. After saying that, Qingyuan sprinted towards the deck at the speed of a 100-meter dash. Seeing this, Taiyan was a little confused. After he came to his senses, he shook his head and smiled. It's not like it's your first match, what's the rush? Study hard, everyone, don't be lazy. After getting dressed, Qingyuan walked to the door, gave the iron-clawed lobsters some instructions, and then closed the door and left the training room. By the time Qingyuan ran onto the deck, it was already 5:03. The first match has already begun. Fortunately, Qingyuan's match is the third one, so we'll have to wait a while for him to take the field. Taking advantage of this time, Qingyuan found a place to rest. I'll take this opportunity to learn about the competition rules. Because this competition was held on the deck of a cruise ship. Therefore, there is a weight limit for this competition. Pokémon weighing more than 50 kilograms are not allowed to participate. Secondly, the use of terrain skills and techniques that damage the terrain, such as digging holes, is prohibited in this competition. If the deck is damaged due to the use of skills such as flamethrower, the cost of repairing the deck needs to be borne by the trainer. This can be considered a disguised ban on fire-type Pokémon. However, this is understandable, since the deck is made of wood. Being attacked by a fire-type skill and burned is a minor matter. If a fire breaks out, everyone on the ship could be in danger. However, in order to prevent those crazy trainers who specialize in fire-type skills from causing trouble, therefore, the competition rules do not explicitly prohibit fire-type Pokémon from participating. However, the repair costs for burning the deck could deter a large number of fire-type trainers. As for Qingyuan, a miser, after seeing this rule, they also very rationally gave up the idea of having Charmeleon participate in the competition. Qingyuan didn't have to wait long, about 5 or 6 minutes passed. The crew member named Xiao then used a megaphone to call out Qingyuan's name. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan quickly went to the command post. A few seconds later, Qingyuan's opponent, Xiaoxin, a boy with yellow hair and a spiky hairstyle, also arrived on the battlefield. Only one Pokémon can be used in this competition. If one side's Pokémon is unable to battle, the other side wins. In addition, according to the requirements of this competition, any Pokémon weighing more than 50 kilograms will be automatically disqualified. These are the rules for this competition. Xiao stood at the edge of the arena, loudly explaining the rules of the competition through a megaphone. Qingyuan and Xiaoxin both nodded after hearing this. Seeing this, Xiao continued speaking. The match begins now. Please release your Pokémon. Having said that, he was probably worried that Qingyuan and the others' Pokémon might accidentally injure him during the battle. Xiao subtly took a step back. Come on, Slowpoke, prepare for your first battle. Qingyuan threw Slowpoke's Pokeball towards the center of the field with a backhand motion. Yadong. With a flash of red light, Slowpoke, with its adorable blank expression, made its entrance, accompanied by the dragon roar it learned from Charmeleon. Ah, how cute are their teeth. I never thought Slowpoke could be so cute. Slowpoke's actions successfully stirred the hearts of some of the female passengers around it. Hearing these words, Slowpoke, who had originally intended to intimidate the opponent with its imposing presence, now stood on the field looking completely bewildered. What's going on? This plot isn't unfolding right. The Charizard had told it that once it entered the arena, it would roar and be incredibly imposing, scaring everyone into silence. What's with all these people next to it saying it's cute? It's an evil pink hippopotamus, how can you call it cute? Such a pink elf, it's obviously not a powerful elf. He's even deliberately acting cute, what an evil pink hippo. Go for it, Trumpet Sprout. Show everyone what true power is. What kind of magic weapon should a real man use? Hearing that everyone's attention was drawn to Slowpoke, Xiaoxian looked resentful. He threw his Pokeball with a backhand motion, shouting that he would show everyone what a truly mighty Pokémon is. Sizzle. After Bellsprout appeared, it lived up to Xiaoxian's expectations and shouted at Slowpoke. If you ignore its beady eyes, it might even have a bit of an imposing air about it. But one look can ruin everything. The trumpet bud with its beady eyes sounds like it's just trying to be cute no matter how you call it. Immediately, another wave of excited, girlish voices filled the room. What adorable little bean sprouts. Really, look at its little bean-like eyes, they're so cute. Even Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the trumpet-shaped sprout after listening to Xiaoxin's string of childish remarks. Hearing the whispers around him, Xiaoxian couldn't help but shout. Damn it, can't you see how powerful the trumpet bud is? I will prove that Bellsprout is the most powerful elf in the world. Upon hearing Xiaoxian's childish remark, those around him couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Xiaoxian is so cute. They're just kids, after all. Hearing these words, Xiaoxian's face turned red with anger, but this was definitely not because Xiaoxian was embarrassed. At this moment, he was angry because no one could see the imposing presence of the trumpet bud. At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart that he must defeat Qingyuan and Slowpoke. Let's set the record straight for the powerful trumpet bud and let everyone see its might. It's infuriating. When will that mighty trumpet bud finally stand up? Slowpoke looked at Xiaoxian in the command position with eyes full of sympathy. It truly knows all too well the pain that is unknown to the world. So, considering he just boasted that he was an evil pink hippo, it will go easy on him a little later. The trumpet-shaped bud has a yellow head that resembles a trumpet. Because the flower bud looks like a human face, it is privately referred to as some kind of legendary jacaranda. It has small black eyes and a pinkish rim around its mouth. Its hands are small green leaves, its legs are brown roots, and its body is a slightly thicker stem formed from the convergence of the roots. After Qingyuan finished laughing, he decisively took out the Pokédex to collect information about Bellsprout. Since we've come across this so easily, we might as well collect it. Moreover, he was also stalling for time, allowing this kid to make the first move. Otherwise, if word got out that he, Qingyuan, had to take the initiative even when dealing with a child, wouldn't he lose face? Finally, after Qingyuan kept dawdling, Xioxin, that silly boy, finally realized what was going on. With a wave of his hand, he shouted at the trumpet bud. Go, trumpet sprout! Show everyone your mighty form! Use vine whip! Sizzle! Bellsprout yelled and instantly extended its arms, swinging them towards Slowpoke. Slowpoke, give them some face, use psychic to block. Then play with it for a while using a water gun. Seeing this, Qingyuan decided to give Xioxin, this fledgling trainer, a little face. At the very least, you should let your opponent experience the joy of the battle. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Slowpoke nodded knowingly. In fact, Qingyuan's order coincided with its own thoughts. It originally intended to give this person who called it the evil pink hippo some face. Let him lose more slowly. Now that Qingyuan has given this order, Slowpoke is doing it with even less pressure. Seeing the vine whip flying towards it, Slowpoke pushed its little hand forward. The trumpet bud's vine was immediately stuck, unable to move forward or backward. Watching the trumpet bud trying to pull the vine away from its hand, Slowpoke flicked its little hand, and Bellsprout's vine whip flew out. To relieve the pressure, the slender trumpet bud involuntarily started spinning in circles. Seeing this, Slowpoke pretended to be exerting all its strength and spat out a thin stream of water towards Bellsprout. And then, that was it. I don't know if Bellsprout spun around too much or if Slowpoke simply lacked battle experience. The reason for not mastering the force of the water gun. After Bellsprout was hit by Slowpoke's water gun, it immediately collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up, its eyes turning into circles. A trumpet bud. Watching Xiao Xian running towards the trumpet bud while crying, Slowpoke looked at its hands, somewhat bewildered. When did it become so powerful? Shaking his head, Slowpoke was just about to apologize to Xioxin. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you guys to be so weak. I defeated you all in one go. But then they heard Xiao Xian shout through gritted teeth. Damn it, as expected of the evil pink hippo, its strength is actually so great. It was my fault for not giving proper command. I'm sorry, General Trumpet Sprout. Upon hearing this, Slowpoke froze on the spot. Why does it feel a little happy even when the other person is insulting it? After being thoroughly scolded by Xiao Xian, the dazed beast decided not to apologize. After all, the evil pink hippo has no reason to apologize. Slowpoke let out a soft snort and turned to walk towards Qingyuan. Come on, Qingyuan, come and welcome your evil pink hippo general. Snapped. A crisp sound came from above, leaving Slowpoke completely bewildered. Looking at the dazed beast holding its head and looking at it with a wronged expression, Qingyuan said irritably, look at you, I tell you to exercise regularly, but you don't. Now look what's happened? You can't even control the power of your skills. I'll go easy on you, let's have some fun. You just instantly defeated them, don't they have any pride? Go back and practice more. Yadong? No. Upon hearing Qingyuan's last words about extra training, Slowpoke stopped holding its head. He immediately slid to his knees, grabbed Qingyuan's trouser leg, and loudly begged for mercy. Yadong. Don't blame me, who would have thought this trumpet bud would be so weak? Slowpoke clung to Qingyuan's trouser leg and began to cry loudly. It's all because the opponent was too weak, it's really not its fault. Get up right now, I'm telling you, you can't avoid this extra training. It's no use no matter who pleads for you. Looking at the Slowpoke clinging to his trouser leg, Qingyuan said irritably. Yadong. No. Slowpoke immediately wrapped all four of its legs around Qingyuan's legs, shaking its head and shouting at him incessantly. Get up now. Qingyuan moved his legs and shouted loudly at Slowpoke. Yadong, you made me practice more, so I'm not getting up. Slowpoke hugged Qingyuan's leg, shook its head, and shouted loudly. Are you trying to play dirty tricks on me? Fine, don't get up. You're definitely going to have to do extra training. Even if Jesus came, it wouldn't make a difference. I called out to the shameless Slowpoke twice more, to see if it would get up. Qingyuan dragged Slowpoke away from the battlefield, hurling threats at Slowpoke as they went. Slowpoke was determined to get Qingyuan to cancel its extra training, so it clung tightly to Qingyuan's leg, refusing to let go. He watched as Qingyuan dragged himself toward him on his legs. Taiyan laughed heartily, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. You two have such a good relationship. Back in the day, Lobster Soldier and I were often like this too. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years have passed. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan gave Slowpoke's head a hard tap. This guy is no match for your Lobster Soldier, uncle. It always slacks off when I try to exercise it. That's good now. As I said before, let it fight slowly and give it some face. As a result, this idiot couldn't even control his own skills and got instantly killed. That kid's about to cry, can't you be a little more careful? As Qingyuan spoke, he suddenly felt unsatisfied, so he squatted down and kept kneading the Slowpoke's cheeks with both hands. Yadong? This isn't my fault, who would have thought that guy was so weak? Yay, I only used less than a third of my strength, who would have thought that guy would be instantly defeated? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Slowpoke retorted while pushing Qingyuan's hands away with both of its own. Its face felt very uncomfortable from being rubbed by Qingyuan. Seeing this, Qingyuan took the opportunity to remove it from his leg. I hugged it like a pillow. Looking at Qingyuan and Slowpoke playing around in front of him, Tai-Yin took a sip of the tea the crew had just brought him and said earnestly, "That's not how you say it. Each Pokemon has its own method of being raised. Treating the root cause and developing a suitable training method for each Pokemon, that's what we trainers should do." Hearing this, Qingyuan was stunned and glanced at the dazed beast in his arms. But surely the cultivation methods in the cultivation manual are correct. Hearing Qingyuan refute his words, Tai-Yin spoke again. The training manual obtained from the Alliance is definitely authoritative. However, every Pokemon is a unique individual, and the training methods in the breeding manual are not applicable to all Pokemon. There's a saying that goes, "It's better to have no books than to believe everything in them." As a trainer, you need to be flexible. Whoa. After saying that, Tai-Yin took another sip of tea. To believe everything in books is worse than having no books at all. Qingyuan glanced at the dazed beast wriggling in his arms and murmured absent-mindedly. Qingyuan's journey was very smooth, except for those few hours in the groundhog cave, which made him somewhat collapse. At other times, Qingyuan has never experienced any setbacks. Moreover, during this long journey, the strength of the Azure Scorpions has been steadily increasing. This led to Qingyuan, who had little knowledge of the world, treating the cultivation manuals he exchanged from the Alliance as priceless treasures, reading them carefully every day. However, elves are not robots, each one can act according to a predetermined program. The elves also have their own personalities and thoughts. How could a training manual that can be redeemed for just a few hundred contribution points possibly be suitable for all Pokemon? Using the training manual as material, you should develop your own training plan. That's what trainers should do. Qingyuan had always done the opposite, using the cultivation manual as the main plan and then interspersing some training plans as a supplement. A mature trainer should train each Pokemon individually based on its personality traits. Seeing Qingyuan's look of realization, Tai-Yin smiled and said, "Figured out. I've figured it out. Thank you, Uncle." Qingyuan nodded and grinned at Tai-Yin, showing off his 2 rows of big teeth. "All right, I know you have white teeth, but you don't need to let them out in the wind every day. Be careful, the sea breeze might blow you away." Looking at Qingyuan grinning with his 2 rows of big teeth, Tai-Yin took a sip of tea and teased him. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan's expression immediately changed, revealing a speechless look. "I have to say, Uncle, you really know how to spoil the fun. Hee, no need to compliment me, I know." Seeing this, Qingyuan was even more speechless. As expected of a seasoned veteran, he had no idea what it meant to be embarrassed. "By the way, after the match, have your kid go and learn some meditation from my silly hippo." Seeing Qingyuan Tai-Yin's speechless expression, he suddenly spoke up. Qingyuan looked at Tai-Yin with a blank expression. He was not well educated and really didn't know why he wanted to teach the Slowpoke to meditate. Slowpoke, these kinds of Pokemon are generally quite lazy, and most of them like to stay in one place and just sit there daydreaming. If I'm not mistaken, it must be very difficult to train your Slowpoke on a regular basis. Hearing this, Qingyuan nodded. Indeed, Slowpoke was very lazy, and it was difficult to train it. But what does this have to do with teaching Slowpoke to meditate? Seeing Qingyuan nod, Tai-Yin coughed twice and continued. Prolonged use of the meditation skill can enhance Slowpoke's psychic abilities. At the same time, after meditation, Slowpoke will feel refreshed and will not feel tired at all. Let Slowpoke use meditation instead of training. This way, Slowpoke won't resist training, and it will also enhance Slowpoke's strength. This is a training method that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. And most importantly, at this point, Tai-Yin suddenly lowered his voice, and Qingyuan had to lean closer to hear him. Whether it's the Slowpoke or King Hippo's powerful superpowers, they will become a great asset to them. This is a solution that solves the problem once and for all. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan's eyes gleamed. "Please teach me, sir." Qingyuan bowed to Tai-Yin and shouted excitedly. Looking at Qingyuan bowing before him, Tai-Yin nodded in satisfaction. He thought Qingyuan was clever, and Qingyuan's interaction with Slowpoke reminded him of his youth. That's when he spoke up to offer his advice, seeing how well-behaved Qingyuan was. Tai-Yin felt even more satisfied with Qingyuan. "You're pretty good, kid, but the path of a trainer is a long one. The only way to keep going on this path is through continuous learning. Kid, study hard, there's still a lot you need to learn. After your match, go to the training room with Slowpoke, and I'll have Slowbro teach Slowpoke meditation." After saying that, Tai-Yin turned and walked towards the kitchen. "Thank you, sir." Seeing this, Qingyuan could only loudly express his gratitude. After hearing this, Tai-Yin simply waved his hand and continued walking forward. After Tai-Yin left, Qingyuan waited for about half an hour before his second match began. "Go, Slowpoke. Fight well. We'll learn a new move tonight." Standing at the command post on the battlefield, Qingyuan threw the Slowpoke in his hand and shouted loudly, "Yadong! Qingyuan, you idiot!" After frantically using Psychic to land in midair, Slowpoke angrily shouted at Qingyuan. Qingyuan didn't understand. He thought Slowpoke was making a promise to him. So Qingyuan also swung his fist at Slowpoke and shouted loudly, "Go for it, Slowpoke, you can do it. Yadong, you're such an idiot." Looking at Qingyuan, who seemed like a hot-blooded idiot, Slowpoke let out a speechless cry at Qingyuan, then turned to look at its opponent. Actually, Slowpoke was quite aware that Qingyuan had a relatively low IQ. It just didn't expect that Qingyuan's IQ was so low. He actually threw that non-flying sprite out. They really think it's that idiot Scorpio. If it weren't for its ability to levitate using telekinesis, it would definitely have been severely injured at the start of the game. Oh, a water-type spirit. Then it's your choice, Sunseed. Defeat it decisively. Qingyuan's opponent, a child named Xiaokong, shouted somewhat nervously after seeing Slowpoke. Seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but exchange a puzzled glance with Slowpoke. Didn't this kid watch his last game? Bellsprout got one-shotted by Slowpoke's level 1 water gun, so what's the point of using a low-level Pokemon like Sunflower? Hema. Seeing the Slowpoke with its terrifying smile in front of it, Sunseed let out a frightened cry. Sunflower seeds, don't be afraid, I've done the precise calculations. Slowpoke is a water-type Pokemon, and you are a grass-type Pokemon, so it can't beat you. Seeing the cowardly behavior of the Sunflower Seed, Sora pushed up his glasses and shouted at the Sunflower Seed. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan and Slowpoke both wore speechless expressions. What a load of bull. Do you even know what's in front of you? Have you ever seen a level 26 Slowpoke? What's wrong with your grass-type Sunflower? You can't beat your grass-type Sunflower either. Seriously, you're just bragging? Looking at Xiaokong with his glasses, Qingyuan originally thought he was a data stream trainer who liked to collect data. Looking at it now, he didn't even know that Slowpoke had instantly killed a Bellsprout in the last match. He didn't collect anything? However, not wanting to bully the weak, Qingyuan patiently waited for the other party to launch an attack. During this time, he also took out his Pokédex to gather information about Sunflower. The Sunflower Seed has a pair of large eyes, and its body is yellow with 3 brown stripes. The Sunflower Seed is extremely weak and can suddenly fall from the sky one morning. When attacked by a shrew, it can only desperately wave its leaves to barely drive away its enemy. It lives solely by drinking the morning dew stored on the back of its leaves and is said to eat nothing else. It is well aware of its weakness, so it continuously accumulates nutrients until it evolves. Indeed, he likes elves who are self-aware of their own abilities. Come on, Sunseed, let's seize the first strike and use Leaf Blade. To help Sunseed overcome its fear of Slowpoke, Sora cupped his hands in front of his mouth and shouted. Qingyuan was speechless upon hearing this. He had never been so speechless in his life. It's good that the Sunflower Seeds have self-awareness. But don't you, as a trainer, have any self-awareness at all? If I hadn't deliberately let you attack first, I would have taken the first attack in this battle. Hema. Hearing his trainer's words, Sunseed mustered his courage. It fired 3 green leaf blades at Slowpoke. Seeing this pathetic attack, Qingyuan's face almost turned into a embarrassed/awkward expression. Is it a child? Has this Sunflower Seed passed its larval stage? You didn't drag a Sunpod into a battle before it even finished its infancy, did you? This attack, if it hit Slowpoke, probably wouldn't do as much damage as the blow Qingyuan gave Slowpoke back then. Slowpoke used Psychic to block it. Speechless as I am, I still have to keep acting. As a good trainer in the New Era League, I help novice trainers who are just starting out. This is a task that every trainer from the league's core group enjoys doing. Yadong. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Slowpoke raised its hand, and Sunseed's razor leaf stopped in midair, unable to move. Damn it, so strong. Seeing that Slowpoke had blocked Sunseed's attack so easily, Sora said somewhat unwillingly. Sunseeds, we will win. Unleash the colliding force that unites our bonds. Looking at the Slowpoke standing still, Sora shouted at Sunseed again. Hema. Upon hearing Xiaokong's command, Sunseed yelled and charged towards Slowpoke, its body flashing with white light. Hearing Xiaokong's words, Qingyuan said with great interest. It's a collision that brings together bonds. Slowpoke uses Psychic to dodge. Yadong. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Slowpoke's eyes flashed blue, and the next second the entire beast flew directly into the air. Wow, telekinesis can be used like this? Wow, this Slowpoke is actually kind of cool. Upon seeing Slowpoke's move, the people around him exclaimed in surprise, just like NPCs. Xiaokong also looked at the Slowpoke in the arena with a surprised expression. Afterwards, Qingyuan acted out a scene with Xiaokong for another 2 minutes, until the Sunflower Seeds were exhausted and panting heavily. Qingyuan then commanded Slowpoke to fire a water gun and send Sunseed away. Sunflower Seed. Sora looked on with a worried expression as she ran towards the Sunflower Seeds. Qingyuan revealed a wicked smile. Kid, the important thing is to know your own limitations. Also, grass type doesn't necessarily counter water type. He put Slowpoke away and asked Xiao, who was standing next to him. After confirming that all his matches for the day were over, Qingyuan headed towards the training room. He couldn't wait to teach Slowpoke to meditate. The process of learning meditation was not as mysterious as Qingyuan had imagined. Taiyan simply gave an instruction to Slowpoke, asking it to teach Slowpoke to meditate. Slowpoke sat down and began to meditate. Qingyuan looked at the 2 pink hippos meditating in front of him and couldn't help but show a puzzled expression to Taiyan. He really wanted to ask, is this right? Don't the 2 Pokemon need to communicate with each other before teaching Slowpoke the meditation skill? Seeing Qingyuan's puzzled face, Taiyan patted him on the shoulder and said, this method was learned from the monks at the Bellflower Tower in Qingyuan City. Don't worry, you'll definitely be able to teach Slowpoke to meditate. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan nodded and then continued to look at the Slowpoke and the others. Although the Tower of Trumpet Sprouts was famous, Qingyuan had only heard of it and was skeptical about whether their methods would work. Alright, stop looking. That's how Slowpoke learned to meditate. Come on, let's go to the kitchen and see if the Savage Base soup is ready. As he spoke, Taiyan pulled Qingyuan's arm and walked out of the training room. Hey, no, sir, let me watch a little longer. As Taiyan forcefully pulled him away, Qingyuan struggled and shouted. Alright, it's just meditation, what's so interesting about it? Hurry up and come with me to see if the fish soup is ready yet. Let me tell you, Lun's fish soup is absolutely amazing. You're in for a treat today. Unable to break free in the end, Qingyuan had no choice but to leave the training room following Taiyan's lead. However, looking at Taiyan's arms, which were almost as thick as his own thighs, Qingyuan made a silent vow in his heart. He must learn martial arts so that if he encounters this situation again in the future, he will show the other party what it means to be as immovable as a mountain. Cool. In the crew mess, Qingyuan couldn't help but shout after finishing the fish soup at the bottom of his bowl in one gulp. Haha, see? I wasn't lying to you. Lun's skills are truly exceptional. Seeing this, Taiyan laughed heartily from the side. Could I have another bowl, please? Qingyuan handed the bowl to a waiter/crew member standing nearby. Then he turned to Lund and gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Lund, your cooking is fantastic. Upon hearing this, Lund smiled at Qingyuan and then continued with his work. But sir, could I pack one up for Scorpio and the others to try? Qingyuan straightened the fish soup that the waiter had brought over on the table and said to Taiyan. Upon hearing this, Taiyan waved his hand and said in a very bold manner. Take as much fish soup as you want, we'll take as much as you like. Thank you, uncle. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan thanked Taiyan and then continued his struggle with the fish soup in front of him. The next morning, Qingyuan got up, stretched, and washed up. They then left their rooms and went to the restaurant to eat the breakfast that the Iron Shrimp had prepared for the passengers. Breakfast was a shad sandwich with freshly squeezed soy milk. While he was having breakfast, crew member Xiao suddenly started shouting through a megaphone in the dining room. Dear Qingyuan trainer, your match is the first one today. Please arrive at the deck combat area within 2 minutes, or you will be considered to have forfeited. Dear. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan quickly drank the soy milk in one gulp, grabbed the shad sandwich, and ran towards the deck. When Qingyuan arrived at the battlefield, his opponent was already standing there waiting for him. Sorry, I'm late. Qingyuan apologized to the referee as he walked onto the battlefield. Upon seeing Qingyuan arrive, the referee quickly began announcing the rules of the competition. After announcing a long list of competition rules, the referee waved his flag and shouted loudly. The match begins. Both players, please send out your Pokémon. Let your charm shine, my sweetheart. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Qingyuan's opponent, a little girl with purple hair, was the first to throw out her Pokeball. With a flash of red light, a brown Eevee quickly appeared on the battlefield. Bye. You go to Slowpoke. Seeing this, Qingyuan also released his veteran Slowpoke. Yadong. After spending a night at Charmeleon's Roar School, Slowpoke roared out once again. Although she still looks very cute, the effect this time is very significant. Perhaps it's because Eevee is a bit timid, but when faced with Slowpoke's roar, the frail Eevee was so frightened that it cowered in place. Yadong, does it really work that well? Looking at Eevee, who was lying on the ground in fright, Slowpoke tilted its head in confusion. Charmeleon is indeed a very real Pokemon. A roar is about unleashing all your power and energy. Slowpoke, who thought he had learned Charmeleon's roar, stood with his hands on his hips, looking smugly at Eevee opposite him. Ibrahimovic, don't be afraid, believe in yourself. Just like yesterday, as long as we persevere, we will definitely defeat our opponents. Eevee's trainer, the little purple-haired girl named Shauna. He was cheering and shouting for Ibrahimovic with a determined look on his face. Eevee's appearance is based on a fox, with most of its fur being brown. Its distinctive feature is the fluffy cream-colored fur around its neck and tail. Eevee is a rare Pokemon that can evolve into many different Pokemon. It has an unbalanced and unstable genetic makeup, making it very easy for it to evolve into different types of Pokemon depending on the surrounding environment. Rays emitted from rocks can cause mutations in its body. Looking at his somewhat adorable opponent, Qingyuan took out his Pokédex and began collecting information about Eevee. While stalling for time, Qingyuan was also silently cheering on the little girl and Ibu. The little girl has the potential to become a trainer. Putting everything else aside, her never-give-up trait alone will allow her to continue on the path of a trainer. With Shauna's encouragement, the timid Eevee finally regained its fighting spirit. After lifting its head off the ground, the tiny Eevee shakily stood up. Then it shouted at Slowpoke with all its might. Buletini. Yadong. Upon hearing Eevee's call, the Slowpoke in the arena responded blankly. Faced with Eevee's declaration of war, the slow-witted Slowpoke did not respond at all. With its hands on its hips, it thought that the Eevee in front of it was kind of cute. Ibrahimovic uses Swift Strike. Seeing Eevee regain its fighting spirit, Shauna waved her hand and gave Eevee a command. Buletini. Eevee yelled, then tossed its head, sending a string of glittering 5-pointed stars hurtling towards Slowpoke. Slowpoke, as usual, used Psychic to dodge. Seeing this, Qingyuan gave a command to the Slowpoke, then waved his hand at it, signaling it to do its own thing. Seeing this, Slowpoke nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he and Ibrahimovic started playing a game of chase on the field. 2 minutes later, Slowpoke, having had its fill of playing, looked at Eevee, who was panting heavily in front of it. With a single telekinetic strike, it sent Eevee away from the painful battlefield. Eevee is unable to battle. Slowpoke wins. The winner of this match is Qingyuan from Viridian City. The referee on the sidelines made a timely ruling on the outcome of the match. Not bad, you're getting better and better, Slowpoke. After exchanging a punch with Slowpoke, Qingyuan praised it generously. Yadong. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Slowpoke proudly put its hands on its hips and barked at him. After defeating Eevee, Qingyuan fought 2 more battles with Slowpoke in the morning. They successfully advanced to the top 16 and joined the team vying for the championship. During lunch, Qingyuan took the opportunity to visit the scorpions who were training in the training room. Last night, after careful consideration, in order not to waste everyone's time, he decided to. He put all the Pokémon except for Slowpoke, which needed to compete, into Mr. Iron Rock's training room. This way, when Qingyuan is playing matches during the day, there's no need to worry about Cat Boss and the others wasting time and not being able to train. In response to Qingyuan's proposal, Taiyan held the belief that teaching one Pokémon is the same as teaching a group of Pokémon. He readily agreed to his proposal. Furthermore, in order to allow the spirits of Qingyuan to receive more thorough training, Taiyan also arranged for 2 of his old buddies to help him spar with the Cat Boss and the others. Although Qingyuan thought that Taiyan might be looking for sandbags for his companions, but the thought of letting the Cat Bosses and the others train against high-level Pokémon isn't a bad thing. He happily placed the cats in the training room, believing that after a few days of training, the cats will definitely undergo a complete transformation. When Qingyuan arrived at the training room, the atmosphere inside was very intense. Scorpio is battling with a lobster using its claw hammer. After a day of learning, Scorpio has mastered the use of the claw hammer. However, they weren't very skilled at it, so they were taught how to use the crab claw hammer. The iron-clawed lobster came up with the idea of skillfully using its claws to fight the scorpion. Although Scorpios often end up getting beaten up, they seem to enjoy it. Meanwhile, the Cat Boss was sparring with Slowpoke. Slowpoke's superb psychic abilities allowed him to easily outmaneuver the Cat Boss. Charmeleon and Scyther are engaged in a fierce battle with Poliwrath, showcasing Poliwrath's superb fighting skills. The 2 little guys were so enraged that they became completely absorbed in their own game and started employing an all-out offensive strategy. Only the Iron Rhino was too big to be used in the training room. At this point, all they could do was carry the weights and train their endurance step by step in the training room. Hey, the match is over. So, did you win or lose? Seeing Qingyuan push open the door and walk in, Taiyan asked with a curious expression. Look at what you're saying. If I were to take action, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Upon hearing Taiyan's words, Qingyuan patted his chest, looking completely matter-of-fact. Keep being arrogant. Let's see if you'll still be so arrogant when you actually lose. Taiyan waved his hand dismissively. After hearing this, Qingyuan shrugged and ignored Taiyan, focusing on watching Tianxi and the others train. Seeing this, Taiyan stopped talking and started watching his Pokémon training, just like Qingyuan. Go, attack its groin. Scyther is almost dead. Charmeleon, what are you waiting for? The battlefield where Charmeleon and Scyther battle Poliwrath. Qingyuan looked at the Scyther and Charizard, who seemed to be playing without any coordination, and shouted in exasperation. Ha ha ha, that's it. Beat it badly and make sure this kid never learns anything right. Seeing this, Taiyan laughed heartily and urged the fast-swimming frog to press its advantage. Just now, Qingyuan commanded Charizard to use underhanded tactics, which gave Poliwrath a good beating. Now that we've finally found an opportunity, we must teach it a lesson it won't forget. No matter how Qingyuan commanded, the difference of more than 20 levels was like a chasm. Scyther and Charmeleon were cleanly and efficiently taken down by Poliwrath. Ugh, it's alright, you've done a great job. Seeing this, Qingyuan sighed and went to comfort Scyther and Charmeleon. Sha, roar. Upon hearing this, Scyther and Charmeleon both lowered their heads in shame. It's okay, keep it up next time. Seeing this, Qingyuan patted Scyther and Charmeleon on the shoulder, comforting them both. Qingyuan then left the training room and went to the deck. The round of 16 is about to begin, and he is the second to appear, so he needs to come to the deck early to prepare. It's no wonder they're in the top 16, they've made it this far without being eliminated. Either they have real skill, or they have incredible luck. But no matter what, the current competition is finally not a battle of weaklings. Meow Meow is using crazy scratching. After seeing a slightly arrogant kid successfully defeat a Poliwag using Meowth, Qingyuan straightened his clothes and came to the battlefield with a serious expression. Qingyuan's opponent is a little boy with blue hair named Xiokaya, whose Pokémon is a Shelder. Qingyuan has watched his matches, he must have put in a lot of effort on the giant cheetah. The ice shards used by that giant tongue clam were not only powerful, but also incredibly fast. Now, both players, please release your Pokémon. Go, Shelder, help me win this battle. Whoa, a flash of red light appeared, and a giant tongue clam with a blue shell and a large tongue appeared on the battlefield. The tongue clam is structurally similar to a clam, with its interior encased in a hard, pointed shell. Each shell has 2 sharp spines, and the interior is surprisingly soft. The eyes are located within a black, soft structure inside the shell, while its large tongue is always protruding. This is because this shelter can indeed pose a certain threat to Slowpoke. So before the match even started, Qingyuan pulled out his Pokédex and started collecting information about Shelter. Go, Slowpoke. After collecting all the information, Qingyuan put away the Pokédex and immediately threw out Slowpoke's Pokeball. Yadong. A flash of red light appeared, and the sleepy-looking Slowpoke successfully appeared on the battlefield. But when it saw its opponent, the beast instantly became alert. Yadong? Hey, the way it's looking at me is weird, Qingyuan. Yadong? It's trying to bite me. Looking at the giant clam staring fiercely at it, Slowpoke immediately pointed at Shelter and yelled at Qingyuan. Don't worry, Slowpoke will be fine. We'll launch a swift attack this time, and it'll be over quickly. Seeing the worried look on Slowpoke's face, Qingyuan quickly comforted it. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Slowpoke finally felt somewhat relieved. The Tungo Lantern Clam uses ice pebbles. Xiaoqiu didn't care what Qingyuan and Slowpoke were talking about, but he knew this was a good time to strike first. So in order to win, he directly commanded the giant tongue shell to launch an attack. But to his surprise, the usually obedient Shelly Clam completely ignored him this time. Xiaoqiu looked at Shelter with a puzzled expression, only to see Shelter's eyes glow red as it charged directly at Slowpoke's tail. Giant Tongue Clam. Seeing this, Xiaoqiu quickly shouted, hoping to bring back the Great Tongue Shell's rationality. He then remembered that Shelter was attracted to Slowpoke's tail and then combined with Slowpoke to become Slowbro. He's about to lose his Giant Tongue Clam. Slowpoke used Psychic. Qingyuan was startled when the Shelter suddenly rushed over and quickly commanded Slowpoke to block it. He was supposed to evolve Slowpoke into King Hippowdon. How could it evolve into Slowpoke here? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Slowpoke, who longed for King Hippowdon, unleashed its full power. It pushed forward hard with both hands. The next second, the giant tongue clam was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground, its eyes turning into circles. Giant clams are out? After narrowly defeating the giant tongue shell, Qingyuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was really scared just now. Can anyone tell him why a giant tongue clam can burst into such a fast speed? Luckily, Shelter didn't bite Slowpoke's tail, otherwise Qingyuan would have really had to go find somewhere to cry. After defeating Xiaoqiu, Qingyuan played 2 more matches. There were no major mistakes in these 2 matches. Qingyuan easily won the match and successfully advanced to the finals. Since the championship match will begin tomorrow, Qingyuan has no matches to play today after his 2 matches. After wandering aimlessly on the deck for a while, Qingyuan returned to the training room. Scorpion's training continues. The only difference is, at this moment, the armored rhinoceros is enduring a baptism of 100,000 volts from Cat Boss. Taiyan stood to the side, watching the scene with great interest. You came up with this idea. Looking at the armored rhinoceros, its body glowing with electricity, Taiyan asked Qingyuan with some curiosity. Yes, Rapirior has the lightning rod ability and is a rock/ground type Pokemon. 100,000 volts won't do it much damage. So I thought I'd have Cat Boss use the electric shock on the iron rhino to see if I could teach it 100,000 volts. Hearing Taiyan's words, Qingyuan nodded. Hearing Qingyuan's reason, Taiyan was speechless. While 100,000 volts certainly wouldn't cause too much damage to the Ironhide Rhino with its lightning rod properties. However, there is still some damage, and that damage will still make the armored rhinoceros feel very uncomfortable. However, seeing the armored rhinoceros's blissful expression when it was electrocuted was quite a sight. Taiyan kept his words in his mouth, but ultimately didn't say them. A freakish armored rhinoceros, a reckless trainer. These 2 are a perfect match. After watching Cat Boss's electric iron rhino for a while, it was time for dinner. Qingyuan, who had become addicted to freeloading, followed Taiyan into the kitchen without hesitation. Uncle Lund, I'm here to freeload again. Qingyuan sat casually opposite Taiyan and greeted Lund, who was cooking nearby. Haha, you're always welcome, but waste is not allowed. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Lund chuckled and replied. How could it be a waste? Uncle, your cooking skills are so good, anyone who wastes it must have a bad sense of taste. Qingyuan took a sip of tea from the table and grinned at Lund. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Upon hearing this, Lund laughed and pointed at Qingyuan. Seeing Qingyuan's grinning face, he smiled and lowered his head to continue his work. Seeing this, Qingyuan stopped bothering Lund and continued talking to Taiyan in front of him. That evening, after enjoying the cruise meal, Qingyuan returned to his room with a satisfied look on his face, carrying his notebook. What's that saying again? Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Taiyan, a high-level trainer, could save Qingyuan from many detours with just a casual word of advice. While Taiyan was enjoying his meal that evening, Qingyuan took the opportunity to give away the high-grade fish bait he had. This led Taiyan to teach Qingyuan a lot about trainer knowledge. Adhering to the idea that a bad pen is worse than a good memory, Qingyuan wrote all of this down in his notebook. After returning to his room, Qingyuan sat on the bed and reviewed his notes on his laptop for another half hour. Only then did he drift off to sleep with a satisfied expression. The next morning, Qingyuan got up early and dressed up nicely. Today is the championship match, and as the champion of this competition, I should leave a good impression on others. After tidying up, Qingyuan left the room and strolled slowly towards the dining room. Today's match is at 9 o'clock in the morning, so he has plenty of time to enjoy a proper breakfast. I got 2 shad sandwiches and a cup of freshly squeezed soy milk. Qingyuan found a less crowded spot, sat down, and prepared to eat breakfast while looking at his laptop. Hello there. Just then, a lovely female voice rang out. Qingyuan's gaze unconsciously turned toward the direction from which the sound came. He saw that the purple-haired girl named Shauna, whom he had defeated yesterday, was now standing in front of his desk, waving at him. Hello there. Qingyuan was taken aback when he saw this, but he quickly recovered and greeted Shauna. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Shauna, and I'm from Hoanium City. Seeing this, Shauna smiled and extended her hand to Qingyuan. Well, the girl is quite pretty, especially her 2 small, white canine teeth, which were fully revealed when she smiled. Qingyuan's attention was immediately drawn to the 2 tiger teeth. Hello, I'm Ayahara from Qingyuan City in the Kanto region. Qingyuan picked up a tissue and wiped the salad dressing off his hands, then stood up and took Shauna's hand. Now we're acquainted. Shauna happily shook off the hand she was holding with Qingyuan. Seeing this, Qingyuan gave a polite but not impolite smile and slowly released his hand. Seeing this, Shauna, without any social anxiety, plopped down in the seat next to Qingyuan. He looked at Qingyuan with anticipation. Your slowpoke is so cute. Can I hug it? After hearing this, Qingyuan glanced at the sardine sandwich on the table. It should be breakfast time now, so sorry Slowpoke. I agree, but you should ask Slowpoke's opinion first. After all, an elf is also an independent individual. Qingyuan spoke as if coaxing a child while releasing the Slowpoke. With a flash of red light, a Slowpoke with a face full of fighting spirit appeared in front of Qingyuan and Shauna, hands on hips. Wow, Slowpoke, you're so cute. Upon seeing such a Slowpoke, Shauna couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Slowpoke, this cute one wants to be your friend. I think we need to ask for your opinion on this kind of thing. Qingyuan pointed at Shauna and said to the Slowpoke. Yadong? No. Yadong? I'm the evil pink hippopotamus, I can't be friends with cute kids. At this moment, Slowpoke, whose mind was filled with thoughts of becoming an evil pink hippopotamus, rejected Qingyuan's suggestion without a second thought. I'm not going to care anymore, you deal with her yourself. I'm going to eat breakfast. Seeing this, Qingyuan gave a signal with his eyes to Slowpoke. He turned to Shauna and said, Slowpoke is a little shy, why don't you talk to it yourself? It is good. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Shauna excitedly responded and jumped off the chair. Seeing Shauna running towards Slowpoke, Qingyuan gave Slowpoke a look that said good luck to Slowpoke. He then ate his breakfast as if nothing had happened. Oh my, this widower sandwich is really a widower sandwich. Slowpoke looked at the trainer who had sold it out so easily, and immediately gave him a deadpan expression. Yadong? Qingyuan, I hate you. Looking at Shauna in front of it, Slowpoke let out a desperate cry. Yay, oh my god, it smells so good. Enjoying the embrace of the beautiful Shauna, he ate the energy cubes she fed him. Slowpoke couldn't help but let out a sigh. This is the kind of treatment a handsome elf like it should receive. At this moment, Slowpoke was immersed in Shauna's gentle embrace, completely forgetting that it had just been protesting as if it were about to die. By the way, Shauna, did you come to the Kanto region all by yourself? Looking at Shauna, who was following behind him with Slowpoke in her arms, Qingyuan asked with some confusion. No, I came here on a trip with my brother. Shauna, busy teasing Slowpoke, said without looking up. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan broke out in a cold sweat. So where's your brother? Upon hearing Gao's words, Shauna suddenly looked up, staring at Qingyuan with a bewildered expression. I think I forgot him at the restaurant. Shauna stared blankly at Qingyuan and said. Snapped. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan slapped himself on the forehead. Goodness, it's a good thing he asked that question, otherwise Xiao'Ene's brother would think Qingyuan was kidnapping a child. Helpless, Qingyuan had no choice but to take Shauna back to the restaurant to find her brother whom she had forgotten there. Xiao'Ene. When Qingyuan brought Xiao'Ene to find her brother, a purple-haired boy named Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu had been looking for Shauna in the restaurant for quite some time. So when Xiaoqiu saw Qingyuan bring Xiao'Ene to him, his gaze towards Qingyuan was very strange. That's similar to how you look at a blonde-haired kid who's kidnapped your sister. However, it wasn't Qingyuan who abducted his sister, but rather the evil pink hippopotamus, Slowpoke. Ahem. Hello, my name is Qingyuan, and I'm from Qingyuan City in the Kanto region. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Qingyuan took the initiative to reach out to Xiaoqiu, trying to break the strange silence. Xiaoqiu, Shauna's brother. Xiaoqiu lightly touched Qingyuan's hand as a handshake, and said to him in a very cold tone. Ah, this. Qingyuan touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. Brother Qingyuan, don't worry about it. My brother deals with ghost-type Pokemon all the time. Something's not right with him. Seeing Qingyuan's embarrassment, Shauna peeked out from behind Slowpoke and pointed to her head at Qingyuan. Boom. With a crisp sound, Xiaoqiu flicked Xiao'Ene's forehead. Even Qingyuan had to admit that Xiao'Ene's voice was impressive, despite her young age. But they have a good name, after all, a nice-sounding name is a good name. Hey, bro, what are you doing? Shauna held her head in her hands, looking at Xiaoqiu with teary eyes. You deserve it? Looking at her younger sister's pitiful little expression, Xiaoqiu coldly uttered 2 words. I'm going to call my mom tonight and tell her you bullied me. Upon hearing this, Shauna said with a face full of indignation. It's perfect timing for Mom to pick you up. Your mom and I really want you to come home. Xiaoqiu still had that cold demeanor, but it has to be said that as an older brother, he knows how to treat his sister. Never mind then, the great Nana has already mercifully forgiven you. After hearing Xiaoqiu's words, Shauna muttered something from the bottom of her heart. Okay. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqiu frowned and looked at Xiao'ene. Slowpoke, protect me. Upon seeing this, Shauna immediately hid behind Slowpoke. Yadong. Seeing Xiaoqiu's sharp gaze, Slowpoke immediately met it with its dead fish eyes. Xiaoqiu had no intention of meeting a pair of dead fish eyes. He immediately looked away and stared at Qingyuan. Let's go, the match is about to start, and I'll be your opponent. Hearing this, Qingyuan, who had been watching the drama unfold, finally came to his senses. He looked at Shauna with some surprise. Seeing this, Shauna smiled sheepishly and stuck out her tongue at Qingyuan. I forgot to tell you, my brother is your opponent in the finals. Besides, my brother is very strong. I don't think you're a match for him. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan's expression immediately changed. Slowpoke, let's go. With that, Qingyuan snatched the Slowpoke from Shauna's hands. I'm no match for your brother. Why are you hugging my Slowpoke? Hey, little dumb. Seeing this, Shauna reached out and looked at the Slowpoke that Qingyuan had taken away, her face showing a look of utter despair. Yadong, awaken, you evil pink hippo. Slowpoke snuggled against Qingyuan's chest, though it wasn't as comfortable as it was in Shauna's arms. But sorry, Qingyuan is its trainer, and the evil pink hippo is its true nature. The time has come for the evil pink hippo to awaken. Yay, goodbye to the land of gentle pleasures. Looking at the battlefield ahead, Slowpoke let out a resolute cry. Snapped. Qingyuan slapped the Slowpoke that suddenly yelled. What are you yelling about? You scared me. Yadong. Slowpoke covered its head and gave Qingyuan a resentful look. She's already left her comfort zone for you, and now she won't even let me call her name? Now begins the championship battle between Aahara from Viridian City in Kanto and Natsuki from Korazak City in Hone. Only one Pokemon can be used in this match. If one side's Pokemon is unable to battle, the other side wins. Now, both sides, please release your Pokemon. Xiaoyu, acting as the referee, stood beside the battlefield, holding a command flag and officially announcing the rules of the match. Go, Slowpoke, let's win. Qingyuan shouted loudly and threw Slowpoke directly out. Yadong. Having become familiar with Qingyuan's actions, Slowpoke used psychic powers to fly the moment it left Qingyuan's embrace. Then it slowly landed on the battlefield with its hands on its hips. Its adorable appearance immediately drew shouts of cuteness from the surrounding crowd. Even Shauna stood on the sidelines, cheering loudly for Slowpoke. Little Dudu, you're so cute. Go, little dumb. Defeat Xiaoqiu, you big silly pig. Xiaoqiu, who was originally about to take a pokeball from her waist, glanced at Shauna on the sidelines after hearing this. He slowly raised his hand from his waist, then yanked a pokeball off his necklace, enlarged it, and threw it into the arena. Come out and fight, cursed doll. OE. The cursed doll let out a cry, and then a powerful aura emanated from its body and spread outwards. Sensing the power of the cursed doll, Slowpoke's deadpan expression was instantly cured. Slowpoke was staring intently at the cursed doll, its tail even wagging. Holy crap, are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. Qingyuan stared speechlessly at the cursed doll in the arena. What's the point of playing this game? This cursed doll is at least level 40, and it's even possible that it's level 50. Slowpoke is a level 20 plus Pokemon, how can it possibly fight back? Slowpoke, don't give up? Facing fear is our motto? Use Psychic. Faced with a formidable enemy, Qingyuan chose to go all out. Scorpion and the others are experiencing the pressure of high-level Pokemon. Now it's your turn, Slowpoke. Upon hearing that Qingyuan Slowpoke had regained its confidence, its eyes glowed blue as it attacked the cursed doll. Cursed doll Shadow Ball. Seeing this, Xiaoqiu put her hands in her pockets and shouted in a cold tone. OE! A shadow ball bigger than a basketball was thrown by the cursed doll at Slowpoke. Upon seeing this, Slowpoke immediately used all its strength to block. Boom! Slowpoke is unable to battle, and doll wins. Xiao's voice rang out at just the right moment from the sidelines. You've done a great job, Slowpoke. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan used a pokeball to put away Slowpoke, whose eyes had turned into circles. Then he imitated Slowpoke and glared fiercely at Xiaoqiu with dead fish eyes. Damn it, you can't take a joke, you siskin. It's just that your sister gave Slowpoke a little encouragement, and it immediately unleashed a powerful attack. Is it really necessary? You can't take a joke? After this experience, Qingyuan also made a mental note, never mess with a sister-obsessed person. These people are a bunch of people who can't take a joke. The winter solstice is just around the corner, and I, Xiao, would like to wish all my readers a happy winter solstice in advance. Don't forget to eat dumplings tomorrow, the winter solstice, or you'll have to watch out for your ears in the winter. The cursed doll resembles an ordinary rag doll with a zipper on its mouth. Originally, it was just a pitiful, discarded toy. The energy of the curse seeped into the cotton of the abandoned doll, and its intense resentment transformed it into a Pokemon. It inhabits junkyards and can be found in dimly lit alleys. Qingyuan held a Slowpoke Pokeball in one hand and a Pokédex in the other. A smile finally appeared on Qingyuan's lips as he watched the Pokédex input the information about the cursed doll. The cursed doll is a rare elf, so this is a worthwhile trade. Qingyuan, who was already very familiar with Taiyan, already knew what the champion's reward was. Since this is essentially a battle for fun, the rewards can't be too great. The champion's prize is a large pearl found by the Iron Claw lobster during a dive, which is worth about 10,000 alliance coins. The runner-up prize is a small gold bead, worth about 5,000 alliance coins. The third-place prize is a small pearl, worth around 3,000 alliance coins. In addition, the top 3 teams were all exempted from their boat fares for this trip. It's like taking a free cruise and earning a few thousand alliance coins along the way. After putting away the Pokédex, Qingyuan glared fiercely at Xiaqiu, who was a sore loser. He turned and left the battlefield. He would get his revenge sooner or later. Brother Qingyuan, how's Xiaodede doing? Seeing this, Shauna quickly ran towards Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan stopped and stared in surprise at Xiaodede, who was running towards him. He then shook his head and said, "Slowpoke is fine, this guy can take a beating. I'll take it to the ship's medical room for treatment, this little injury will heal quickly." Hearing this, Shauna's tense little face finally relaxed. "Then I'll go with you, brother Qingyuan." Upon hearing this, Qingyuan glanced at Xiaqiu, whose expression was growing cold. A mischievous urge couldn't help but rise within me. "Okay, then you can come with me. Do I need to tell your brother?" "No need, he'll come by himself in a bit." Shauna shook her head and followed Qingyuan toward the ship's medical room. Xiaqiu, who had initially thought that what she was doing might be a bit inappropriate, immediately turned cold upon seeing this scene. "I didn't hit you hard enough." Xiaqiu muttered something under her breath, then hurriedly ran in the direction Qingyuan and the others had left. He dared not let Shauna follow Qingyuan alone. On the way to the treatment room, we passed by the restaurant. Qingyuan casually grabbed a few popsicles and gave one to Xiaona. After handing Slowpoke over to the doctor in the treatment room, Qingyuan and Shauna sat in the treatment room eating popsicles and waiting. When Xiaqiu, covered in sweat, squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the treatment room, she saw this scene. His already cold expression turned even colder. It felt like splashing a glass of water in his face, and the water would freeze on his face. Looking at the ice block face in front of him, Qingyuan took out an ice pop from his pocket and handed it to Xiaqiu. "Let's cool off with an ice pop, we can't afford to play games like this." "No need, and besides, your mouth stinks." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaqiu snorted coldly and immediately retaliated. Qingyuan didn't pay any attention to what he heard and handed the unopened popsicle to Xiaona. He then took out another popsicle from his pocket, tore it open, and started eating it. On a hot summer day, after finishing a match, you can enjoy an ice pop. That feeling is absolutely amazing. Of course, this battle doesn't end with the opponent being instantly killed because they can't handle the situation. Rather, it was a close battle where the two sides fought evenly but ultimately lost. That feeling must be even more amazing. Shauna took Qingyuan's popsicle and happily started eating it. As for Xiaqiu, Shauna said she wasn't very familiar with her and needed to eat an ice pop to think it over. Watching the two eating popsicles, Xiaqiu felt herself getting hotter and hotter. However, he also had a good way to escape the heat. He released a dream monster. Seeing its surroundings, the dream demon cried out in confusion. "I'm a little hot." Hearing the dream demon's puzzled cry, Xiaqiu said somewhat embarrassedly. Upon hearing this, the dream demon immediately showed an expression of sudden realization. Then it obediently ran into Xiaqiu's arms. Holding Meng Yao in his arms, Xiaqiu, covered in sweat, let out a very comfortable sigh. The Drevis's body is dark green. Its hair is phosphorescent, its irises are red, and it wears a conspicuous string of red beads around its neck. The Drevis sleeps in the dark during the day. It loves to see people startled. It will suddenly bite or pull a person's hair and then watch the person's surprised expression for amusement. Xiaqiu, holding the dream demon, was just about to close her eyes and enjoy the coolness it brought. Then I heard an electronic sound coming from the side. Xiaqiu frowned and looked in the direction from which the sound came. While eating an ice pop, Qingyuan was scanning Miss Drevis with his Pokédex. Seeing Xiaqiu's gaze, Qingyuan raised the Pokédex in his hand. "I'm just a country bumpkin. I haven't seen many ghost-type Pokémon before, I'm a little curious." After saying that, Qingyuan smiled at Xiaqiu. "Brother, can the cursed doll hold me?" Just then, Shauna, who was sitting to the side, suddenly came up to Xiaqiu and tugged at his sleeve, acting coquettishly. "The cursed doll is a little angry because you didn't cheer it on earlier. Okay, I'll apologize to it. Can you let it out so I can cool off a bit?" Hearing Xiaqiu's words, Xiaona tugged at Xiaqiu's clothes again and said coquettishly. Finally, after signing a series of agreements with Xiaqiu, including one that stipulated that the watch could not leave his sight, he agreed to the terms. Xiaqiu then released the cursed doll, letting it carry Shauna to the side to cool off. Qingyuan watched this scene while eating an ice pop. Xiaqiu's methods are quite sophisticated, even the lively little girl Xiaona is now completely subdued. Qingyuan, I'm sorry, I got a little carried away during the battle just now." Just as Qingyuan was eating an ice pop and getting lost in thought, Xiaqiu suddenly apologized to Qingyuan. "This is the large pearl that I was awarded as a prize for injuring Slowpoke. Consider it compensation for hurting Slowpoke." Seeing that Qingyuan was still in a daze, Xiaqiu took out the champion's reward he had just received and handed it to Qingyuan. No, I'm just not as skilled as others, there's nothing to apologize for." Besides, Slowpoke's injuries weren't serious, so there's no need for such an expensive apology. Qingyuan shook his head and pushed the things Xiaoqiu handed him back. To Qingyuan's surprise, Xiaoqiu was not only an ice-cold person, but also a stubborn one. Qingyuan declined his offer 4 or 5 times before finally managing to dissuade him from apologizing. Why are there so many stubborn people in this world? Looking at Xiaoqiu, whose expression was somewhat unnatural, Qingyuan couldn't help but think to himself. After starting a conversation, Qingyuan quickly became familiar with Xiaoqiu. Watching the two exchanging experiences on Pokemon breeding, Shauna gave Qingyuan a resentful look. Then she took the cursed doll and went somewhere to sulk. As one trainer aptly put it, trainers are the easiest to make friends with each other. During the few minutes that Slowpoke was healing, Qingyuan and Xiaoqiu have almost reached the point where they are about to become brothers. After Slowpoke came out of the treatment room, it saw that Slowpoke was alright. Qingyuan then let Slowpoke go play with Shauna, while he continued to talk to Xiaoqiu. Qingyuan learned from Xiaoqiu that he had already participated in one Sayo tournament in Hone. However, he was unlucky that time, encountering a trainer specializing in Psychic-type Pokemon in the round of 16. Despite being a Ghost-type trainer with considerable skill, he ultimately suffered a narrow defeat. They only achieved a 16th place finish in the Hone League. Dissatisfied with his results, he spent some time practicing meditation at home. This time, they are preparing to challenge the Quartz Conference in the Kanto region. Although he had only arrived in the Kanto region 5 days ago, he had already obtained the Orange Badge for the Vermilion City Gym. Next, he plans to go to Saffron City to challenge the Saffron City Gym. However, I heard that Lamperchi is a great holiday destination. That's why I thought of taking my sister to Lamperchi for a trip. After hearing Xiaoqiu's story, Qingyuan had already marked Xiaoqiu's name with a big red circle in his heart. If the challenges in the coming summer and autumn go smoothly, therefore, Xiaoqiu should be the biggest obstacle preventing him from winning the Quartz Conference. Not only is the level of the Pokemon high, but the Pokemon used is also a troublesome Ghost-type Pokemon. Qingyuan can say with certainty that he is no match for Xiaoqiu right now, but that might not be the case at the Quartz Conference. Although Qingyuan wasn't very confident about whether he could defeat Xiaoqiu in the future, but that doesn't stop him from making empty promises to himself. He always believed that he and his partners were no less capable than anyone else. He just needs time to plan and develop. Qingyuan chatted with Xiaoqiu until after 11 p.m., when Xia told Xiaoqiu that she was hungry. This pulled the two back from their fascination with Pokemon breeding. Seeing that it was getting late, Qingyuan said goodbye to Xiaoqiu and headed towards the training room. Scorpio and the others have been training in the training room all morning, so he should go and check on them. Of course, he could also get a free meal in the kitchen. Time passed by as Qingyuan watched the Scorpions train every day and exchanged breeding knowledge with Xiaoqiu and Taiyan. Happy times are always fleeting, as was the iron shrimp sailing at sea. Finally, around 10 a.m. on the 4th day of its voyage, it arrived at Lamperchi. Goodbye, Uncle Taiyan, thank you for taking care of me during this time. Hope we meet again someday. After packing his luggage, Qingyuan, carrying his spatial backpack, addressed Taiyan, who was standing on the deck directing the crew. Ha ha ha, Qingyuan kid, you'd better do your best at the Quartz Conference, don't embarrass me. Taiyan laughed heartily after hearing this. Don't worry, I'll definitely make sure you see me on TV. Goodbye Uncle Taiyan, goodbye Uncle Lund. After hearing this, Qingyuan made a promise to Taiyan, and then waved and walked towards the stairs leading down to the ship. Goodbye, and best of luck at the Qingyuan Quartz Conference. After hearing this, Lund also shouted at Qingyuan. Qingyuan waved and drifted off the ship with the current. Since the main business of the Iron Shrimp is transportation, taking a passenger trip is just a way for Taiyan to earn extra money and have some fun. So after disembarking all the passengers, the Iron Shrimp retracted its stairs and continued its journey. Qingyuan watched the Iron Shrimp ship sail away and slowly waved his hand. All good things must come to an end, but the world of elves is too vast. After this parting, Qingyuan had no idea whether he would ever have the chance to meet Taiyan again. Iron Rock can be considered a benefactor on Qingyuan's path as a trainer. It not only taught Qingyuan how to be a trainer, but also saved him from many detours. Furthermore, it allowed its own Pokemon to battle against Scorpion and others, giving Scorpion and others experience in battling against higher-level Pokemon. Even at the very end, Taiyan personally discussed with Qingyuan how to raise Pokemon. Qingyuan learned a lot about raising elves from him. These things alone make it no exaggeration for Qingyuan to call Taiyan teacher. So when he saw the Iron Shrimp depart, Qingyuan couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Fortunately, the Quartz Conference's top 16 will be broadcast on television. Therefore, in this Quartz Conference, Seijian from Tokiwa City must make it into the top 16. Let Taiyan see for himself just how far his apprentice, whom he has been teaching for 3 days, can go at the Quartz Conference. Watching the Iron Shrimp's figure gradually disappear on the surface, Qingyuan, carrying his spatial backpack, headed towards the Pokemon Center in Lamperch City. What? There are no rooms left? Qingyuan stood in front of the counter at the Pokemon Center and asked in shock. Joy's cousin, Joy from the Lampler Elf Center, heard this. He nodded to Qingyuan. That's right, the Pokemon Center is currently fully booked. Even 4-person apartments are gone. And it's currently the summer tourist season in Lamperch, so even hotel rooms are probably already fully booked. Upon hearing Joylin's resolute words, Qingyuan collapsed in front of the counter. Heavens above, why torture him like this? I was able to sleep in a small cabin on the Iron Shrimp for 3 days, but now that I'm in Lamperch, I don't even have a room to sleep in. Just when Qingyuan felt that the world was in ruins, a voice familiar to Qingyuan suddenly rang out. Brother Qingyuan, so you've been here. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the voice. At that moment, Shauna was holding Xiaochu's hand and walking towards the counter. Qingyuan. Xiaochu nodded to Qingyuan. Good afternoon, Xiaochu, Shauna. Qingyuan greeted the two of them listlessly. The thought of not having a soft bed to sleep in tonight and having to camp out completely dampened his spirits. What's wrong with you? Looking at Qingyuan, who seemed so listless, Xiaochu couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Qingyuan weakly raised his head and told Xiaochu about the miserable situation of having to camp tonight. After listening to Qingyuan's words, Xiaochu pondered for a long time before finally speaking. Why don't you share a room with me tonight? I've booked 2 rooms at the Lamperchi Hotel. We should be able to share a room. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan instantly regained his energy and grabbed Xiaochu's shoulder. My savior? You are truly my savior? Thank you. At that moment, Joyland heard the commotion and stood up from behind the counter. Hey, Qingyuan, have you found a place to stay yet? I was thinking of letting you stay in my room tonight, since I'm on night shift. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan released Xiaochu's hand at supersonic speed. He stood there lost in thought. Should we stay in Sister Ian's room, or go and stay with Xiaochu? Oh dear, what a happy problem. Happy winter solstice? Remember to eat dumplings. The book's data is dropping every day, so I'm shamelessly asking for a few more requests for updates. I've heard that requests for updates can attract more readers. Thank you, dear readers. In the end, Qingyuan, relying on his strong willpower, refused to stay in Xiao Yulan's room for one night. Joyce, a girl, and he, a grown man, went to stay in her room. It wouldn't be good if any rumors started circulating. After asking Joyland to reserve a room for him for tomorrow, Qingyuan left the Pokémon Center with Xiaochu. The Lamperchi Hotel is located near the sea and is a true oceanfront hotel. After searching online, Qingyuan found out the owner of this Lamperchi Hotel. It seems to be Granny Jin, the culprit who caused the appearance of the giant stinging jellyfish. After arriving at Xiaochu's room, Qingyuan lay down on the bed without any hesitation. Have you had lunch yet? As Xiaochu tidied up her things, she asked Qingyuan a question. No, I'll just see what I can find and buy something to eat later. Qingyuan lay on the bed with his eyes closed and replied. I must say, the bed in this hotel is really comfortable. After lying there for just a short while, Qingyuan was already feeling sleepy. Then you can have lunch with us later. I've booked lunch at this hotel. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaochu leaned forward and looked at Qingyuan. Okay, thanks. Qingyuan lay on the bed and waved to Xiaochu. Then, he simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep. At noon, Qingyuan was awakened by the aroma of food. When he woke up and saw himself lying on the bed with a spatial backpack on his back, he was in a dazed state, as if he had just woken up. Brother Qingyuan, you're awake. Can we have Slowpoke come out and play with us? Boulet and E. Before Qingyuan could fully wake up, Shauna and Evie's voices rang in his ears. Qingyuan shook his head, looked at the 2 smiling faces in front of him, and smiled slightly. Of course, but you have to let my brother clear his head first, my head is all foggy right now. After saying that, Qingyuan pointed to his head at Shauna. Aha. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Shauna nodded her head cutely. He then took a step back and stood quietly by the bed, watching Qingyuan. Seeing this, Ibi followed Shauna's example, taking a step back and making the same expression as Shauna as he looked at Qingyuan. Qingyuan got out of bed and took the space backpack off his back. Qingyuan rubbed his head and released the Gliscor and the others from their pokeballs. Of course, the armored rhinoceros is still not included in this category. After all, with its massive body and rocky shell, it could easily damage the things inside the house if one wasn't careful. Moreover, the hotel is not a fairy center. If the hotel damages anything, the hotel will have to pay for it. Qingyuan didn't want to have to pay to clean up its mess after just one night's stay. I'll let it out at most when it's time to eat. It's impossible for it to come out and play. Jella, what's wrong? Looking at Qingyuan sitting on the bed, Scorpio, as the eldest brother, took the lead in asking questions. It's nothing, it's lunchtime. We just came out for a meal and let you guys relax a bit. Upon hearing this, Scorpio nodded and began to survey his surroundings. Shauna then lunged forward and pulled Slowpoke into her arms. Oh dear, how did I end up in this paradise of pleasure? Slowpoke, who was suddenly hugged by Shauna, let out a confused cry. However, Shauna, who didn't understand, ignored it and ran off to play with Slowpoke and Eevee. After getting out of bed, Qingyuan walked towards the bathroom with a sleepy look on his face. He needs to wash his face to clear his head. Afternoon naps are a strange thing. Most people feel listless afterward, and there's a small chance they'll feel sore all over. There is only a very small chance that you will feel refreshed after taking a nap. Hello, Qingyuan, are you awake? As Qingyuan stepped out of the room, he heard Xiaochu's voice. Qingyuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xiaochu sitting on the sofa, holding Mengyao and watching TV. Seeing that he was looking over, Xiaochu waved to him. Qingyuan waved to him and then hurriedly ran into the bathroom. His head was spinning and he felt terrible. He needed to wash his face quickly to clear his head. After Qingyuan came out of the bathroom, Xiaqiu also stood up from the sofa. Qingyuan, wait a moment. I'll prepare the food for the dream demons and the others, and then we'll eat. As Xiaqiu spoke to Qingyuan, he walked toward his own spatial backpack. No rush, I need to prepare lunch for Scorpio and the others too. After saying something to Xiaqiu, Qingyuan also walked towards his spatial backpack. After Qingyuan and Xiaqiu prepared lunch for their elves, Shauna, the little one, was already sitting at the dining table. Dinner's ready, dinner's ready, dinner's ready. Shauna sat in her seat, tapping her plate with her knife and fork as she called out. Shauna, what did I teach you? You can't tap your plate with your knife and fork. This is very impolite. Upon seeing this, Xiaqiu became furious. He strode up to Xiaoyana, flicked her forehead, and shouted, I know I was wrong. After being hit on the head by her brother, Shauna put down her knife and fork and covered her head. She looked at Xiaqiu with teary eyes and said. Seeing this, Qingyuan simply placed the lunch brought by the hotel staff on the table. Xiaqiu was teaching his younger sister manners, something he couldn't interfere with. So at this point, all Qingyuan can do is quickly set out lunch so that we can start eating as soon as possible. This will also help Shauna recover from Xiaqiu's scolding more quickly. After lecturing Shauna for a long time, and seeing that Shauna truly knew she was wrong, Xiaqiu then coldly told Xiaoyana to start the meal. It's no wonder they're children, their emotions come and go quickly. Shauna, who had been teary-eyed just moments before, immediately changed her mood after the meal started and happily began eating. Xiaqiu acted as if nothing had happened, smiling as she cut Shauna's steak. Seeing this, Qingyuan stopped thinking about it and started eating the steak in front of him. After lunch, Qingyuan imitated Xiaqiu and reached out to pick up Xiaqiu's dream demon. This is because Qingyuan and Menjao have become familiar with each other after these few days of interaction. Therefore, the dream demon did not react excessively to Qingyuan. On the contrary, because Qingyuan had excellent massage skills, Menjao actually liked him quite a bit. Therefore, it was quite natural for Qingyuan to hold Menjao in his arms. Looking at the TV in front of him, Qingyuan took out the remote control and tuned to a movie starring Ralts. He sat on the sofa, holding the dream demon, and watched it with great interest. Feeling the cool breeze coming from his arms, Qingyuan took a bite of his popsicle and couldn't help but sigh. You know what, chewing, dream demons are really cool. Chewing, the person who invented this method, chewing, is a genius, chewing. Upon hearing this, Xiaqiu burst out laughing. Hurry up, Shauna. Your brother Qingyuan is praising you as a genius. Hey, don't disturb my game with Eevee and Slowpoke. Hearing Xiaqiu's words, Xiaoyana shouted impatiently. Upon hearing this, Xiaqiu smiled and produced a plate of small cakes from somewhere. If that's the case, then Xiona, you probably don't even like eating small cakes anymore. Xiaqiu placed the small cakes on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Upon hearing this, Shauna quickly turned her head to look in their direction. I want to eat. I want to eat. Shauna shouted as she ran towards them. Go wash your hands first, or you won't get any food. Xiaqiu frowned as he watched Shauna rushing towards him. Oh. Upon hearing this, Shauna slammed on the brakes, responded, and turned to walk towards the restroom. Where did you buy these little cakes? They taste great. Qingyuan picked up a small cake from the coffee table, took a bite, and said with a surprised look. While you were sleeping at noon today, I borrowed the hotel's kitchen and cooked it myself. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaqiu also lay down on the sofa, picked up a small cake from the coffee table, took a bite, and said, You have this skill too? Qingyuan looked at Xiaqiu with a surprised expression. At that moment, the dream demon also ran out of Qingyuan's arms and flew back into Xiaqiu's arms in a flash. Xiaqiu hugged Meng Yao tightly and looked at the surprised Qingyuan with a smug expression. This is nothing, just wait until I win the quartz conference. I'm going back to Kana City and opening a dessert shop. Ghost Dessert Shop, that name is sure to be a big selling point. You'll have to come and support us then. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan calmly adjusted the TV and responded. Oh, no, is that all the reaction you've got? Looking at Qingyuan's calm face, Xiaqiu asked with some disappointment. He enthusiastically shared his ideas with Qingyuan, but Qingyuan gave such a bland response. This made him a little uncomfortable. Qingyuan should at least express his surprise. Xiaqiu's thoughts at this moment were like a child sharing a novel toy with their friend. However, my friends weren't interested in this toy at all. The difference was too great, and Xiaqiu said she couldn't accept it. What's wrong with this reaction? Your idea is impossible to achieve anyway. Qingyuan took a bite of cake, looked at the TV, and said to Xiaqiu, What do you mean? Xiaqiu was a bit confused at this point. He had planned everything out, so how could it not be possible? Because the champion of this quartz convention will be me. Qingyuan turned his head, smiled at Xiaqiu, and pointed to himself with his thumb. Go to hell. Looking at the radiant smile in front of me, with cream still clinging to my teeth, Xiaqiu couldn't hold back any longer and threw the cake in her hand directly at Qingyuan's face. Snapped. Before Qingyuan could dodge, Xiaqiu threw a small cake that hit the bullseye. Hey, brother, you're wasting food. At this moment, Shauna came out of the bathroom and, upon seeing this scene, immediately shouted with her eyes shining. I've finally caught you red-handed. Let's see what you have to say about me now. It's okay, Evie will eat these cakes later, so it's not a waste of food. Hearing Shauna's words, Xiaoqiu replied calmly. Buletini, me, Evie, who was playing rock paper scissors with Slowpoke, exclaimed in confusion upon hearing this. Summer and autumn, are you out of your mind? Qingyuan angrily took the small cake off his face and roared at Xiaoqiu. Sorry, it slipped. Despite Qingyuan's anger, Xiaoqiu remained calm and indifferent. He then picked up a small cake from the coffee table and ate it nonchalantly. Qingyuan, don't mind my brother, he's just a bit eccentric sometimes. While handing Qingyuan a tissue, Shauna couldn't resist teasing Xiaoqiu. Fine. Qingyuan took the tissue and wiped the cream off his clothes, then waved to Shauna and said, by the way, you're no match for me, so I'm definitely going to be the champion of this quartz tournament. Just then, Xiaoqiu took a bite of cake and said to Qingyuan as if to add insult to injury. Hey, we'll see. Qingyuan wasn't so angry anymore. He gave Xiaoqiu a cold laugh and continued watching TV. Seeing this, Shauna stopped caring about the rivalry between the two trainers. She grabbed a small cake and sat on the sofa to enjoy it. Xiaoqiu raised an eyebrow and glanced at Xiaona, then looked at the cake in her hand and said, Xiaona changed her plans today, she'll be staying at the hotel all afternoon. I'll call my mom tonight and ask her to come pick you up and take you home. Upon hearing this, Shauna immediately slid down to her knees and stood in front of Xiaoqiu. No, brother, I know I was wrong. Shauna held the small cake in both hands, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Xiaoqiu. Seeing this, Xiaoqiu took a bite of the small cake and said, we'll see how you perform. Upon hearing this, Shauna reacted as if she had received a royal decree. He immediately cheered loudly, while also making a promise to Xiaoqiu. Qingyuan sat on the hotel sofa, watching TV and eating a small cake, enjoying this hard-won moment of relaxation. Around 3 p.m., Xiaoqiu checked the outside temperature and found it wasn't so high anymore. He then decided to take Shauna out for a good time and experience the charm of Lamb Perch, a resort destination. Seeing this, Qingyuan also struggled to get up from the sofa. Of course, he wasn't going out with Xiaoqiu and the others to experience the resort atmosphere of Lamb Perch. He planned to find a suitable place in Lamb Perch to give the scorpions special training. While I'm at it, I'll also try to find out if there are any beauty pageants being held in the area. Qingyuan could not determine when Zai and his friends would arrive at Lampshire. However, he was certain that the giant stinging jellyfish had not yet appeared. Everything is still within the plot he controls. After leaving the hotel, Qingyuan began to stroll along Lamper's famous beach. If he remembered correctly, after Ash and his friends arrived at Lampridge, he started working at a restaurant to pay off his debts after he damaged a yacht. Then Team Rocket's Gyarados attacked the restaurant, causing chaos on the beach. Even Professor Oak and Gary, who were traveling here, were attracted by the sights. So as long as Qingyuan wanders around the most famous beach in Lamper, he will definitely have a chance to run into Ash and his friends. Moreover, the beautiful scenery on the beach is very pleasing to the eye when searching for NPCs. Putting everything else aside, those long, white legs alone dazzled Qingyuan. Looking at the group of very beautiful women in the distance, Qingyuan couldn't help but take off his sunglasses. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, examining it carefully. Qingyuan clapped his hands excitedly, finally getting lucky after so long. In the center of that group of beautiful women stood a boy with spiky brown hair. He was wearing a pair of blue shorts and playing games with the beautiful women around him. Anyone who has watched the anime will recognize it at a glance. This is Ash's rival in the Kanto and Johto regions. After losing to Ash, his morale collapsed, and he became a researcher. He always manages to deliver a heavy blow to Ash when he is arrogant. He is the one who scolded Go in the Journey series. Professor Oak's grandson, young Master Gary, Little Fish shamelessly begs for more updates. Thank you, viewers. Upon seeing Xiao Mao's figure, Qingyuan breathed a huge sigh of relief. Since Xiao Mao is still here, it means the beach beauty pageant hasn't started yet. Then he won't miss the best opportunity to see Professor Oak. Hey kid, it's really rude of you to stare like that at my girlfriend. Just as Qingyuan was standing there in a daze, Xiao Mao saw Qingyuan staring straight at them and shouted angrily at him. You should know that his girlfriends were all dressed very lightly at that moment. It wouldn't be a big deal if Qingyuan just glanced at it. After all, this is a beach. But staring at someone in public like that is really impolite, especially since her boyfriend is right there. Xiao Mao's furious words immediately brought Qingyuan's wandering thoughts back to his mind. Seeing the angry Xiao Mao in front of him, Qingyuan knew that the other party had misunderstood and quickly explained. Sorry, I wasn't looking at your girlfriend, I was looking at you. Snapped. As soon as he said that, Qingyuan immediately realized something was wrong. Sure enough, after hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiao Mao's angry face immediately turned into one of terror. Upon seeing this, his girlfriends quickly surrounded Xiao Mao. Looking at the beautiful, white legs in front of him, Qingyuan shook his head and reorganized his thoughts. You're Xiao Mao, right? I met Zai when I was traveling before, and I talked to him about you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mao peeked his head out from the gaps between his girlfriends. Zai, then tell me, what did Zai think of me? Xiao Mao rested his chin on his girlfriend's shoulder and shouted at Qingyuan with his head held high. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan's expression immediately became somewhat embarrassed. Although he did talk to Ash about Gary, Ash didn't say anything good about Gary. In the end, he could only rearrange and say what Ash said about Gary in the most pleasant way. He said, "Xiao Mao, you're a very strong guy, but you're a bit narcissistic. It's a stinky fart." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mao stepped out from under the protection of his girlfriends and walked towards Qingyuan. Seeing this, Qingyuan could only give Xiao Mao an awkward yet polite smile. Seeing this, Xiao Mao waved to Qingyuan. "I knew it, that Ash wouldn't say anything good about me. But what brings you here to see me this time?" After saying that, Xiao Mao ran his hand through the hair on his forehead. Seeing Xiao Mao's arrogant attitude, Qingyuan suppressed the urge to beat him up and said with a smile, "I just happened to run into you. You look a bit like the Gary that Ash mentioned, so I thought I'd come and get to know you. Of course, it would be even better if we could have a Pokemon battle." After saying that, Qingyuan picked up a Pokeball from his waist and looked at Xiao Mao with a fighting spirit. "Sure, but I want to enjoy this with my girlfriend first. Therefore, we need to finish this quickly, so we can only have a one-on-one battle." Seeing this, Xiao Mao also took out a Pokeball from his waist and looked at Qingyuan with a fighting spirit. "Should we go to the battlefield, or fight right here? Let's do it here, and finish this quickly." Upon hearing this, Qingyuan quickly retreated to create distance between himself and Xiao Mao. Those around them, seeing the two menacing figures, wisely made way for them. "Go, my sweetheart Nidorino." Seeing that the space was already large enough, Shigeru confidently released his Pokemon first. With a flash of red light, a Nidorino with purple venomous spikes on its back, two small sharp teeth, and a completely purple body appeared on the beach. "Neto!" Nidorino roared loudly at Qingyuan as soon as he appeared. "In that case, it's your choice, Ironclad Rhino." Seeing this, Qingyuan confidently threw out Rahorn's Pokeball. This is his first time working with the Armored Rhino, and he believes the Armored Rhino will not let him down. "Huh!" The Armored Rhinoceros roared even louder as soon as it appeared, completely overshadowing Nidorino's momentum. The Nidorino's body is purple with dark purple patches. Nidorinos are highly sensitive and easily excitable, prone to fighting. They have a very aggressive temperament. When agitated, they will attack with their claws. They will prick up their powerful ears to survey their surroundings, and once they spot something, they will pounce immediately, their back spikes erect in a full-force attack. Qingyuan took out the Pokédex and saved Nidorino's information. This was actually the first time he had ever recorded information about the Nido people. Although he traversed the Kanto region, the Nido clan appeared most frequently at Mount Tsukimi. However, he did not encounter any Nidos in the wild. And the Nidorino that Xiao Mao has in front of him is indeed the first Nidorino Pokemon that Qingyuan has collected. In that case, I'll make the first move. Nidorino uses a double kick. Looking at Qingyuan holding the Pokédex containing information about Nidorino, Xiao Mao frowned and shouted, "Neto." Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, Nidorino did not hesitate at all. Almost instantly, a white light shone from its legs, and then it charged rapidly toward the Armored Rhinoceros. Armored Rhinoceros, unleash the sandstorm. After putting away the Pokédex, Qingyuan looked at the sand beneath his feet and loudly commanded the Ironhide Rhino. "Huh!" Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, without hesitation, his body glowed with a brown light, and he raised his head and shouted. The next second, a considerable sandstorm rose up on the sandy beach. "Huh? What are you doing playing with sandstorms on the beach? Ouch, my eyes, something's in them." As the ironclad rhino sandstorm rose, a chorus of curses erupted from the surrounding crowd. However, use the sandstorm skill on a crowded beach. This practice can't be called immoral, but it is certainly inhumane. Despite the complaints from those around them, the sandstorm's effects were still quite noticeable. Nidorino was blinded by the sandstorm from the armored rhinoceros and stood there with tears streaming down his face. Damn it, how despicable. Xiao Mao used one hand to shield himself from the constantly attacking sandstorm while cursing at Qingyuan. Qingyuan and Xiao Mao watched this scene with the same gesture, and smiled somewhat awkwardly. He pretended not to hear the curses from those around him. After all, what he did was indeed unethical. Armored Rhino, use your horn ram. In order to end the game quickly, and also to get away from this sandstorm area as soon as possible, Qingyuan immediately commanded the armored rhinoceros to launch an attack on Nidorino. Huh! Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, the armored rhinoceros roared, its horn glowing white as it charged toward Nidorino. Although Nidorino's eyes were blown shut by the sandstorm, the armored rhinoceros was the initiator of the sandstorm. It is not affected by wind and sand. Therefore, with the advantage of the terrain, the armored rhinoceros easily found Nidorino's location, and it charged aggressively toward Nidorino. Nidorino, use ultrasound to dodge. As Ash's strongest rival in the early stages, Gary's strength should not be underestimated. Nidorino, whose eyes were blinded and unable to see his surroundings, looked at the scene. Shigeru immediately instructed Nidorino to use ultrasound to survey the surroundings and evade the armored rhinoceros's attack. Neto. A sound wave emanated from Nidorino's ears, scattering much of the surrounding sand and gravel. Huh. The armored rhinoceros's single horn glowed white as it charged fiercely towards Nidorino. Neto. At the critical moment, Nidorino successfully located the armored rhinoceros using ultrasound. With a double jump, he successfully dodged the armored rhinoceros's horn. Iron Rhino, use Rock Blast. Seeing this, Qingyuan did not hesitate at all and immediately commanded the armored rhinoceros to continue the attack. Huh. The armored rhinoceros braked suddenly, turned around, and fired 3 rocks at Nidorino in quick succession. Nidorino, use the double kick on the rock like this. Seeing this, Xiao Mao quickly gave instructions to Nidorino. Neto. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, Nidorino shouted. Then, its limbs glowed white, and it kicked both rocks to pieces. However, he was ultimately unable to dodge in time and was hit by the 3rd rock, falling directly from the sky. Nidorino. Seeing this, Xiao Mao shouted out in concern. Neto. Lying on the ground, Nidorino struggled to let out a cry in response to Shigeru's expectation. Press your advantage? Armored rhinoceros, use your horn charge. Qingyuan didn't give Nidorino another chance to turn the tide, and immediately commanded the armored rhinoceros to launch another attack. The armored rhinoceros's horn glowed white, and it lowered its head and charged towards the fallen Nidorino. Nidorino blocked it with a horn ram. When Xiao Mao saw Nidorino get up again, he quickly gave Nidorino instructions. Neto. Upon hearing Shigeru's command, Nidorino quickly unleashed a horn ram. He stood firm, his glowing horn aimed at the charging armored rhinoceros. Boom! The armored rhinoceros collided with Nidorino, creating a loud bang. Due to his weight and class disadvantage, Nidorino was directly knocked away. Rock blast? Seeing this, Qingyuan waved his hand and roared. The armored rhinoceros stood still and quickly condensed rocks, then unleashed 2 consecutive rock blasts at Nidorino in the air. Boom! Neto. A rock the size of a cantaloupe collided with the Nidorino in midair with a loud bang. Nidorino only had time to let out a scream before he fell onto the beach like a rag doll. Nidorino. Seeing this, Xiao Mao shouted in concern. But this time, Nidorino did not respond to Shigeru's expectations. After a long while, as the dust settled, Nidorino, whose eyes had turned into circles, came into everyone's view as he lay on the ground. You've done a great job, my sweetheart. Xiao Mao put Nidorino away, put its pokeball to its mouth, and whispered something. After saying that, Shigeru put Nidorino's pokeball back on his waist. After Xiao Mao recalled Nidorino to his Pokémon, Qingyuan also came to Rahorn and patted its horn. Great job, Ironhide Rhino. The armored rhinoceros also looked quite pleased as it rubbed its horn against Qingyuan's palm. Alright, I know you're happy. Go back to your Pokeball now, I'll prepare something delicious for you tonight. Upon hearing this, the armored rhinoceros, which had been acting cute and charming, finally let out a happy cry. Alright, go back and rest. After patting Radon's head, Qingyuan took out a Pokeball and recalled Radon. You're very strong, I lost this time. But I won't lose to you again next time. By the way, I'm Shigeru from Pallet Town. Just as Qingyuan retrieved the armored rhinoceros, Xiao Mao came up to him and extended his hand. I'm Qingyuan from Tokiwa City. Seeing this, Qingyuan reached out and grasped Xiao Mao's outstretched hand, and said with a smile. After this battle, the 2 sides can be said to have become friends through fighting. After a brief self-introduction, the 2 chatted for a while longer. Ultimately, because Shigeru needed to treat Nidorino's injuries, he was the first to say goodbye. Before parting, Qingyuan also added Xiao Mao's contact information. After saying goodbye to Xiao Mao, Qingyuan looked at the beach they had just ravaged and the angry stares of the people around him. Feeling truly embarrassed, Qingyuan released the armored rhinoceros to clean up the mess from before. After Qingyuan repaired the damaged beach caused by the battle between the armored rhinoceros and Nidorino, it was already around 5 p.m. Qingyuan sat on the back of the armored rhinoceros, directing it to push the last stone into the sea. Looking at the sun in the distance, which had dyed the entire sea red, Qingyuan sighed heavily as he lay on the back of the armored rhinoceros. Ugh, I'm so tired. Cleaning up the beach is no easy task. Qingyuan wiped the sweat from his brow and then took a delicious sip of coconut juice. Did you just do that? Hearing what Qingyuan said on its back, the armored rhinoceros couldn't help but ask in confusion. Just now, it was clearly the one doing all the work, while Qingyuan was just sitting on its back and directing it. Before it even complained of being tired, Qingyuan had the audacity to say that. As expected, Scorpio was right. Boss wants everything, except shamelessness. The armored rhinoceros slowly carried Qingyuan toward the Lamperkai Hotel. Looking at Qingyuan, who was enjoying himself on his back, the armored rhinoceros secretly grumbled to himself. This may be due to the unique characteristics of tourist cities. The city of Lamper does not prohibit riding creatures like the armored rhinoceros from the roads. If this were in Fallen Leaf City, Officer Sage would have already been riding her little motorcycle with her silly Growlithe on the back. They ran over and demanded a fine from him. Come to think of it, it's been quite a long time since I've contacted Officer Sauvignon. Qingyuan had already received the contribution points for exploring the Groundhog Cave while he was still on the Iron Shrimp. After receiving the contribution points, Qingyuan didn't waste a single moment. He immediately used the 500 contribution points awarded by the Alliance, plus some of his remaining contribution points, to exchange for a breeding manual for Cat Boss. In the past few days, Qingyuan has started using medicine to cultivate Scorpion and Cat Boss. And you know what? The results were quite remarkable, thanks to the Cat Boss's previous efforts. I finally broke through to level 38 yesterday. Qingyuan believed that if the cat was nurtured like this for another week, it would be able to break through to level 40. As Qingyuan rode his armored rhinoceros, contemplating his future plans, he headed towards the Lamperchi Hotel. A woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. Trainer in front, please wait a moment. Little Fish shamelessly begs for more updates. Thank you, dear readers. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan, looking puzzled, turned the armored rhinoceros around. Just then, Officer Jenny from Lamplac was speeding toward him on a motorcycle. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan quickly dismounted from the armored rhinoceros's back. Bah! With a drift, Miss Officer Jenny brought the motorcycle to a stop right in front of Qingyuan. The wind whipped up by the motorcycle brakes gently brushed against Qingyuan's face. Qingyuan looked at Officer Jenny with a face full of horror, because at this moment, Officer Jenny's motorcycle was only 30 centimeters away from him. You could say you almost hit him. Hello, esteemed trainer, please show me your trainer credentials. Miss Officer Jenny stepped off the motorcycle with her long legs and said to Qingyuan with a serious expression. Hearing this, Qingyuan was completely bewildered, but he still took out his Pokédex and handed it to Officer Jenny. After fiddling with Qingyuan's Pokédex for a while, Officer Jenny confirmed Qingyuan's identity. He then returned the Pokédex to Qingyuan and spoke. Hello, Blue Source Trainer from Viridian City. Your armored rhinoceros just caused 3 instances of damage on the road, causing panic among the citizens. Please arrive at the Ramperch police station by 5 p.m. tomorrow to pay your fine. Otherwise, we will issue bans on your armored rhinoceroses in other cities. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan's already bewildered face became even more bewildered. What's going on? He just cleaned up the beach, and now he's ruined the road again. After thinking it over, Qingyuan looked toward the armored rhinoceros. When the armored rhinoceros saw Qingyuan's gaze, it immediately shook its head and took a step back. Boom! The armored rhinoceros kicked over the curbstone on the roadside with a single kick. It's in 4 places now. Miss Officer Jenny couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw this. Hey, come back first, ironclad rhinoceros. Seeing this, Qingyuan sighed helplessly and took out a pokeball to put away Rahorn. Miss Officer Jenny, may I borrow your car to go to the police station now? Qingyuan put the Rapier's pokeball back on his waist and said to Officer Jenny with a wry smile. Hearing this, Officer Jenny did not refuse, nodded, and gestured for Qingyuan to get in the car. Seeing this, Qingyuan sat in the sidecar on the right side of the motorcycle. Looking at the sidecar beneath him, Qingyuan patted it with a touch of curiosity. To be honest, it was his first time riding in one of these little rascals, and the little thing was actually quite cute. Wong wong wong. Just then, the Growlithe dog next to him suddenly barked loudly at Qingyuan. What? You want to find me too? Qingyuan shouted at the Growlithe while putting on his helmet. No, it's just that the seat you're sitting in is Growlithe's seat. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Miss Officer Jenny smiled and said from her motorcycle. Hey, I thought it was a big deal. Come on, let's sit together, you 2 brothers. As he spoke, Qingyuan ignored the Growlithe's struggles and picked it up and put it on his lap. At first, the Growlithe struggled impatiently in Qingyuan's arms. However, as Qingyuan gently pressed several acupoints on the Growlithe, soon, the Growlithe, which had been struggling, immediately nestled happily in Qingyuan's arms. What did you do to Growlithe? Seeing this, Officer Jenny asked with some confusion. It's important to know that Growlithe dogs are police dogs that have undergone rigorous training. It would never show such a docile expression when facing strangers, but Qingyuan made Growlithe show such an expression at this moment. This was something Officer Jenny found incredible. It's nothing, I just massaged a few acupoints on Growlithe to relieve its fatigue. Growlithe is too tired, you should let it rest. Upon hearing Officer Jenny's words, Qingyuan waved his hand at her. He also shared his observations about Growlithe with Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny looks like a workaholic, her Growlithe's body is stiff as a log. Officer Jenny didn't even suggest letting it rest for 2 days. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Officer Jenny fell into deep thought. It seems that Growlithe has been really tired these days. But there was nothing she could do, it was just the tourist season in Lampuxi. The influx of people from other places into Lamperch has led to some disorder in the city's security situation. As Officer Jenny of Lampshire, she must shoulder this heavy responsibility. All she could say to Growlithe was sorry. Once she's done with this busy period, she'll definitely let Growlithe rest for a couple more days. Meanwhile, Qingyuan, who was deep in thought, sat in the sidecar and started playing with Growlithe. If he knew what Officer Jenny was thinking, he would definitely be able to give her some advice. This matter is not simple. As a coastal city, Ramperchi's beaches are its main tourist attractions. As Officer Jenny from a city like this, isn't it reasonable for you to capture a water-type Pokémon? Moreover, having captured a water-type Pokémon, Officer Jenny can immediately rescue those who are drowning. It also allows Growlithe, who works every day, to have a break. This 2 birds with 1 stone plan was perfect for Officer Jenny's situation. However, Qingyuan couldn't read Officer Jenny's mind and didn't know what she was thinking. Therefore, he could not offer any advice to Officer Jenny at this point. After thinking for a while, Officer Jenny lit the fire and led Qingyuan toward the police station. By the way, Miss Officer Jenny, what's your real name? Sitting in the sidecar of the police car, Qingyuan, who was playing with the Growlithe dog while enjoying the sea breeze, asked Officer Jenny, who was riding a bicycle, as if he had just thought of something. My name is Jun Shei. Is there something you need? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Jun Shei looked ahead and focused on riding her bike, replying to Qingyuan. It's nothing, I just know Officer Jenny from Kuroba City, and I wanted to ask what your relationship is with her. Qingyuan looked at the squinting Growlithe, raised it above his head with both hands, and said to Officer Jenny, "Oh, that's what you wanted to ask. I am Officer Jenny's cousin." Upon hearing this, Jun Shai slammed on the brakes, turned around, and said to Qingyuan with a smug look on her face, "Cousin." Upon hearing this, Qingyuan looked at Jun Shai in shock. Jun Sayi looks about the same age as Jun Sachi, but I didn't expect them to be so different in terms of generation. Come here, call me auntie. You call Jun Shaky sister, so by seniority I'm your cousin too. Jun Shai looked at the shocked Qingyuan and said with a playful expression. Hearing this, Qingyuan hugged the Growlithe, who was happily sticking out its tongue, back into his arms. He called out to Jun Shai with a blank expression. "Hello, auntie. It's just a cousin, nothing to Qingyuan. The hope is that when she gets to the police station, Jenny won't regret what she did. Oh, my good nephew. It's done, auntie needs to hurry." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Jun Shai gave Qingyuan a bright smile. He then turned around, helped Qingyuan sit down, and began to head towards the police station at full speed. Vomit. In front of the Lamb Perch police station, Qingyuan had just gotten out of the car when he couldn't help but vomit. Wong wong. Fortunately, Growlithe sensed something was wrong in advance and escaped from Qingyuan's embrace before Qingyuan vomited. Otherwise, Growlithe would have been vomiting all over its head by now. "Nephew, you really need to practice. You're not even as good as a Growlithe." Sitting in the police car, Jun Shai saw this scene and mocked Qingyuan. Hearing this, Qingyuan rolled her eyes at her. This guy is an idiot. What a joke? How can he compare to a Growlithe in terms of physical ability? One was an elf, and the other was an ordinary human. It's amazing that Officer Jenny could come up with the idea of comparing these two physical abilities. Come on, come inside with me to pay the fine. Jun Shai waited for Qingyuan at the police station entrance for a while, and only spoke after seeing that Qingyuan had almost recovered. Qingyuan took a sip of water, rinsed his mouth, shook his head, and followed Jun Shai into the police station. "Miss Officer Jenny. Miss Officer Jenny." As soon as she entered the police station, many police officers greeted Jun Shai. Jun Shai also politely returned the greetings one by one. Jun Shai led Qingyuan to a window, pointed at it, and said to Qingyuan, "Here, just go to this window to pay the fine. Remember to keep the armored rhinoceros under control next time. After all, damaging public property will cost you a lot of money. Go ahead, I have something to do and I'll be leaving now." After saying that, Jun Shai prepared to turn around and leave to continue working at her post. How could Qingyuan let Jun Shai leave so easily? He still remembered that Jun Shai had asked him to call her aunt earlier. He was petty and would definitely get a little revenge on Jun Shai for this. "Okay, thank you, Aunt Jenny." Looking at Jun Shai's back, Qingyuan shouted those words at her at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing this, Jun Shai quickly turned around and covered Qingyuan's mouth. But no, Qingyuan's voice was too loud, and everyone in the police station heard it. Feeling the gazes coming from all around, Officer Sae felt as if her face was being scorched by Growlithe's flamethrower. "What are you trying to do, Qingyuan?" Jun Shai covered Qingyuan's mouth and said the words almost through gritted teeth. Why, I'm just being polite by calling you aunt." Qingyuan raised an eyebrow at Jun Shai and whimpered at her. Seeing Qingyuan's provocative look, Jun Shai wanted nothing more than to beat him up. "Don't shout, come with me." Jun Shai covered Qingyuan's mouth and whispered to him. Why? Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the payment window. "I'll pay for it for you. Come out with me now." Jun Shai growled at Qingyuan and then pulled him away from the police station under the watchful eyes of everyone there. The officers at the police station started whispering among themselves as they watched Qingyuan being dragged away by Officer Jun. Jun Shai pulled Qingyuan outside the police station and immediately used a grappling technique to pin Qingyuan against the wall. "What exactly do you want?" Looking at Qingyuan who was clinging to the wall, Jun Shai said with some annoyance. The feeling of everyone's eyes being on her just now makes her cheeks flush even now when she thinks about it. "Oh dear, I didn't do anything? Didn't you tell me to call you auntie?" Qingyuan leaned against the wall and argued back at Jun Shai. "Besides, you're abusing your power. I haven't committed any crime, so you can't treat me like this." Qingyuan leaned against the wall and shouted at Jun Shai behind him. "Although you haven't committed a crime, you..." Hearing Qingyuan's words, Jun Shai retorted in embarrassment and anger. "What happened to me? Help! Officer Jenny is abusing her power. Help!" Qingyuan didn't give Jun Shai a chance to organize her thoughts and started shouting. Hey, what are you doing?" Seeing Qingyuan's shamelessness, Jun Shai had no choice but to release him. As a member of the Officer Jenny family, she cannot tarnish their image. To resort to violence when you can't win an argument, that's really going too far. Qingyuan stepped 2 steps outside Jun Shai's attack range, rubbing his arm as he spoke. "You're asking for a beating? Believe me or not, I'll get Growlithe to burn you." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Jun Shai said angrily. Wong. Upon hearing Officer Jenny's words, the Growlithe also made a fierce face at Qingyuan. Seeing this, Qingyuan had no choice but to surrender. Officer Jenny's Growlithe dogs are all masters of feigning weakness to deceive their owners. It may look like a cute Growlithe now, but it could actually be a Pokémon that's level 30 or 40. Some Officer Jennies with long tenures have growlithes that are even level 50 or higher. After all, Officer Jenny is not just a pretty face, she and her colleagues protect the safety of a city every day. For some reason, most Officer Jenny don't let their growlithe evolve. Perhaps it's because Growlithe's image is cuter and fits girls' aesthetic preferences. Or perhaps it's because Growlithe is more approachable. In short, remember that every Officer Jenny's Growlithe is a master of playing dumb to outsmart others. Seeing that Qingyuan had backed down, Jun Shai waved her hand to make the cotty dog back off. Don't call me aunt anymore. Jun Shai pointed at Qingyuan and threatened him. Then what should I call you? Qingyuan shrugged at Jun Shai, making an innocent face. Just call me Sister Yi, like you call Xiaoqi. Jun Shai waved to Qingyuan. That won't do, there's a generational difference. You said it yourself, the seniority can't be compromised. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan immediately retorted in a cheeky manner. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Jun Shai looked annoyed. She really wants to go back 10 minutes and slap her past self. Why did you try to take advantage of me? Now look what happened, you've shot yourself in the foot. Just call me by my name. Also, you're not allowed to call me aunt in front of others anymore. Jun Shai slapped her forehead in frustration, then pointed at Qingyuan and threatened him. Alright, then I'll call you Xiaoai. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan tentatively replied. Do whatever you want, call me whatever you want, just don't call me cousin. Jun Shai waved to Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan nodded obediently. Alright, you can go back now, I'll pay the fine for you. Jun Shai rubbed her temples and said to Qingyuan with a tired expression. She didn't want to see Qingyuan right now, the scene at the police station was still haunting her. This also kept her cheeks rosy. Oh, thank you. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan replied and turned to leave. When Jun Shai saw this, she breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, how about I treat you to a meal? Thank you for paying my fine. Just then, Qingyuan's voice rang in Jun Shai's ears again. Upon hearing this, Officer Jenny's heart leaped into her throat. Need not. Looking at Qingyuan's smiling face, Jun Shai said in an annoyed tone. Then you should treat me to a meal. You hurt me quite a bit earlier. Qingyuan rubbed his arm and said to Jun Shai. Upon hearing this, Jun Shai looked up in astonishment. Do you even want to listen to what you're saying? Have you no shame? What? You're abusing your power and I can't even confront you. Seeing Jun Shai looking at him, Qingyuan raised his arm and said to Jun Shai. Upon hearing this, Officer Jenny was so angry she laughed. How can there be such shameless people in the world?